習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, Shun, of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this zone now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. Never hold me back. Break this road now, face the world with all that I have. Live forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me when no turns back. They I know your king is back.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可剛，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shun of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
Growing up, I was told to be all that I can be. You can get it too if you just focus and believe. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside Creatives, and we are here for day number 2 of our bi-weekly 2 solos. This is going to be an interesting one. We've got a crazy new system that's been added on. C8, how about you talk to us a little bit more about what's going on with this new system?
Yeah, so pretty much the whole pick ban system got reworked. Everybody has to get into a martial arts solos right before the game start. Winners are getting first pick for the pick ban. So each there's a group of 2 players in each group that go on a 1v1. Once they finish that up, whoever wins has that first pick there for that group, and it just go on throughout all 12 players in the 6 groups. Go at it in the martial arts solos, which is the first day we saw was 2 days ago. It was very exciting to watch just everybody stand by. But for today, you know, day 1 was out of the way. I think today we're going to start seeing a lot more techie stuff, you know, being brought out now for these players, you know, specific heroes, specific weapons, what they felt like it's a lot more comfortable for them to win that first seed there to get to that pick ban, because we saw how much of a struggle it's been if you're in that last place spot, which is pretty much giving everybody that weird pick. If we haven't had anybody before pick a character that is not usually not in the meta, but something that's not weird here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League is these switch up. As always, we are getting that 15-minute Tay, the 30-minute Silk, and the 1-hour treasure choice gift there for everybody watching. Bi-weekly finals will be next weekend. We are going to be getting that Champions Bubbles choice gift that everybody loves to get there for the emote. But I mean, yeah, it's a big change. We saw Farriers brought out, Seb. I don't know how you feel about the Farriers, but Farriers have been coming out for the first day, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see her today as well.
Yeah, I was really enjoying watching Faria making a comeback into solos, watching trios yesterday as well, seeing a lot of different heroes jumping back into the meta, and I'm absolutely loving the diversity we're getting from this new hero pick system. I can't wait to see what these players are going to incorporate into their games, because this is the first time. This is by week 2. We haven't seen these players play since the EWC. Some of these players we haven't even seen since the first bi-weekly. As we are going to be getting ready to jump into this, let's take a look at our regular season by week 2 stats so far. So after our first day, Lipo finished in 12th place with 6 points on the board, TT25 with only 12. And then we go to the top of the leaderboard. That's going to be Verse with 37.9, Action with 32.2, XY with 30.2, Mike with 21.5, Chuzang with 19.5, and Frostivus with 16.5.
New cuts on the block, HM and Zhu. Zhu has some good starts in the beginning of his day for day number 1. Not sure if he's going to be competing today, but Verse as well. Had a crazy game 6. Died with like 9 kills. It was an insane amount of eliminations. Did die to Mike, but this is our groups here for today. Pace back in the mix this time around with Alliance. We got Pace and Aranda going out for the first group. Edward and Mike for our second. Verse and Spider. That is going to be a spicy one there. Arguably the top 2 best players in the game right now. TT25 against Frostivus. Wufong against XY. HM against Chen. Another new player. And I'm very curious to see how they do. We're just missing 1 new cap, but overall today's schedule, that's standard Perdora midnight 4, starting off the day. Hollerod Sunny, Morsile midday, just straight daytime max into the Perdora morning to do as well. Into our Firefly match for our last 2 matches there for the Hollerod Dust and the Morsile nighttime. But yeah, we saw the Tessa. We saw Tessa from Fong. Fong is not playing today. We also saw, let's see what else we saw. We saw Matari as well for Fong. I'm trying to see what else. Oh, we had a Tarka. We had a Tarka from Star. Didn't really last that long, but we did manage to see Tarka in the lobby, which is, you know, fortunate for us to see. So overall, very, very curious to see what's gonna be coming out today. I know all the tricks are not gonna be coming out because some of these players are saving that for the finals. They want to take the chip home for the bi-weekly too. Player like XY in his interview saying that he has stuff up his sleeve, but his coach is not letting him unveil it now. So, you know, if he makes it to the top 12, which the way he's sitting right now with the pace and the overall standing, he's pretty much set up now for the biweekly finals next weekend.
Yeah, he is looking really good, and I can't wait to see what energy these new players are going to be bringing in, because we barely got to see that much from them coming out in that first bi-weekly. So hopefully they're starting to gain a little bit more of their footing. They're going to be jumping in to these matches very soon, and I'm super excited to see how this is going to turn out with the new picks. I'm really excited to see these martial artist fights in the beginning. This is going to be an interesting one. I can't wait to see how this is going to go down, because, you know, Netties, they love to do their 1v1s. We've got lots of their other games. They love to start off with that 1v1 fight to decide how the picks and bans are going to be working. So I do think this is a really cool idea in the spirit of competitiveness. I think that they are doing a very good job with that. And I'm super excited to see how it's going to turn out. Who's going to be getting to go first? Who is going to be ending up in that bottom last pick for this first round, as we're going to be jumping into this in just a sec. C8, you got any predictions for me?
I'm looking at the overall like characters that they will take to that the martial arts solos. Definitely, we did see some value off the Zipping F2. No stagger, no prio. You're able to stay more in the pocket. These players are able to get a lot more aggressive and avoid trying to go for those cross-ups and the tap dodges. Having the bubble up, just playing the 50-50 off the release on focuses. Temi, also another character that I think is very strong in a martial arts solo setting. This is a one band, right? No ultimates, just straight F abilities and the weapon. One weapon, which is purple rarity, and one and just purple armor as well. So I don't know. I'm not sure, because it's day number 2. I know Frostovitz did mention in his interview the other day as well that that is going to be something that's going to be important to really focus on as well. Apart from your games, you want to try to get that good seeding in the start. So a lot of things are going to be taken into consideration in the fact of what character you're going to play in. Obviously, you want to start with your first 2 strongest, because 2 rounds is confirmed, right? The third is not depending in the case of how it goes back and forth, or just someone just gets full wipe with a 2-0. So you really got to think about what heroes you're going to be playing out, what weapons, and who you're playing, right? And at the end of the day, I just love this new system set, because it's really throwing a lot of these players off guard, and it's another thing that they have to get accustomed to and really quickly adjust to, like how this game always has been, just quick adjustments. But now I feel like I mentioned the other day, I feel like right now it's probably the hardest time to come into the league if you're a new player like Je or HM or Chen now as well, playing today, and trying to adjust to this, because on top of you having to get used to the pro league players, you have to get used to this new system that everybody is doing so at the same time.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty with it, is lots of these players who are OGs in the game, they are super good at adapting to all of the new rules and all of the new changes that come in, because they are so used to this. They've been playing in the league for a very long time. As these new players, they're still getting used to playing on a stage. They're used to playing at home in their rooms. So it is a little bit different when you're taking a look at that. But these new players are really going to have to grind, lock in, and adapt if they want any sort of survivability coming out here. And we know that it has been ruthless in the past. When it comes to these new players trying to enter the league, they usually don't end up with very good footing, especially in the first 2 weeks. We've got to give them a few more weeks. I'd say bi-weekly 3, bi-weekly 4 is when they're going to start to heat things up.
Edward, I feel like Edward's been very, very polished this whole season. Yes, he hasn't been able to take the chip home, but the way he played at MSC, remember, Seb? He was playing very well at MSC. He played very well bi-weekly 1 as well. He was just not able to close out, but even so, the way he has came in back for the fall split, I feel like Edward is a powerhouse of a player to really be afraid of if you are in this lobby. And as well, today we also have Verse, arguably top 2, and no other than the man himself, SR Spider, the winner of MSC and bi-weekly 1, which right now Verse did take summer split finals, but now Spider coming in with a back-to-back for the fall split. I mean, everybody, right? Just Frosted is being so close for that finals as well. Second place for the summer split. I mean, everybody right now is so good. XY taking Koi Cup. Everybody got credentials. And I mean, it's so hard to try to gun into this lobby and be like, I'm going to steamroll somebody, because you're not. Anybody in this game or in this server, in these lobbies, can quickly just take control of the whole game. And today we got to see if Chen is going to be able to adjust to that and how well he's going to do in a stacked lobby with like T225, another OG, Spider, Verse. I believe Mike's in it as well. Just anybody in this lobby is going to be very hard to try to come and, you know, try to dominate. But Chen has a big task in front of him, and hopefully he's able to adjust.
I think he'll be able to do it. I think that they really just need to fine print, cut down, and lock in their specific strategies, and they have to start doing it unapologetically, and they have to realize that they need to work their strategies around these other players. They can't just do what they thought they were doing beforehand in their previous scrims, playing against your ranked opponents. You really need to have that strategy down packed before you even think of jumping into one of these professional lobbies. As we're going to be seeing here, our verses are going to be coming up pretty quickly. Arano versus Pace, Edward versus Mike, First and Spider facing off. T225 and Frostivus are going to be going at it as well. We're going to be seeing Wufong and XY, and then HM and Chen down on at that bottom side. This is going to be absolutely insane. I'm so excited to see the 1v1s come out. This is where we really get to see the nitty-gritty and the intense playstyle of the fighting, because this has nothing to do with the gameplay of Battle Royale. This is only your fighting ability.
Starting off hot there with Arano, applying tons of damage there onto Pace. Go ahead and overhold, cancels that to avoid getting parried, but still gets staggered there from the Flying Eyes, and Arano on the Liam is going to be able to overhold. Oh, that's a Wu Chen, sorry. Be able to get the LMB focus off of this alone. Pace will be able to proc that nunchuck meter burn. We've seen nunchucks being very heavily played in these, as well as for the Flying Eyes. But now it looks like it's not TP for the F, but a massive credit for Arano. Pace can be forced to pop this ultimate, or the F, sorry. Gonna drop down, going for the follow-up. And just like that, Arano is going to be taking the first game. Look at the player guy. He's like, what is this guy doing?
Based and Arano locking it back in. This is a best out of 3, so they are going to be going back through different heroes, different weapons. Big combo starter going to be coming up from Arano here on the hottie into the double grapple. Is going to be able to get the 1-2 off. Tries to go for the jump LMB, but does end up getting caught by the Prio. The 1-2 going to come out from Pace, trying to go for the overhold here. See if he can get any extra damage. Is holding blue in each other's face, and taps going to come out from Pace into the jump LMB. You're going to see that F released as well. A lot of damage coming out onto the side of Arano. Pace going to try and go for the uppercut again. He's going to be able to connect with it. Goes for the slap, cancels into the 1.0, and the overhead is going to connect. And Pace is going to take that second fight.
Wow. I didn't expect to see the hottie. Arano playing Mutari now, potentially for the Prio, but Liam has an F to stop that. That's how the counterplay for the Aquas is as well. But playing Longsword, can't do the carousel extension due to the wall and the terrain here in the martial art map. Not giving these players the full capitalization off of that. But now there goes the Liam F into the 1-2, into the follow-up 1-2-3 as well. Big damage off the Flying Eye. Catches Scare Rush, sits on the ground into the follow-up. Air R&B, so much damage there for Pace. You heard him laughing at him earlier is what it looks like, because Pace is going to be victorious here against Arano.
And it's a really nice fight to see coming out right off the bat. Those Flying Knives just putting in so much work. We're going to be seeing Mike taking on Edward right off the rip here. We're going to see Dagger into Flying Knives. F ability going to come out, being able to do so much damage. Gets the follow-up focus off onto Edward, and now Mike getting hit with the combo of Edward's own, being able to go into a second uppercut into the follow-up. Blue jump RMD going to connect as well, getting Mike into a third combo here. Mike is going to end up getting dropped, trying to come back around. F dodge perfectly, but hits in to the upper slash focus of that dagger. You see the heals coming out. Edward gonna try and go for the offensive again. He's gonna be able to get that combo. Viper with no combo break, unable to do anything. Mike is looking very rough for wear right now, trying to get back into this fight, but Edward has the upper hand, is bringing it back over, but now he's trying to finish it off with a slap. Is he going to be able to do it? And yes, he does. He does finish off that fight with the fist bump, or with the flying knife.
Yeah, now Mike has some ground to cover. Playing the Wu Chen, or Edward playing the Wu Chen, close to Mike on the Liam. Going in for the second round. See how it goes. And let me focus there for the opener there for Mike. Tries to go back on in, but Edward on the fist blades. Able to invest this F. Nice weave there from Mike to avoid getting caught off that TP F there from the Wu Chen. Clink comes in time 2 from the focus attack. Catches Prowl, forces out the Liam F there for Mike. Goes for the 1-2, catches it. Comes in off the nunchuck. Massive parry from Edward as well. So he'll be able to get the jump LMBs. He's using the purple glyph board as well. You see that siphon come into play, getting some of that, and that's all in the strats of these players. Instead of jump LMB finishers, being able to adjust your glyph board for a situation like this, where a little of that HP matters at times. We even saw XY day 1 forgetting to swap his glyph board right in the start of game number 1, but now we see it once again here for the start of day 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Swapping the glyph board to be able to make way for these specific 1v1 fights, something that might not be too good in the Battle Royale setting, can definitely dominate in one of these games. So we're going to be seeing here Spider trying to go for the scale rush with the staff. Both of these players using staff. Verse able to get an extended overhead focus here, gets the grapple bump into the 1.0 release. Spider, all of his shield is gone. F ability going to be popped on the side of Verse. Spider trying to go for the overhold, but gonna get himself buried here. Huge punish going to be coming out, but Spider taking a little bit more damage, trying to see if he can turn this fight around, but looking pretty grim for him at the moment. Oh, what a stand-up off of the cancel into the grapple bump, but now the F ability going to be coming up from the other side. First, try and hit the scale rush. He's going to be able to... No, he doesn't get the catch until the very end. We are going to be seeing the parry coming out. Spider actually able to turn this fight around. 1 HP in a dream, and he brings it back. Oh my goodness.
Wow, that was clean there from SR Spider. Looking crispy as ever as you see it here. First shirt casing back from MSC. Verse now. We're playing the Wu Chen against the Viper here from Spider. Dagger. B nunchucks, I believe, in hands for Verse. Both players playing that neutral game. FTP is good here, but playing nunchucks is be able to catch the LMB Prowl into the grapple bump. 1.0 for the R&B focus off the nunchucks. Spider's going to lose a good chunk of that purple armor. Looks like to be a quick reset here for Verse. We also saw one of these players, day 1, playing the timer, had the health advantage, and just started to kite on out to win the round out, because on the top right-hand side, you guys see there's only a minute in these martial arts solos, so that is another strat that some of these players can go into to potentially take a round against somebody. But for now, Spider, see him trying to create this space, very still in the pocket, being able to read that F as well, calling in the F, the 1-2, overhold 1.0. Soul Break does not connect on the ground, still playing around the pillars. Trying to find a perfect opportunity to scare what's on in. Spider now, you see him kind of kiting out, but the TP is too far away there for Verse to even catch Cryo. Does manage to invest it, but now with 10 seconds remaining, health could be even. The 1-2, all he has to do is kite this out once again. Verse knows it, knows that's the round, and that's gonna be it. Gonna drop all the weapons, and Spider laughing it out. And once again, these players having a great time here in the martial arts solos.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're having a whole lot of fun, especially you've got everybody around reacting to this live as it is going on. This isn't just something that we don't get to see the POVs. Everybody is watching. All of the eyes are on the two players inside the zone. You can actually see the spectators on the outside, but Frosted is going to get hit with a huge parry right off the bat, forced to pop that F3, is going to be able to get that pot reset right away. It's like the parry never happened, but the follow-up damage is going to be able to come through off of those flying knives. You can see them try and focus back up again. The overhand throw is going to be able to come through on those nunchucks, trying to see if he can go for that charged R&B. He's going to end up canceling it out here. Tries to get Pryo again, but he's in the air. Knockback isn't going to work. The shotgun burst coming through on the side of T225 into the grapple extension off of the nunchuck meter burn. We are going to be seeing coming through. Rosmus now getting hit with the 1-2-3. Is going to end up losing a lot of HP. T225 in the back end, going to try to kite this out just for a second here. We're going to be seeing now, does get the catch into the uppercut throw, and there is going to be Frostivus at 1 HP. Will he be able to get out of this? It looks like the clinks are going to come through, and there you see it. That's going to be T225 in the first game.
Now for round 2, do have Liam beat Temmie. Temmie for T225. Frostivus on the Liam. He's gonna send the R&B focus there for T225. The staff playing mid dodge. Be able to catch that parry. He's gonna send it there to close out the distance off that Liam map. Now Frostivus is gonna respond with the parry of his own. Be able to go on in. The 1-2 is gonna snag up a purple staff as well. Staff ban looking to have any extensions in common, but there it is. T225 with the same extension that Spider had earlier to the 1.0 grapple. Big damage off of this. Jump LMB for the extra damage. Goes for the R&B instead. LMB on the ground. Overholds. Waiting this out. Has a health advantage. 39 seconds remaining. T225 still waiting this out. Go ahead and charge up the scale rush. ×2. Frostivus playing the patient game here, making sure he does not get parried, as well as T225 sends it, gets the damage. F called in there for Frostivus. T225 is gonna go ahead and re-pop that armor up, as well as Frostivus. It's gonna be a quick little reset in, but with 14 seconds remaining, both of these players are going to be trying to wait this out. No, it looks like T225 can be able to catch the lunge off of this. Frostivus is gonna catch the damage. No elimination yet. He's gonna drop the weapons, knowing he won the round. Frostivus has to count his blessings. Mike
Look at
laughing
Mike.
it out in the player count as well.
I'm looking at the fight. I look up. All I see is Mike. Oh my goodness. Here we go. That's going to be Wufong versus XY up next. This is our best of the 3 series coming up from these two start. It's going to be Flying Knives versus Flying Knives. Liam versus Liam. Coming out here. The grapple's coming through. F ability popped so early on the side of Wufong, but we're going to see the parry coming out. ASC's XY, I believe, still has that F. Not off of the cooldown. The double charge is going to come through, though. Wufong is doing so much damage. XY going to be able to get the parry off into the combo. We're going to be seeing coming around, and now Wufong has the health advantage right now. It's going to be trying to just kite and switch around. Shotgun blast going to come through. F ability finally invested on the side of XY. You're going to see the parry jump through. Tries to get that prio. He is going to be able to connect into the grapple buff, into the 1-2-3 follow-up combo. Jump R&B, and finishing it off is TE's Wufong for that first round.
I like the setup we have right here for the cameras. We have left and right. Those players are going at it, and if they have the goal logo next to the clear cam, that means they won their round. Now I understand it. I didn't peep that day 1, but I peeped it day 2. I'm peeping now. It's Wufong. Gonna be able to get parried here by XY. XY goes for the grapple extension, tries to crash the grapple LMB. Goes for the raw because be able to weave that F as well. Then from the Temmie, that's the Temmie go himself. So anything thrown his way, you've seen him being able to read that character beautifully, understanding that kit, that player's kit, or that character's kit so well. Goes in, catches Prime to the 1-2 follow-up as well. Off the grapple buck. Gonna throw down the F blades, get a little bit of that health back. The F called in there for Wufong. Trying to stay up. Go ahead and throw down the whisk. Cross on over. Sends it again. And now XY with the stare down. Raw uppercut. Tries to go for the slap. Switches out. Wufong responds with a slap of his own as well. Slap off, slap off, slap off, slap off. Weave, weave. Last one connects and he just falls to the ground of the character model.
I love how the slaps are just starting to come out. That's amazing. XY versus Wufong. This is going to be our decider. We're going to be seeing, big connection coming right off the bat. We're going to see the F ability coming up from the Syra. This is going to be XY on his signature character, trying to go for the repair dodge there. It looks like he did get caught up in a bit of an animation error. We're going to be seeing now Wufong does get hit off of the whisk, but the pillar is going to grief so much extra potential damage. But we are going to see the 1.0 charge into the jump LMB. Gonna follow that up pretty quickly. And we're trying to see him go for the 1-2 crouch LMB on the side of Wufong. Wufong gonna be able to get a huge parry here. Now XY not using that combo break ability just yet, trying to see if he can get out of this madness. But look at that, just the chase down with the nunchuck. Such an insane weapon, as he is going to take it, and that's Wufong, the winner of that round.
We're used to seeing aerial LMB into aerial R&B into grapple extension LMB. I didn't know that full connected off of parry as well, so that's very interesting there to see. Being able to catch that, you have to force out the F there, or you have to invest the F to avoid getting recaught off of prio. But as you saw there for XY, he tries to play the patient game, and it doesn't really work out for him in that situation. But now HM against Chen, 2 new players in the league here for the fall split season. Yoda for HM, 1.0 off the fist waves onto Chen. Chen eating up tons of damage there. Trying to play the overhold, sends the follow up, gets the damage a little bit there on the clippage, but now Winnet is out. Trying to see what he can capitalize off of. Still playing in the pocket, be able to weave that F as well. Beautifully done there from HM with the prio, and is going to be winning the first round there against Chen.
That was a nasty dodge on that F. Oh my goodness. Jeez, Chen gonna be coming in now with the flying knife. It's gonna be flying knife mirror match. We are seeing the Syra versus the Liam. Liam Chen gonna be able to get himself a huge double charge off, taking away almost half of that shield of HM right now. So we're gonna be seeing the 1-2 gonna come out. Tries to bring out the 3. The parry almost connects, but he turns it away at the last second. So we're gonna be seeing HM now. We're gonna be getting hit by that 1-2 again, trying to go for that charge up to see if he can get any extra damage. HM just getting absolutely blasted with damage right now. Very, very difficult situation. He's trying to regain prio, but nothing he's doing is working. And G's Chen going to be able to pick up that second win in our martial artist arena, and we take it to the tiebreaker.
Yeah, we see it now. Chen on the Einer, we can potentially see. This is the first time we see this character. F invested off rip. Gets caught up on the prowl there from the fan though. So be able to use recast of the F there to knock back that player. Chen now trying to play the scare rush. HM playing that fan to be able to get the raw uppercut into the 1.0 from the fan to the arrow R&B, going for the extension. Cancels the grapple LNB. Chen getting applied so much pressure, but responds with a 1-2-3 as well. Grapple extension as well. What is happening off the fan there in the back end? HM so fast, gonna be able to recatch the 1-2 off the grapple. He's canceling grapple LNB just for the distance. Interesting. Chen now tries to retreat, take a quick reset in, but the pressure is there from HM. HM just not letting him breathe. That F investors be able to weave that F as well, and I see why the potential we didn't see this character being played out in solos, because the F looks very easily avoidable in land with the reaction times of these players. But overall, that is going to conclude our martial arts for day number 2 of the bi-weekly 2 for the solos for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Very interesting. How do you feel about that, Seb? First time seeing martial arts?
I liked it. Yeah, I joined the stream a little late. I didn't get to catch it on day 1, but watching that there, watching how much fun these players are having, because it's bringing us back to fundamental NARAKA. If you've played NARAKA before, you have sat in 0 bans, 1 bans, 3 bans for hours, just fighting your friends and either winning, losing. It doesn't matter. This way, adding a little bit of a competitive element to it before we get into the actual games, I think it's a really good opportunity for these players to, try out some new strategies and new combos and show stuff on the main stage that we normally wouldn't get to see.
Yes, and I mean, I was saying, I know most of the time these players are really practicing more in a mortar war whenever it's up in the region, and also scrims, but I feel with now this implemented into the game, a lot of these players are going to be focusing probably a little bit more in 1 banning, because it's not 0 banning, right? They don't have ultimate, so it's 1 ban. So I wouldn't be surprised that these players really start try to dial in martial arts practice there with a 1 ban to try to see what works out best, and in the same system as well. You can do this in custom if you guys do like the format that you guys just saw there. You can make that as a preset already implemented in the game if you guys want to try that out. So I feel like that's going to be able to open up a lot of doors for these players, and these guys really they fight each other a lot. They 0 ban each other quite frequently, so being able to try to practice it a lot more to be ready for game day, I think that might be the strat that these players might be trying to go for. Like I mentioned earlier, Frostovis did say that the martial arts solos is very important to start off the day because of that seeding for the ban pick. It just feels like an eternity for you to start getting a good pick in the day, right? Like it just feels like you're in last place. You got to wait a long time, all 6 games to be able to get your Lonnie or Liam pick in. So, it could be something that these players like and enjoy and feel like they're a lot more comfortable throughout their end of their games to get a pop-off game. But if you're not really putting up points on the board and you're not having that momentum from the start of the day, it might be a little bit more rough to try to get a good game 6, opposed from you know, potentially getting it your game 3, your game 4. So that might be something that these players are aiming for. It's a lot more strats now implemented. It's you know, more 50-50s, more rock, paper, scissors that these players got to really try to dial in. And, you know, it just being day 2, I don't expect to see anything too crazy as what we just saw. But throughout the remainder of the split for the fall split, I do imagine that these players are going to be having stuff up their sleeves, especially for finals, because that's where the chip is being implemented for these players. And, you know, stuff like that is going to be very important to try to dial in correctly. Players like XY, like I mentioned earlier, as well, already having things under his sleeves, saying that his coach did not allow him to showcase his day 1 to this is day 2. But, you know, being in that top 4 for the overall standings right now, he's not going to have any issues making it into that top 12, I believe, for the bi-weekly 2 finals this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that he's going to have to struggle with, and saving strategies is nothing that we are a stranger to. We've always seen these players going for their more intense and tried and true strategies in the early games, and then when we see the final strategies coming out, it is an entirely different strategy. It is meant to be able to throw these players off, because you are running a strategy. These players are going to be able to sniff you out and then know exactly what you're doing. But then when it comes to the side of, okay, now we're in finals, changing up my strategy is really going to mess with the flow of the game, and it will throw some of my opponents off.
Yeah, from what it looks like right now, from what we've seen in the highlights, I think Edward is probably the only one running purple glyph boards. Something to keep note of. I
saw Frostivus coming out with it.
Frostivus had it as well? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, I don't see Wufong with it. Gotta see, we gotta wait for a parry to connect as well, so we're gonna wait and see how that does. Very curious to see if everybody's running it, though. I will expect it to, I do expect that to be the case, but if it's not, that is something probably that these players are going to potentially become a norm for later in the future, have a preset in their 3rd slot. You know, obviously they have their presets there for the character, so being able to get that down later on potentially be something good. There goes the parry, but he goes for the slap on the rock cut. No siphons.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no
the
siphons.
Slaps coming out. Yeah, no siphons coming up from XY. But what a crazy finish. And then into the slaps as well, just to give him a fighting chance. That weave, Jails HM weaving out the F from the Viper, one of the most beautiful plays that we saw in this martial artist preliminary fights coming on. Really seeing HM was able to do so much with it. He's able to weave it again. I think we see it come out here. Look at that dodge into the catch with the uppercut. What a beautiful finish as we're going to be seeing. And now we are seeing our scores. Paste 1, Edward 1, TG25 1, Spider 1, Wufong, and HM were our victors. They're going to be getting themselves the higher pick.
I think we have all a summer split winners in this lobby today. Everybody, TG25, Wufong.
We do.
Versus Spider, Mike and Edward, yeah, and then Arano with the grand finals, yeah. I think everybody is in there for 2025 season summer split. We have every winner that took a chip home for themselves in this lobby. So I saw the lobby earlier. I think you guys even heard me say this lobby is stacked. I was looking at it, and it was just an insane amount of players there. As always, it's gonna be very interesting to see how these players do now. They got Spider in the mix. Spider's been hot. Spider's been hot. You seen what he was able to do for MSC. You seen what he was able to do for the bi-weekly 1 as well. It's gonna be kind of rough right now to try to control the tempo. One of those players who has been struggling, back from their prime games is Mike. Mike's been having a really hard time trying to get into the momentum, get into that tempo. You see him really starting off very slow. He starts to heat up very late. We saw him on day 1. Potentially, we had a pop-off game, like game 4 or 5, somewhere around there. He's been having a rough time, even prior to that as well. Like, I even mentioned that day that the way he took a chip for the summer split was, it was him being pretty much one of the last players to make it to the threshold, yeah, that is the beauty of the system for the grand finals. Is all you have to do is make it to the threshold, and you don't have to be the first one. You have to pray to, you know, have these games continue all the way to game 8 if you are not really in a big you know, structure to make it to that threshold as fast as possible. But Mike, I feel like he's been very hard on himself. I don't know if it's a mental thing, because we know how techie and mechanically gifted OUG's Mike is. And he's always said, you know, mental is a big factor. So I'm not really sure if that's something that is really dragging him down currently. But I wouldn't be surprised, because he is our 2-time J Cup world champion. And when it matters the most, yes, chips are important. But even so, I wouldn't be surprised if, knock on wood, he doesn't take any chip hold for the fall split and he just ends up winning J Cup again, because he did it last year, and I wouldn't be surprised if he did it this year as well.
That's kind of the Mike signature move, is, you know, feel out what everybody's doing, kind of stay in the back end for a little bit, and then J Cup comes up, win it right away. No apologies, no questions asked. We're taking it home. He's done it a couple of times. I definitely think he could do it again, but I would really love to see Prime Mike start to make his way back into his mental, because it does seem like he is pretty shaken. And it is unfortunate to see when you see such an amazing player sort of fall back into the middle of the pack, and you start to say, like, man, the glory days of Mike, are they really coming to a close? I don't think so, and I don't want to think so. I really hope that we're going to be seeing a lot more from Mike.
I mean, I feel like, I mean, obviously he's trying, right? He's trying every single day to try to be the best player as he can as possible. But just right now, with just how strong these players are, as we saw our lineup for today, everybody in this lobby is just can just take so many games. The game hope can stop the tempo, momentum from anybody at any time. It's just so stacked. The skill ceiling for the pro league now, it's just so much higher. We had the era of Mike and the Spider, but now players like XY, Verse, those players really have dialed in a really great NARAKA game style, and we see it every single day. XY on the Temi having those amazing games, even Verse being able to have insane games like he did day 1 2 days ago. I mean, last game 6, 9 kills and still taking MVP. He had 9 kills in the start of the mid game. So stuff like that is just like so hard to, you know, try to mimic, because if they're doing it, you also have to have the potential of doing it yourself, so you can you know, bring up those scores for your overall standings. But even so, skill ceiling so high right now for the pro league, and it's just going to continue to increase. That's the beauty of it, that this game it just keeps evolving. Everybody needs to adjust. Everybody needs to try to be as strong as possible. But yeah, I just want to mention as well, like, you know, players like Spider, even when he took MSC home for the EWC festival, you saw how emotional he got at the end, and you know, he started crying, and you saw that he has been working very hard for that. So it's something that these players know, that it's a lot more rougher now. He even spoke about, you know, how amazing his team is, and how they've let him, you know, become the player that he is at his pace, and trying to get him to that point day by day. And stuff like that. I feel like it's the same situation with Mike as well, that these players are really trying to lock it in, and right now it's just so hard to do so with just how good everybody is in the pro league.
I think that it really does at the end of the day just come down to that mental consistency. Is if you are able to shake off losses like nothing, you are going to be able to succeed so much more in this league than a player who does get down on their luck. And it's no shame. I mean, I'm a player who gets really mad when I lose the game, and I am competing for no money. So having these players with so much pressure on the line, there is a lot of stress that is going to affect their mental game a lot more than your average player. So when you're on that stage, you have to really be able to shake it off, which is why we see a lot of these players are super close friends with each other. If somebody kills them, they're laughing about it backstage after the games are over. They're hanging out, they're chilling together, and then as soon as they get back on there, they're ready to go for that next game. And they need that consistency when it comes to their mental.
Yeah, consistency is key. Frostivus being very consistent day 1, being able to stay in that 4 to 5 points. And, that's really what you kind of want to aim for, is trying to be consistent 3, 4, 5, even 6 for a really decent game. Like at that point, it's a great game, because 6 points, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot to get in the league. And then if you're able to have one pop-off game, which is, that structured, or not even structured, that insane game, 10-point game that these players, some of these players come out one game or two if there are an insane streak like Verse did day one. You can really just stay up in that top 3, top 4, being able to stay consistent, get that crazy 10-point game to bump yourself up there on the leaderboard. But like you mentioned, consistency is key, and that's the rough part. It comes down with so many factors. Now with the new ban pick system in play, it's just rough to try to do so if you're in that lower part of the bracket. But it can also open up a lot more windows with, every different heroes in the pool. We saw game number 1 for day 1, action on Feria, got eliminated top 3, but he was out with 5 kills. A pick like Feria, we haven't seen Feria in almost close to 2 years in solos, and still being able to pick out 5 eliminations in these types of lobbies, get that kills, top 3, some decent placement as well, and you're able to stay, on top of your game with a pick like that. It's very rough to do. Also, we had, I believe, I think it was XY on Viper. Someone was playing Viper, and there were also top 3 for game number 5 in the Hollow Rod. So stuff like that, if you're able to stay up in those off picks where, obviously picks 1 through 2, Lonnie, Liam, then we had Shayo Cyrus being locked in, and I have no doubt in my mind that top 4 lineup will be the same for today. Lonnie, Liam, Shayo Cyrus have been picked nonstop, and then for our 5th round selection, we're getting Tomokes picked from a lot of players, and if we didn't have Tomokes, we were getting Aquasis being called in, even some Kylans for some players that really enjoy that character. So that's something that that I'm personally going to be keeping my eye out, just to see how that 5th through 8th round selection go, to see how these players want to how to win a counterplay for the remainder of the lobby.
Yeah, and it is interesting. I love the fact that we do get more diversity, but it does create huge difficulties for these players on the bottom end of the pick scale, because they're getting the lesser side. Lots of these players haven't played these heroes in a competitive setting, like you said, for 2 years. So getting back into the swing of learning, okay, I need to relearn Feria, I need to learn the new Yodo rework, I need to learn all of this stuff. There's so much new information that is being thrown at these players, and they're trying to navigate through it and learn how best that they can use their skill set to capitalize and use this to their advantage, because lots of players are being put at a disadvantage. They need to be able to even that playing field and get a leg up on the competition that already has that advantage of playing the meta heroes.
And we saw, like, Valda was in the meta for a long time when she got reworked. A lot of these players were playing Valda in the Pro League. She was like staple 4th or 5th round selection at the time. Then she got dialed back a little bit there with her overheal on that ultimate form. So a lot of these players didn't really find the value of her. But now with this system in play, you're starting to see these players starting to, get right back on the Valda wave and playing that character out, because the options are kind of limited, right? We saw Valda's, Farias being called in. We had a Matari and a Tessa, but those are more like, personality picks for like players like Fong. Fong loves playing Tessa, and he also likes playing Matari. But it's just rough, right? What else can you play? No Iron or Wand. We didn't see new player. New player is in the game pool, but nobody even getting a side eye. He's not getting anything from these pro players. They have not been playing him at all. So maybe today we get maybe a little bit of a difference. We did see a Tarka, like I mentioned earlier, but he literally survived like 3 minutes. Like it was pretty bad. Star got shut down pretty quickly.
Definitely extremely rough to see that coming out there. So hopefully we might get to see a little bit more coming up from the Tarka. Who knows? You know, there's
what do you
always a
want to
chance.
see? What is a character? If this is the time for you to see a character, I think, or if you ever had a time you want to see a character, I think this is probably the best time because we have this new system where these players are, you know, forced to try to play something different. So what would you want to see?
I want to see Takeda. I want Takeda solos back. That was my jam. That
it was so fun.
Peak Naraka. Takeda DODs coming out of nowhere.
The Furin.
Absolutely blasting people away with the Furin. I think one of the best eras in all of Naraka. I think that Takeda definitely needs a rework, a little bit of a buff going on, but I do think that he is a very strong, very good hero.
He's a lot of people's favorite character. You know, when game released for console, like Xbox and PlayStation, a lot of people gravitated towards Takeda being that character. They liked the V1 variation, though. It was pretty funny to see a lot of players playing V1 Takeda at the time. But what's the V1? What was the old that just did mass slashes? V3.
V3, yeah.
Yeah. Whatever it was that had mass slash, it was just funny to watch at the time. But you know, a lot of people do love Takeda. Takeda has been a fan favorite for a very long time, and I feel like I think it's time for a Takeda rework to try to push him more into this meta, especially with the system in play where these players need to have a little bit of more options. With that Yodo rework, we saw her being very strong for these players since they won up that patch being live in the Pro League. These players automatically gravitated towards her. I remember Mike had double Yodo pick for that day as well. So that is a character that these players are very comfortable with that V1 in play. It's very strong to be able to catch that juggle if they're off of that cooldown. A very simple LMB, crouch LMB. You know, it's just literally 2 inputs. So it's a very strong kit. You have an ult recast as well to get some siphon back. You're able to get mid-range uppercuts through terrain. You have jump LMB, gravitational pull, like longsword. I mean, it's just overall a really good design rework for a character like Yodohime, and we see it here for these players using that to their advantage. So I think, you know, Takeda now will be having, or it is time for Takeda to get a rework that, you know, how we just got the Timok rework, which I still haven't tried, but hopefully the boy Temi did not get, you know, I know it's a buff, but I hope it's not a shadow nerf with how his kit was before. So I'll wait and see. I'll hop on a game one of these days and see how he works properly. But, you know, that's a conversation for another day. We are going to be having our first picks, and I wouldn't be surprised, Seb, but we see the same lineup that we have for day one, which is that Lonnie Liam and then Shayo Syra for the first 4 picks.
Yeah, it's definitely something that is probably going to be happening. So Pace going to be coming out with the Lonnie. Arano next to pick are going to be going for the Liam. And then, you, like you said, Shayo and Syra going to be coming out for our 3 and 4. We can go ahead and predict that pretty confidently here, as Edward, with 15 seconds left to pick, going to be trying to make his way into this game. As we're checking it out, Syra coming out, and then Shayo for the Mike. Going to be on Shayo. Shayo is a character that he's decently strong with, if I do remember. We would like to see him on that. So we're going to be jumping into this 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th pick now. We're going to be seeing Spider-Verse, TG25, and Frostbus. Spider with the 5th pick, and this is where things are going to start to get interesting. We can start to stray away from the meta, because our meta is our top 4 heroes, and now we're going to be seeing Spider on the Temi verse with this 6th pick. He's got a lot of thinking to do. He knows basically that all of these heroes are going to be gone already, so now he's going to be trying to make it through. TG25, Justina coming up for first. I like that. I really do like that pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Justina enjoyer. I love Justina. I feel like Justina is a very high skill ceiling character. Easy to play, hard to master, right? Being able to confirm those freezes, and you know, with the rework she got a couple months ago, being able to go for that ice burst and get the confirmation freeze as well after, it's just has emphasized her kit a lot more. Now we see T25 locking in that Kylan Frostbus on the Yodohime there for the 8th round selection, and Man, I'm looking at 5th round slot, man. It's a spider on the Temmie. It just looks like Temmie is that 5th round selection spot for pretty much everybody in his lobby, even in day 1 thus far. So once again, I'm looking at that 5th round selection because the top 4 picks are staple, right? We have Delani Liam, Shayo Syra being that staple 4 that these players are going to be locking in for the 1st round picks. So then we have to see what these players really value a lot more. And currently, it's been that Tomok in that 5th round selection. And, you know, we had some players like Action and Burst snag up that Justina for their for that 5th, 6th as well. But also we had some players in it all comes down to like map dependency, right? That really go towards that Akos for that round selection, and everything else standard. We had the Valda and the Wu Chen. Wu Chen has now been, you know, pushed more into the solo metas, and it's usually around this area where he's getting picked around 10th, 11th slot. And now HM slotting in that Feria, and Chen now having full versatility to go in for it. I'm gonna start calling this the weird pick because this is last round selection. If the weird pick hasn't been implemented, as we see, do have it on the Feria, he has, you know, another decision to make. And what do we see? Do we see a Tarka? Do we see a Temmie? Do we see, we see Akos? Okay, we have Akos. I was trying to say Tessa, but at this point, Akos being locked in. On Perdoria, it has nighttime. It is nighttime. I don't know. It might be rough, but I mean, sometimes you just gotta try stuff out. You just gotta try stuff out like Mike used to with Game 1. You remember, Seb? Game 1 zipping games for Mike back in the day?
Oh yeah, the zipping games when Mike would jump onto Perdoria. He was using zipping. He was the only person to do it. And it was an interesting play to say the least. I think that he definitely was trying some stuff out, and it was working for him some of the time, which was really interesting to see that he was actually getting success from it. So it really depends on the flow of the game. It depends on the circle, but Mike was able to make the experimental tech work. So we're gonna have to see here if some of these other players are gonna start experimenting and get really good with it. Kicking things off. Game number 1. It's so good to be back in the chair here. I'm your host and caster, Seb, joined alongside C8. We're gonna be kicking things off in just a second. Let's take a look at these picks. What ultimate ability and F ability will these players be using?
Looking at everything, it looks pretty much standard. Yeah, everything's standard. Just the Kylan ults is probably something that could be a little bit different depending on the player's preference. V1 for T225, but I think V1 has been making their staple. Oh, the Liam. Gotta be keeping an eye on these Liams because the Liams are not back to the V1 7. You know, we had our V1 era in the beginning, then we swapped on over to the V2, but it looks like everybody now is locking in. We're back to that V1 for the blade damage or the TP damage.
Yeah, and I mean it really varies. We had the ball catches doing a really good job. These players that started to learn more and more how to be able to counter that. So now jumping in, we are seeing a little bit less of the ball throw action, and the V1 is starting to come out and being a lot more prominent. That siphon that you get, the amount of damage it deals, it is a very viable. Oh, you can use it as a combo starter. There are so many different ways that you're able to implement that V1 ultimate. As we're going to be taking a look at where most of these players are spawning. Closer to that southern side of the map, we've got East and West filled up just a little bit, and then in Imperium, we're going to be seeing TGB5 and Edward battling it out all by themselves up there.
How do you feel about this new map, though? No more 3D. You like this more?
I like it.
Really?
It's the map that we've been seeing, the map that we got to use the EWC, and I absolutely loved it. Seeing coming through. We're going to be seeing, taking a look, Mike Wufong and ASE's Shen Yuan spawning all in the same vicinity to each other. They're trying to stay out of each other's way right away, trying to see if they can get the best elite possible before jumping in to the scrap-offs that we're going to be seeing. In Wufong, he's got himself some purple flying knives right off the bat. It's cooked for everybody else. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that is a crazy fine off drop. It's amazing to watch him being able to get that. Now we have Edward against T225 in the heart of Predoria. Edward with the blue dual blades against the blue fist blades there from TT25. The Minks are out for Edward, going in for the cannon shot, not able to connect. Since the 1.5 gets the damage back to back as well. Edward eating, or TT5 eating the damage that he's known for, the back-to-back blues, and now the finisher there for the 1-2s off the R&Bs for Edward to snag at the first kill of game number 1.
What a nice finish as we're flipping back around. OUG's Mike in the middle of the mix. Jails HM has joined the fight as well as these other players still trying to circle it. See, Mike is the weak opponent. They're going to try and take him out, but 1-2 going to come through, trying to see if he can get that blue focus off, but it's not going to connect, and Mike is going to get brought up into a combo on the backside. Now all 3 of these players focused on him. He's going to get a huge parry off, but it's not going to be enough to get any sort of eliminations. JL's HM is chasing this pretty aggressively, but it looks like he's become the target of the lobby so far, as Mike gonna be jumping into the back end.
Yeah, HM still trying to cut out the pressure. We see Spider having eyes onto him, being able to kite on up on the top side. Mike sees that player running away, so he wants to try to get active on this, but Wu Fong with the purple flying knives gonna opt to go ahead and get a quick reset in for himself. We have the Temmie here on Spider. With the rare skin, this is the rarest Temmie skin, I believe. Skin came out, never came right back out, so Spider is going to be showcasing that for game number 1. Going in for a quick reset in. We do still have a commotion going on here. So many players showing up. Arano now pulls up to the scene. Purple pole sword, sorry. Mike being able to snag up a kill onto HM, but aggression now starts here from Verse onto Mike, and it bait out the Shayo ultimate. Mike now might be in a big trouble if he's not able to find any value off this ult pretty soon.
Yeah, and it's going to be unfortunate if he's not able to find any value. Oh, he does get the pod off, but everybody's sending range shots over his way. He's going. Oh, he doesn't get caught by the Wisp. He sent that Wisp out through. Is that Spider? Cheeky little Wisp trying to come through on the Temmie. And we've seen him try and back away. Ooh, big parry inside of Mike, and now Spider getting absolutely shut down. And this is going to be it for him if he's going to be able to make it out of here. It looks like the entire lobby has joined forces, and TE's Wufong going to be able to get that first pick off on to SR Spider with those purple flying nuts. I said it was cooked for everybody else. I meant it.
Spider eats up a R&B bonk into the mid-range fly. Nice focus. Just unfortunate with him. He was forced to pop the Temmie ultimate. One parry is all that was the decider there. Everybody had the attention onto the Shayo Mike. Mike being able to snag up that parry onto Spider changes the attention onto him while he takes off all that common armor. You saw after the parry, all the range shots connect onto Spider, was forced to pop the ultimate, and unfortunate enough was hitting by an R&B focus there off the pole sword into a mid-range there for Wufong to snag up the kill. But we have Edward playing his staple area of Predoria, being able to snag up that Volpine's essence as well. He loves playing the top side of the map. He is going to be getting that Volpine for the remainder of the game. We see it time and time again here for Edward, playing a little bit of a slower role for that Volpine, and then rotates on in for those Yangs and starts scaling up in that department that way. But Pace and Spider going at it, and this is life 2 for Spider. He needs to make sure he does not get focused. Arano and Pace are in the same area as him as well. It looks like Arano might be trying to get aggressive. We see him rotating in the top side of the terrain. Pace could see or could hear any of the aggression near him, but it looks like he's going to be taking the Mercury River. I'm going to go ahead and rotate on in. We have our first round already starting to form on up as we see it here in the mini-map, plus the timer as well. Around 23 minutes, that's when the first round starts forming on up. But Mike being able to live, being able to stay up, make sure he can stay with with his extra life still online. If he doesn't manage to go inside the realm and potentially get a scrap off outside the realm and rerun it back if he has to. So good job there for Mike to be able to snag up that parry onto Spider. For Spider though, on the other hand, he needs to try to steal off this realm. He needs to try to pick up the gold weapon plus the Vermilion's birds. Mike to start picking up those eliminations. And now the overview of the realms, we see it 2 right that center of the map, 3 on the right hand side, 1 on the top side, 1 on the left, 1 bottom left as well. It looks like we have Wufong and Pace potentially be fighting for that pass on the right hand side versus Spider as well on that middle right hand side as well. Mike looks like he might be getting that for free. XY Chen and Edward could be a 3-way scrap off for that pass on the left-hand side. But you see Frostivus as well, rotating down. Arano being able to snag this up, and T225 flies on in there on the mini-map. Not sure who's going to be able to snag up the pass, but for Mike, he is going to be snagging that up. Oh, this is a very dangerous area. We have a lot of jellyfishes here that can produce poison, so these players got to be real careful not to take damage off of this, just like XY inflicted there onto Edward.
Oh my, Edward and XY both hit by the poison. We need to heal really quickly here. This could be a lot of trouble for ASU's XY. And it looks like he is going to be able to get himself out of that situation with a bit of healing going on. So we're going to be seeing now Edward up on the top side. He still has that Yang pass under control. And now we're going to be seeing the Kylan ultimate coming out on the side of T225. In the back end is Wufeng trying to contest this Realm of Yang portal, but it looks like we're not going to be getting to see too much of a contest as T225 has that Kylan ultimate up and ready for any sort of offense coming through his way. We are going to be seeing now jumping into the Realm of Yang. Who is going to be our first fight? It's Edward. Oh my goodness, Edward taking poison damage. Is the timer going to affect him? We're going to see. He's going to be able to get that full reset in right before, but he's burned all of his health bars. So if he wants to heal in this fight, it's not going to be easy for him. He's going to be able to get the parry. Huge damage coming in off of that attack. He's going to be able to get a little bit of healing coming through from his orb. Some of that shield going his way. The 1-2-3 going to connect into the jump LMP, forcing the ult out so early from WBG's verse, and now this is where we've seen the Syra shine in solos with the new ultimate, being able to throw those balls just a little bit faster, only getting 3 of them though, and Verse actually doing a really good job of kiting out all of his characters.
Yeah, he's playing behind the pillar. Now has the ice burst if he needs it as well. Now does catch a freeze off that, and he has to confirm freeze off of his next dash as well. Goes for the musket shot. Edward is gonna get parried. Verse will be forced to pop this out to drop down. Scare Rush. Another parry for Verse into the 1.5. Procking that Volpine Essence, but he still has the dash online, being very cautious to release it. Hasn't been able to do so. Now it's gonna cancel the ultimate. Be forced to pop this out, but the mid-range R&B there from Edward, turning the fight around, staying up, making sure he wins that Realm of Yang, and he does it there in a beautiful fashion. Mike against HM. Feria in the Realm of Yang. For the first time, I believe this is the first time I saw the Feria in the realm. They were pretty much playing the outskirts, but this time around for HM, trying to apply the pressure there onto Mike. Mike's gonna go ahead and get a full reset in for himself. And now, just a matter of moments once that mech goes down, Mike is gonna try to get aggressive onto the Feria to potentially get the elimination onto HM.
We're seeing Mike now trying to send those pistol shots high in the sky, so you need to get that 1.0 off. It looks like it isn't going to connect. We're going to be seeing HM trying to kite this out as much as possible. But Mike, relentless in his pursuit of attack. He has ultimate up and available. We're going to be seeing now that ult is going to go down, though. HM very low in HP. Going to be able to get the 1.0 off, though. We're going to be seeing now HM trying to make something happen, but Mike is too powerful. Ability invested. The Feria unsuccessful into the face of the Shayol. 5 seconds left. Mike needs to get this elimination. Oh my goodness, no. Is he going to get the timeout? No way. JL's HM was able to pull off the most crazy timeout of all time.
I thought he was giving up the kill the way he stood there on the Scare Rush, but yeah, Mike and HM are both going to be inflicted by Yang depletion, so it's going to be a lot of aggression into the start of the mid game once we start getting this zone to the end and off. But Pace climb touch of pressure. XY with the moon, the sword blade drop down from the Wu-Chen storm blade. I don't know why I don't know what I was saying, but Pace now going at it against XY, sends it big parry from XY. Pace gonna be forced to pop his ass. No ultimate online here for Pace. 77% on the raise department to try to get that ult right back on up. We see him losing all that blue armor. The 1-2 off the dagger. Pace now responding with a massive parry. Purple Flying Eyes once again be able to inflict a lot of damage after this F is off a cooldown. F blade being dropped down there from stop position XY. Frostivus is to be second of elimination onto Arano. Pace is gonna be able to go right back on in. Trying to put the Scare Rush on in. Now he has Nalani ultimate invested here for himself to try to snag out this elimination. Goldie Sand's not good. Going for the second ball throw. Doesn't manage to connect. Has one more ball throw to his name. XY being able to kite out this pressure very well. Swap on over to the purple pole sword. Overholding, trying to stay in blue. Since it gets the damage, the bow shot is not good. Going right into the pocket, but the follow-up RB from XY snags up the kill. He's gonna be picking the purple fire knives and paces out again, number 1, I believe.
The pole sword RMB saving the day. Nothing you can do against that. Unfortunate to see that going on as we're going to be seeing Mike trying to play against JL's HM. It looks like he's doing a really good job right now of being able to kite that out. Mike, with the Yang depletion, he does need to get himself into a bit of a better situation here as they're both on that Yang depletion.
Yeah, he's trying to stay up. This is the run back too from Yang. Mike knows this is the fair hour fought. He eats up a lot of damage there off the bow shots. This is an isolated fight for now. HM is gonna be able to get that massive parry there off the grapple. Musket shot, no range in hand. Be able to go in for the 1. And Mike out of game 1 as well. Looking rough there for Mike, I'm not gonna lie. Frostivus, though, on the other hand, has 3 eliminations on the board as well as Edward. Matching that 3-kill energy. HM 2225. A couple players on the top side of the pyramid as well have 1 kill. Frostivus now gold closer. Replay here from Frostivus Rom earlier against Arano. Catches Prowl there. Does go for the tech chase off of the F. Arano eating tons of damage, forcing out the Liam ultimate. This is V1. He's gonna go ahead and respond with the Yoda ultimate, being able to weed that V as well. Beautifully done there from Frostivus through the pillar. Crouch LMBs, LMB, crouch LMBs, LMBs, weaves the next V1. Crouch LMBs, weaves the TP as well. Crouch LMBs, LMBs, crouch LMBs. Look at him, still practicing it here with the pole sword. That was a 1-2 from the LMB. We got Ballista being invested, but not sure if he's gonna be able to find some sorts of value because with 4 seconds remaining, Frostivus is gonna be able to take the second round. And now he's doing really well already with the gold post sword. He's gonna try to post up to continue scaling up off the second round.
And my boy's heating up. Frostivus is getting ready for the action. He is looking extremely prepared in this, especially on a pick like Yodo. At the moment, it is definitely really refreshing to see how well Frostivus is performing. And it looks like Edward going to be first into that Yang as Frostivus waiting to hold on to it. Said, Frostivus did tell me at the EWC, he said, if you go into Realm of Yang first, you're going to be fighting one of the best players. So he's not trying to get in there first. Frostivus going to be going against Edward. Nice to see as TGP5 and Spider going to be fighting it out in our other side. Temmie versus our Pilot.
Now will hook form here for Spider as well on the halberds, but that's gold fist blades there for T225 on the Kylan. Catches Pry off this, forcing out the F there from the Kylan. Nice tech chase there from T225 into the 1-2-3 crouch LMB for extra damage. Since that LMB focus cancellation into the grapple 1.0. No, goes for the extension, misses though. Now forces out the Kylan ultimate. It's gonna respond with a Temmie of his own. Catches him on the wall, being able to dodge on out though. Back to reset, playing full reset for both players. And Spider now is going to try to top off the purple armor.
Okay, he's going to try and see if he can get the entire reset off, and he tries to catch him in the whiz, but now the tail end of that Kylan ultimate is just going to be absolutely ruthless jumping into him as he loses all the
oh,
1.0
no.
come out. Spider tried to parry, but it was unsuccessful. F ability can come through into the jump LMB. Spider now very low HP, going to try and kite this out. He's got 50 seconds left. He's going to be able to catch Cryo into the whisk throw. Gets the will form hook. Able to get a bit of siphon off of that as well. Completely turning into the steel rush. Oh my goodness, the jump LMB to seal the deal. Spider taking the Realm of Yang with a crazy flip.
Wow. With back towards the wall, being able to catch that Scare Rush, I mean, massive off the Will Hook form to get some siphon back. And then recatches Prior off the Scare Rush there to confirm the elimination. Not sure what was the timer there on the Kylan F, but beautifully done there from Spider, going for the aerial LMB and not going for the grapple bow 1.0 to minimize that time for the Kylan F to come back off of cooldown. Now T225 is going to be inflicted with that Yang depletion, having to try to cleanse. He is going to be able to bounty verse. Edward, on the other hand, scaling up. Gold fist place this time around here for Edward. Also has some gold Jades, buying up some more Jades in the buy station, snagging up another gold jade. Also has a weapon upgrade if he wants to turn any of his blue rarity weapons into a purple rarity. Potentially just waiting on to find something that he's more comfortable with. Frost of his stuff as well. Winning his Realm of Yang. Oh no, he lost his Realm of Yang. He has a Yang depletion time, but he snagged up gold fist blades, potentially from a parry, and it looks like Edward is going to be the one inflicting some sorts of damage onto Frostivus, but Frostivus is ready for it. He is going to be able to respond off of this with the 1-2-3. Edward going in for the pistol shots since the mid-range R&B. Jump LB for the extra damage as well. Edward trying to cut out the pressure, drops right back down. He took the damage off the 1-2, trying to respond off the 1-2-3. Terrain in his favor, gets the crouch LB as well. Big damage now responds with the pile. Jump LBs, 1-2-3s, no. F called in. Spider now showing up to the party, trying to whisper on out. He needs to try to tap dodge this, does manage to do so. Cannon shots flying on in. Does manage to pop one Battalion, but now it's stuck between both of these players. This is going to be rough here for Frostivus.
Oh my goodness, jump LMB, Spider gonna try and come in with the charged arm, but it isn't going to connect. And now Frostivus is in a very tough situation. He's got that Yodo ultimate, it's his last chance, but Spider gonna be able to pick up the kill, claim the bloom, and still catches Edward in the wisp. I find that super funny. They're able to just get the wisp catch. And look at that, that's Verse eliminated as well. A couple of jump LMBs on his side, able to cleanse that Yang depletion. And now we're top 6 already.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of aggression, right? That double timeout really pushed out a lot of pressure into the lobby for these players to try to cleanse. So bodies are going to be dropping, either player with Yang depletion or the player they're fighting. As we see it now, Spider still up, this time with gold armor. Quick replay from earlier. This is Frostivus losing his realm against Edward. Poster in the hand for Frostivus. Manages to catch the storm form. LMB follow up there. Going for the 1-2. Overholds. Edward playing and spacing very beautifully here. Nice scare rush. Forces out the Yodo F. Back to neutral. Big parry from Frostivus. Big damage off the gold poster as well. Click comes in time to storm form. Sends in. He was ready for it this time. Forces out the Yodo F. And now Edward is going to be forced to pop this ultimate behind the pillar. Frostivus trying to cut out all the pressure here from the Cyber ult. Just cut off the dazzle. No. Being able to iframe there with the ultimate. The 1-2 not being enough there. And Edward being one of those players that always lets them know, be very vocal there in the player cams. Making sure these players know who he is. Big OG in the league. Wang Liang back at it here. Beautifully scaled. Gold armor, gold fist blades. Ready to take the remainder of game number 1.
Did you see that? Did you see how crazy that was? 1 HP.
Oh, yeah.
The 1 HP into the ult. Oh, my goodness. He must have been so upset that that had happened. It's so unfortunate. You get them down to the 1 HP and you just miss that last little bit of damage, allow them to ult, and it's absolutely Jover for Frostivus in game number 1. He still manages to finish with 3 on the board, and he was able to put up some points the day before. So right now he's sitting at 20 points, looking extremely comfortable. I've got to say, Spider though, 2 eliminations on the board for himself. This is his first day of playing, so this is first time that he's going to be playing in our bi-weekly 2. He's got himself gold armor, gold fist blades, looking absolutely stacked.
Yeah, he's looking good already. And I mean, this is one of the newest additions to the game and Pro League itself. Once that Spirit Will comes on up, you're gonna see a big contestant for it, because now it inflicts Yang depletion, if you guys are not aware. And that's just a big game changer, right? Being able to inflict Yang depletion to whoever doesn't capture really causes a big commotion to try to capture it. On top of that, all the players who do not capture it have to try to cleanse, either picking up the second Spirit Well, or picking up the flag and try to capture it in that specific area. If not, it's a lot of aggression happening towards one another for these players as well. So just that alone really tuned up the tempo and the momentum and just the pressure in these lobbies. As we see here for Edward, he is the one playing the staple center there for that Mystic Might. T2do5 on the other hand is playing on the top right hand side, having Moon Shard, therefore the Flying Knives, to be able to potentially capture this as well. He's be able to make everybody back on up here to make sure they do not get too close. Staying in that gold frame, he's gonna be able to create a lot of pressure. Edward now trying to fly back on in. He captured the first, so now he wants to continue to get active with this Mr. Mike, and it looks like he's gonna stop T225 from capturing this. But the Kylo ultimate is online. T225 laying down those slashes. Big whisk there from downtown there from Spider, sending out a lot of damage onto T225. This ult's about to run out pretty soon. He's hoping for the capture. He does manage to do so. Everybody else is now gonna potentially disperse and run away, but we see Edward as well not having to do so because he has to buff. But XY on the other hand, with no Vitalias in hand, he has around 20% white HP, and he has to try to find some sorts of Vitalias, and it looks like he is going to be able to do so here in the buy zone. Nope, Spider's going to stop that.
As we're going to be seeing, he's not able to get the buy off, and now he's forced to pop ult here. It looks like he was able to get himself to Vitalia, and now, oh my goodness, Spider getting caught in the Wu-Chen Stormblade. Look at how much damage is done off of him. He's trying to hide in his own ultimate, but he's unable to. Now, XY, he got up in the wind. Oh my goodness. But he's able to get Spider out. Who's going to get the kill? Spider extremely low in HP. XY's immortality proc gonna come out. Spider 1 HP in a dream, and Edward gets the kill.
Wow, 2 players dropped so low so quick there. Edward already with 5 on the board for game number 1. Aggression not stopping. T225 going for the full reset, and you have Chen and HM, 2 of the newest players in the league. HM getting caught up with the power jump, filling B, doesn't miss off, doesn't connect off the second. HM now is gonna eat up the damage off the 1-2-3. Not a zone, big paradox to T225. Cannon shots flying on in there from Edward. 1.0 for the fist blade. Chen now trying to stay alive here in this situation. We had a dagger tone being invested there from, I believe, T225. Edwards dropping his attention onto the Kylan. Kylan ultimate now invested. Nice tap dodge there from Edwards. Gonna be able to repair the cannon as well. Chen trying to back on up. Only 3 players remain: Edward, T225, and Chen. It looks like the aggression might be going towards T225's way with no ult online. Ultimate pretty much gone pretty soon. There goes a nice pistol shot there for the mushroom or the jellyfish. Edward's gonna be cut off the bane, and the backside is gonna eat up the damage. Nobody turned around for that. Only Chen saw it. T225 now applying the pressure onto Chen. Drops very low in the white health department to be forced to pop this Aqua's ultimate. Trying to make a run for it, and this is just a tricky area to play along. But a cannon shot's flying on in. I believe that was a Mortal Defiance proc, I think, from what I saw, unless the Vitalia came in. Oh, he got the Vitalian? Okay, yeah. I saw the green aura, but see the pressure here from Edward. 1.0 into the V2 this time around from Chen, but this might be back with a backside there from Cavalry Loop from T225.
Oh my goodness, the Cavalry Loop coming out, T225 in the backside, and now it's a 1v1 situation. Edward gonna try and come through the jump hill and be gonna hit onto the other side. Fistblade versus Fistblades. We're gonna be seeing now Edward's trying to come out with some sort of magic. He is lower in HP, but he does have that ultimate available. T225 does have that Mortal Defiance available from the proc. We've got 16 seconds left. The 1.0 and the jump hill and beam. Edward, can he make it happen? The 1 HP and a dream clutch comeback a second time around. Are we going to be seeing the same thing that happened in the Roma? Yeah, he's taking it so high up into the sky, trying to see if he can get the stun off. He's able to get the blast through, but no stun going to be coming out. And now Edward, 1 HP in a dream, is going to fall to T225.
He had to catch a dazzle there. Unfortunately, there he misses the 2 he threw and wasn't able to get the stun. But T225 now with 4 eliminations, I believe, plus the multiplier, is going to be giving him the advantage there against Edward with 5 eliminations in second place. So he is going to be snagging up that MVP for game number 1 in Predoria. And this is what I was saying, Seb. That commotion that those Spirit Wheels cause now is a big difference from what we had before, where, you know, the players would capture Spirit Wheel. It was pretty much like a stay away from whoever has buff. But now you have to try to get active. On top of that, you have to avoid the Bane in the center, because we still have the Bane being dropped down in the center of the zone when that happens. On top of that, it's just so much aggression that these players implement, and so fast. Only 1 stance after having 5 alive in that end circle. See how Spider just taking so much damage there. I mean, he tried to stay up. XY as well on the Wu Chen. Tries to turn the fight around, nearly does it, but still gets clipped off of the whisk inside the Temi ult into cannon shots, flying shots to even out the health, making both of those players so weak there in that situation to make sure that he doesn't live to see the remainder of game 1. But needless to say, T225 having an amazing game one, and this is what he needs. TT25 as well has been struggling just a little bit. He was able to take a chip home there for the summer split, but now the way he's starting off his first game of day number 2 is how he needs to continue his momentum to the remainder of the games to make it to that top 12. You have to remember that a whole other group still has another day to play to make it into that top 12. So he needs to try to get as much points as possible to you know, make sure these other players don't make it to that top 12. But the way TT25 playing right now is very well. Edward, as always, not surprised. Like I mentioned at the start of the day, I mean, Edward being one of those players, I mean, he's a demon. He's on some other type of time. I don't know what they feed in Edward right now, but the way he's starting off the 2025 season, he's been on some other kinds of stuff.
Yeah, he is definitely coming out ready to play and ready for all of this action. We haven't seen this much aggressiveness for a very long time, and it's really good to see it coming out. And I think TG25 and Edward battling it out at the end there. We almost saw the comeback from Edward again. Yeah. He did need to get that dazzle off, so unfortunately we didn't get to see the full comeback coming through, but it was a valiant effort nonetheless. I can't wait to see these scoreboards because I wasn't exactly sure how many kills TG25 did have going into the end there, so he could have had a huge game off of that multiplier for the first place finish, but I'm not 100% sure. We're going to be taking a look at that in just a second, but wow, I'm loving the hero diversity. No double picks, no family meta. We're done and through with all of it, and it's so happy to see this.
Yeah, family meta. Very controversial, right? Very controversial. A lot of people didn't really enjoy family meta, which is, you know, pretty much staple. But talking about the scoreboard, yeah, 4 eliminations there for T225, 7.8 for his game number 1, but Edward as well. Closest at 7.8. He is going to be stacking up 7 for his first game. Spider with 4, Frostivus with 3.5, XY with 3, Chen with 2.5, as well as HM, Verse and Bite with 1.5, Wufang with 1, Pace and Arano having a rough game number 1. 0 points. It's rough. Pace, is this Pace's comeback? Do you know? I don't think Pace was playing summer split, was he?
Pace was in our summer split, I do believe, but yeah, I think this is he hasn't really been too much of a dominating force in our summer split. So we didn't really get to see too much of him, but I do believe he was still there. So you know, it could be a comeback arc for him.
Wait. Sorry, we had Asia for Alliance. Now we have Pace. We didn't mention that.
Yeah, Asia has gotten replaced, but we did see Pace playing for a different team. I do believe Pace was on SS1.
Oh yes, yes he was.
Action back.
Yes he was. Yes he was.
Yeah, so we did see him get to play, but he had that arc where he was starting to pop off, but he never really got there in the end. So it was you know, unfortunate to see he didn't really take it all the way. And it looks like TG5 was able to finish with 4 eliminations on the board.
4 on the board. That's 1v1. This is massive. He had to try to get that dazzle. If he was able to connect, that was a nice tap. Thought you got there from TT25 there. And all it was needed was a jump LMB, and the Fist Blades having a similar jump LMB to the longsword where it gravitates you towards that player. It really closes out that distance pretty fast. If the player is in half armoring or responds with a light attack as well, they are going to be clip off that jump LMBs, and those double kicks there from the Fist Blades are so well. We see it in the round so many times how much is used from these players, but you know, T225 being able to snag the first MVP of day number 2 with 23,000 damage, 4 eliminations on the board, playing those Fist Blades with 8.7k, skills and ultimates with 4k, flying knives 3.4k. His 3rd MVP of the fall split, running Alchemy, Sap Jade, Engraven, Cavalry, Blue Moonshard, Starfall on the Kylan F1 V1. This is what I was saying, Seb. You usually expect, you know, Lonnie Liams or even the top 4 characters, right, to really snag up the MVP, but we are seeing more of those half of the bottom side of the pick band selections to snag up his MVPs like we did for day number 1. We even got Feria MVP. We're close to getting a Viper one as well. So it's not, you can't really count anybody out even if they're in that mid to low range of the pick bands, because as you see it here for TG25, he's showcasing it once again that you know, anything is possible. Characters, just got to master them. Colin being a very strong character as well. Has been tuned down since release, but overall, still a great pick in these players' hands.
Oh, of course. And I think it has to do as well with the fact that, you know, we do see a lot of the meta heroes still getting picked out. It's less obvious due to our family meta being dissipated, but it is still a factor. I think that, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, let's do our answer for treasure really quickly. How many kills did Frostivus get in game number 1? Was it A3, B4, C5, or D6? Answer that in our Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, hop on over to Twitch, and one lucky winner will be selected for a special in-game gift. But, like we were saying, if you look at these meta heroes, they are really good mechanically. But when you put them into a game, you don't want to see them there. When you're playing against them, you don't want to be playing against them, especially in the end game. So you try to focus them out early. You try to make them lose Yangs. You try to make them go onto that Yang depletion. You try and put them as much of a disadvantage as possible because they are already so high up on that tier list for heroes. They have such a huge advantage in the fact that these heroes are really good in a solos game setting, but they want to get them out early. And I think that's why we are seeing the MVPs coming out from lots of our lower picked heroes.
Also theory too, like I literally while you're saying that, like in my head I just thought about it. You know, obviously in live game, you know, these players are playing Immortal War. A lot of the picks are those heavy staple characters. So those top 4, Lonnie, Liam's, even Shayo Cyrus are really played out a lot more in those Immortal Wars. So these players are able to get those fights a lot more reps in than opposed to a character like a Matari or a Tessa or even an Akos, right? Because Akos is not very, very strong in the meta. He is really good, but he's not really up there is what I should say in the meta. So these players being able to jump into the live game and getting those reps in, which they have been already for, you know, quite some times, right? Ever since the releases of those characters, they've been getting a lot more accustomed to the playstyle and the ins and outs of playing against that character. They also play that character themselves, so they understand the character's kit very, very well. So I feel like that potentially gives, you know, that mid to low range hero picks to shine a lot more, because, you know, it might be a little bit of a dark horse trying to fight a character you haven't fought in a while, right? Just some of these some people usually have comfort picks or personality picks in their game, you know, that they just love to play Valda, right? We have like only Valda players, we have only Yodo players throughout the world that like playing those type of heroes. So I feel like that could also be kind of a thing that, you know, really sets it apart, where the mid to low range ban pick selections are, you know, shining a little bit more. But overall, amazing game 1. Wow, I knew something was a little off. Seeing Alliance, I couldn't really like, in the moment I couldn't really like come to think about it, that Aishao is not in the league anymore, and Aishao was a new player in the league for the start of summer split, I believe. If not, he came the year before. No, I'm pretty sure he came to start the summer split. He's a very new player. He had a great start, a great debut to his pro league career. Just unfortunate for him at the second half of the summer split, he really started to slow down. But we saw the potential of a player that Asia was, and he was working on his craft. And, you know, now to come to think about it, he's not in the league anymore. We're back with Pace this time around. Like you mentioned, he was in SS1, and he was also, I believe, in Wolves, I think. A couple
HLG, then SS1, and then
HLG.
Yeah, I think he was with Wolves before he was with HLG, though. I do believe you're correct.
I think he was in Wolves like long time ago.
Yeah, that's that OG.
The OG Pace.
Yeah, way back in the day when it was well, because he had Paste, and then he had PST, and then PXT, and now he's back to Paste.
Yeah, PST. Oh man, the name changes.
Reminiscent.
Right?
Oh my goodness.
He was very he came into the league as well. He came in trying to get techie. He was doing a lot of those heaven steps. He was doing heaven steps in pro league. I remember the first time I saw him do a heaven step, I was like, oh no way, we're getting heaven step in pro league. You know, those kind of stuff is not really seen a lot, because it's not really quote unquote optimal for a lot of these players, because you really have to bait out cooldowns and try to catch Prowl, which against these players is not easy at all. But a player like, I think it was Zhu came in day number 1. He was doing inventory swaps. He was playing Halberds, he was playing Valda in Realm. He caught Prowl off a grapple bump. He went into his inventory. He did not have it in his second slot, and he swapped on over to the Hong Sword to go for that to go with that uppercut off the grapple bump from the Halberds to confirm a full TOD off of Valda Spear. So, you know, him being a new player in the league, I feel like stuff like that is very, very nice to see, because you rarely get to see it. We see pretty much a standard staple way of how the Pro League players play, which is very optimal. It's very efficient, very quick to try to pick up elimination and continue the remainder of the games. But when you see stuff like that, you know, I just love to see all the techie stuff being implemented in these players' kit. But overall, you know, that's I just wanted to talk a little bit about Asia, because I forgot Asia was in the Alliance. But you know, it is what it is. Probably contract finish, whatever the case would be. But now, game number 2, we are going to be locking that in. Man of the hour, WBG's Verse. Do you think Verse, or how many chips do you think Verse would take for this fall split?
Oh, that's a hard one.
That's a good one.
Really, really hard one.
That's a good one.
We saw first split. First split went to Spider. Classic.
Yes.
I think Verse gets. I think Verse gets 1 bi-weekly.
Okay.
Let's give him 1 bi-weekly, and he's gonna finish at least top 5 in the grand finals if he doesn't win. He's going to be really close to winning. I think that, you know, Verse is starting to ramp up into his Spider era, is what I'd like to say. What I'd like to call it as. Because that's what he's doing. He's now brought himself onto a platform where he's on WBG. This is where Spider started out, on WBG. So I think that Verse has what it takes to be able to bring it into at least 1 victory.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's not easy. Because the amount of versatility and winners we had for the summer split was probably the most versatile we saw, right? I don't even think we had a back-to-back winner or a 2-time winner throughout that season. It was Knight, T225, Edward won the first one, Wufong won 1-2 as well, and then we had Verse for the grand finals. Yeah, so it wasn't a 2-time winner for the summer split, so at least 1 is definitely you know, an answer I would say as well. I do believe Verse is arguably top 2 in the game right now with Spider, just on chips alone. But we'll see how bi-weekly 2 goes. Next weekend we are going to be having our grand finals for the bi-weekly 2 for the fall split. First, second round selection picks: standard Edward on the Lonnie, Mike on the Liam, Spider locking in Syra. Verse is going to be locking in that Shayo, I believe. Unless Josh says something out, which could be the case if he wants to lock in a different character. We did see Frostivus in this 4th round selection for day 1 snag up a Yodohime for his 4th round selection. So that could be something we might see for Verse if he's able to try another character. And there it is, changing it out this time with a Kylan. Shayo's still up for grabs for that 5th and 6th round spot, and if we are going to be having it, it is going to be in that slot, and it is going to be for T225, and I wouldn't be surprised if Frostivus locks into Tomok for the 6th round selection.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. If we saw the Tomok coming out here, I think that's pretty standard. Like there's no way he's not gonna lock that in, right? Well, we're gonna have to wait and see here, I guess. He's making his way to the last second. Justina. Okay. Fair enough. That's good plays. Wufong now and XY are last of players to be getting ready to go down and make their picks. We've got a few more coming out after this, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to be seeing ASC's XY make his way into these picks. Wufong on the Yodo. Okay, I like it. Frostivus on the Justina.
You know who he's locking in.
Yodo.
You know who XY locking in.
Who we locking in? I don't know.
You know
Is Temmie
he
coming
like-
out? How did they give him Temmie?
That's
How did they
crazy.
let this boy cook on his best character when he's 8th pick? Come on. Why are we letting that happen?
Oh man. I just feel like he gets away with it so many times. Like he usually gets his double pick because that's what he aims for. He aims for a double Temmie pick for the whole day, and you know he's on par and he's on pace to do it now. Being able to snag that up for the 8th round selection, he probably wasn't expecting it, but it all started from Verse snagging up the Kylan, and then the Shia went free. Frostivus with the Justina. Then we had a Yodo, and then you know Temmie was still available. But now moving on into our 9th and 10th, we have a Wu Chen and a Feria. Pace and Arano being our next 2 picks. Pace locking in. What do we have? What are we waiting for? Balda, and then probably the silly pick. Unless we have our silly pick for the Feria.
I love it. I love it. The silly pick coming out in the last ACOS. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's pretty standard.
Pretty standard. Yeah. That's a new solo set right there. You saw that? That's new solos. All those characters are pretty much what you should get comfortable with now, because you would see all those characters now in the Pro League.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy to see how different it is.
It is refreshing though.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how different we're going to be seeing these coming in. The diversity from all of these picks is just so refreshing to see. No more family meta, no more teaming, none of the janky stuff going on. Just pure fighting gameplay brought to you at its finest point. Frostivus locking in, looking at his little cheat sheet, his little study sheet, getting every single bit of information before jumping into this game. We're going to be seeing these drop locations and which variations of ultimates and abilities. And this is one thing, this board has always been pretty standard. Now we're starting to see a little bit of a change coming through because there's so many different heroes, and lots of these players have personal preferences on which ultimate and F to run on some of our off meta picks. On the meta picks, it's pretty much solidified, but on the off meta picks, we're seeing a little bit of a difference getting ran coming in here as we're locking it in.
That record's so tough. I love that record. Like as soon as it locks in the game and we hit our hero picks, we have the little record playing out. It's so fire. But I do have a question for everybody at home, because I was looking at the players, and a lot of them play with long sleeves. Me personally, I could not play with long sleeves. Do you guys play with long sleeves? Because I wish I could play with a hoodie, but I just can't. It's just not comfortable, you know? Like, what about you, Seb? Can you play with a long sleeve?
I do play with the long sleeves most of the time, but in my room at the moment, it is so hot. I can't put long sleeve on and leave the house. So I just be in shorts and a t-shirt most of the time when I'm gaming, just getting breezy and comfortable.
Yeah. Oh, no, I did catch one thing right there. We had Mike on the Liam. He is going to be playing that V2, so he's going back to the staple ball now, opposed to the V1 that we had for our first game. And this is another change as well, Seb. We do have our overall standings on the right-hand side on the first screen once we get our drop-ins, which is very nice to see.
Yeah, it's really good to see that coming out here.
Yeah, drop zones, very contested there at Plume Castle. We have around 4 or 5 players, potentially even rotate on in with our 7 players, 2, 4, 6, 8 players, I should say. Frostivus on the run on the top right-hand side. We have Wufong, Spider, top side of Plume Castle, JL's GG, Alliance of YGG, playing more of that center left side of Plume Castle. Puzzle contestant there for ASC. GG, still top left. We have OA's Edward landing right behind him, OUG's Mike, and Spider on the bottom right hand side. And what a great way to start. And these guys knows, whoever's spectator, big shout out to the spectator, he knows what we want to see. We have Verse against Mike. We're gonna have to wait to see how this goes. It's gonna be Colin v Liam, and it's a massive parry opener there for Mike.
We're going to be seeing WBG's verse now in the back foot of this fight. The 1-2 going to be coming out. Armor swap available, though. He's going to be able to find it. F ability invested for Mike to try and prevent the catch of the armor. Scale Rush going to come through, and Verse just going to try and get out of dodge as Mike still continuing his onslaught, seeing if he's going to be able to make any sort of prio catch happen. He gets the 1.0 over, switches the armors already. Verse going to try and grab that armor, but Mike doing a really good job of guarding. Verse needs to climb to that armor. He's going to scale rush away, trying to find his way through these other buildings, seeing if there's any sort of swap coming through, and he finds the blue armor swap. This is actually going to really help him out here. He's going to be able to get a pot off. Oh my goodness, the 1-2 going to come out. Mike to be able to get the overhold again to connect. The overhold going to come out onto the side of Verse now. Trigger block going to be coming through. Mike going to try and see if he can get it happening another time. He's falling for that every single time. Mike able to throw that relentlessly. Gets the prio catch into the 2-1-1. Taking Verse out and sending him back to the sword.
That was nice neutral there from Mike, being able to stay up against Verse. Spider now on the other hand against Frostivus. Going in for the shots, but ballistic shot spine on in there from Wu Fong. Gonna be forced to pop the Syra ultimate. Frostivus does manage to create the distance. Spider very weak. Wu Fong now looking at Spider. Could be bad for him. He's trying to cut out the pressure. We have the Yodo coming on in with a final aerial LMB for the elimination there onto Spider. Wu Fong being able to snag up an easy one. We do have Frostivus being able to back up there from the situation. Good eyes and good calls there from Frostivus, seeing that pressure to Ballista and quickly backing on up. We have Edward on the other hand against XY, trying to go for the prio, but it's gonna be XY being able to respond now this time around, going for the grapple LMB. He's gonna parry a little bit too early. F right back down from cooldown, overholds the R&B off staff, can catch prio, or can cancel R&B focus into the Wisp for the prio to continue the Wisp as we saw there in the martial artist. But it's gonna be a big parry from Edward, and it's gonna be enough damage, and now XY is gonna lose his life, and Edward back from game 1 picking up a first kill there from game number 2.
Looking incredibly strong here, as we're gonna be seeing SR Spider and WBG's Verse now in the same vicinity. GG's Chen though on the other side, closer to Imperial, taking a lot of damage coming out of that Fairy mech extremely low. We're seeing T225 and Alliance's Pace giving it chase on to the front side. Ultimate gonna get popped on the side of T225. Let's see if he's gonna be able to make anything happen with it. Big parry gonna come through, gets the damage onto Chen. He's able to get the elimination, snags up the Bloom as well, and that Shio all just putting in so much work for him, being able to block out any sort of extra damage coming through. He uses the throw to avoid the TP. That's the tech. That is the professional tech that you're seeing. The ultimate is going to run down, but he's able to get the last shot of the shield grab onto Face as he hit him with the final attack as the ultimate timer was running out.
Yeah, we see it now. Pace in the pocket. HM starts to move out on in. They know that Shia ultimate is gone, but he's able to snag at the Bloom, still applying damage and eating up damage, so that rage is pretty much back to 60% now. Pace is going to go ahead and invest the Valda ultimate. Spirit throw is good there for Pace. No player releases. Looks like Pace is going to be going for a full reach at the end. T225 going into Plume Castle. Trying to cut out the pressure. Has this terrain here through the windows. Goes on top of the roof. Is going to be able to pop this Vitalia bleeding up. But HM is going right back on in. LMB Prowl there for T225. There goes the swap. What's going to be the mix-up here for HM? LMB Prowl forcing out the Shayo F. And the top side, another player shows up to the mix. That's Edward. Edward solved the puzzle. Has gold long sword in hand already off that puzzle alone. Trying to see if he can apply some of the pressure there on the backside. But T225 is going to be forced to retreat on back. Pace with the R&B from mid-range. Shotgun burst is good as well off the flying eyes. The overhold is good there for Pace. And T225 is going to be taken out there from Pace.
And then we're going to be seeing Verse now in the back end facing off against Mike. Mike has gotten him incredibly low, but it looks like he's going to be... Oh my goodness, he lets Verse get away. This is unfortunate for Mike. He's trying to pick up the elimination, but he's going to find him. F ability invested, knocking Verse off all the way down to the bottom, putting a decent amount of distance between the two of them. No grapples available for, I believe, either of them, as they're going to be trying to run through. Versus able to find himself an armor swap, and there we go. Mike letting go of that elimination, and that's what we were saying earlier. Prime Mike seems to be falling out. Mike used to be able to get those kills. He would be able to shark that down, and we've seen it happen. EWC, he played phenomenal. It's just so unfortunate that he's not able to pick up that elimination there. It would have put him just a step above, placing against the highest scoring player in the entire lobby as well, giving him a huge offense boost.
Yeah, and that would have eliminated Verse because he did lose off drop. Looks like Mike's gonna back on up there just to play the round. He wants to try to get Skeletor off the Brilliant Burst right plus the gold weapon, but XY and Pace already contesting for the Yang pass. Pace is gonna be snagging that up. Jumped on the beast. Able to force out the Temiev. XY drop down musket shot in the backside T225 now. It's gonna be able to join the fight, but XY is gonna take the pass now that Pace leaves the Yang area. Looks like the pressure might not be happening. The lockdown. Oh my god, beautiful wall there from the Temi. Going for the wisp. Pace now eating up tons of damage. XY not wasting any time. Beautiful Tumulk ult there from XY. Knowing the spacing, knowing where the wall is gonna land, and he quickly takes elimination there onto Pace.
That is a Temi masterclass, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who haven't seen that before, that is our infinite. You get caught by that wind wall in the most perfect positioning. You're open to that very first wisp to hit, and then you are going to get absolutely destroyed because you can just get re-wisped and re-wisped over and over again, and with perfect ranged damage shots, you are going to get absolutely eliminated. And look at that, Mike almost took Verse out a second time there. 1 HP in a dream, and Verse is able to escape his grasp once again. Mike's mental must not be very good right now, and I do think this is going to affect him in this Romy Yang fight. I think Wufang can take this.
XY is filthy, bro. I'm sorry. That ult was just so clean. Oh my god, big parry there from Wufang onto Mike. LMB, crouch LMB. Mike to be forced to pop this ultimate. The 1-2. B2 is good here from Mike. Has to cancel the F to try to break off of this. Who's going to mix up 1.0 off the army focus. Going to use their ult recast. Has time to do so. Nice weave. Now going for him off that ultimate cast. Has to be careful not getting clip off of this. Being able to tap dodge through to avoid. The V2 doesn't cast the second time around. Massive shit parry there from Mike. It's gonna be the mix up. It's gonna go for the damage off the R&B focus, knowing the Yoda F is gonna be coming out online. And now quick reset for both players. Mike ready to go back in, but the blade is still down.
Blade gonna be down, and we're gonna see another huge parry on the side. Wufang gonna be able to pick that up. Another one! Back-to-back parries onto Mike. Full punish grapple counter coming through with another grapple bump in off of the back end. These combos that these players are able to make with the grapple ability. Mike now very low in HP. Trying to see if he can go for the pot. Ends up going for the scale rush away. Trying to see if he can back things off into the full meter dump with the F ability. Going to come back out. Mike does have that F up, so he's going to be trying to throw as many blues as possible. 33 seconds left. He doesn't want to time this out, but he gets the catch into the meter dump another time. Doesn't fully catch him. Mike 1 HP and a dream. Going to try and go for the heal. He does get the pot off, but the assault smolder doesn't connect. Oh my goodness. Mike trying to back things off. Gets the 1-2 off. So we're going to see the clank coming in off of the nunchucks. Nunchucks going to come through into the 1-2. 10 seconds left. Who's going to be able to make the play to happen?
Oh no.
Go for the heal. Oh my goodness. 3 seconds left. Oh my goodness. Wufang takes it. I called it. I called it. The 1.0 finisher off the fist blades. Tease Wufang taking the run.
Oh no. He had F on cooldown. I thought he was gonna use it for the knockback. He goes for the pot. Was trying to play the double Yang depletion, but unfortunate enough for him, he eats up the damage and falls. Now Mike is gonna be having a Yang depletion timer on his back, but Verse on the other hand comes out of realm with the Vermilion's Verse by eating up tons of damage this time around for Mike. Mike now quickly back in it, trying to see if he can try to cleanse this out, but Verse already invested this Scarlet ultimate. Second dash not good, using the F through. Common armor swap now here for Verse. HM as well in the mix. You have another player in the back end. And I believe that Spider now is well showing up. Killing guard proc as we see it there. It's gone. Edward now showing up with a Calvary Bloom in the back end. Looks like the pressure to be going towards, I believe, Mike's way. Mike's gonna eat up tons of damage, but it's gonna be HM there with the flying axe for the last hit there onto Mike. HM now eating another damage off the Storm Blaze there from a Wu Chen. Drop down Cyro ultimate now being invested here for Spider. The TP is good there for HM. Another Storm Blade invested there. Nice dazzle there for Spider. Picks up the elimination. No, not yet. The drop down. Nobody connected with the last hit. Finally does there towards Edward. And Edward on the Lonnie, snagging up another one, and that's his 4th one of game number 2, setting up the pace there. Massive parry there for Verse. The commotion is happening here, Seb.
Verse eludes Mike once again and gets him fully eliminated from his lobby. Mike really not having a good game too as they're coming out. Edward now going to be the target of the lobby as Burstman trying to chase in. Wufang hopping that Yodo ultimate, trying to get aggressive, is going to be able to get the hit off, but the double charge coming through and Burst picking up the elimination. Oh, Spider with a huge double parry is going to end up getting another one, but he's 1 HP in a dream. He does go down. Burst gonna be the one to pick that up with the musket shot. Cheeky musket shot out of nowhere. TD's Wufang now trying to see if he can send that last charge through. TDD5 trying to pick up the third party with a shotgun burst. It's not going to come through. Wufang able to claim the elimination. And Wufang is now on 4 kills. TDD5 now with the ultimate. And we've got 1 player left who has that buff. And that's going to be Team East. Wufang has now become the target of the entire lobby. Why is it just TGD5, the one desperately in need of the bloom? And it looks like it's going to get snagged up by Spider. Oh no! TGD5 still in desperate need of some sort of elimination. He's going to get that last shield proc throw off onto Spider. TGD5 now taking oh my goodness, where did his health bar go? Oh my goodness, Arano picking up the elimination with the cannon, but his health bar went from 100 to 0 in 2 seconds.
Wow, F2 down from Murano. So much commotion. Palm Lightning dropped down from Murano as well. He's clipped off the R&B. Spider needs to try to live here. This is his second life. 2 kills on the board for game number 2. Counter grapple is good as well. Goes right back into the building. It's to be showcased there by Burst. Big damage to the corner. The 1-2 from the fan from Burst. And Spider out of game 2. So much happening. Second round now up. Chen going at against Frostivus. Air R&B was good there for Frostivus. Get caught off the pry off the blue longsword. Caught up. What's going to be the mix up here? 2-on-1. Jump LMBs. Extension off the grapple. It doesn't manage to connect though. The backside Frostivus wants to continue to get active into the final R&B for the elimination there on to 10. Burst respawns back in. Arano going in for the fight inside the zone. Burst with the gold fan. Since the 1.0 big damage. F2 called in. F2 avoid that prowl there from the Oppo. Since the Cavalry Bloom. No, that's going to be focused off the dual blade. Back-to-back cannon slashes is good. V2 to avoid the following hit there from Arano. On the backside, it looks like he's going to try to look for the V1. Doesn't clip out the first one. Arano being able to cut out the pressure right now. Trying to see if he can find his elimination. He wants to try to post up for the realm right after, but Arano is going to be able to have the leaps there to avoid that for now. But the ultimate is about to run out pretty soon. Counter grapple empty there off the blue armor swap, so he has to go ahead and re-pick up that purple armor in hand. Burst still has a little bit of the health advantage. Looks like he's going to go ahead and top off that purple armor for himself. XY posted up for the realm. And what a series of events that we just witnessed. So much aggression from the whole lobby. Up to 6 players now here for the second round. Moving on in XY. Waiting for his opponent. And it's going to be Burst. Re-picking up that ult, entering the realm. Plus topping out that purple armor from entering the realm as well. We have Wufang against Edward in the other half. But XY against Burst. Burst on the Kylan. How is he going to try to match up here against the Tomok? Both players start up high. Let's get shot looking here for XY. Doesn't manage to connect off one. Looks like Burst is going to be able to clip off 1 hit there, as well as XY. Just managed to get 1 since the LB focus. Big damage here for Burst this time around. He's going to eat up the damage off the R&B. Forces out the F. You get clip off the Scare Rush as well from the Fist Blades. Swap it on over. He's going to re-pick up the Nunchucks this time around. Nice Scare Rush. Tries to throw down the Whisk. Doesn't connect off of this. Delay Wake Up. And let me focus there from the Nunchucks. Click comes in off the lights. Trying to stay up. Shadow Step here for XY. Off the LB focus. Nice Scare Rush. And it's just everything not going his way here against Burst. Eating up so much damage. Waiting for the perfect opportunity to pop his ultimate. But he knows as soon as he invested, that Kylan ultimate is going to be called on in. There goes the weave. Goes for the Whisk throw. Staying inside the pocket. Crouch LBs into the LB. Flying kick. Release. Catches him on the Whisk this time around. Go for the mix up. Goes for the uppercut. Into the Whisk as well. LMB. Into the Whisk. Focus attack is good. Into the LB prowl as well. And this is a lot of damage. He can go ahead and complete the elimination off of this. Goes for the uppercut. Plus the aerial LMB. And XY with the full extension off the Honk Sword. Being able to capitalize there off the prowl. And you see it here. You get a confirmation focus into the reprial off that Wiz, and what other player to do it than XY and Tomoko?
Oh my goodness, Shenyuan on the Temi. And one thing, as I just saw which Jade XY got, and you want to know?
What
it's your favorite one.
It's ball.
The Hidden Lotus, baby. He did pick that up along with a gold Kansana And oh my goodness, he brings the fight around one catch. One catch with the wisp, and it's all over. He's able to get Prya one time, knocks him into the uppercut, catches him with the whips, goes for the charged the charged LMB. He's able to connect. Oh my goodness, it was pure cinema. Excuse me. Tease Wufang fighting in the Realm Yang. This is a replay. Switches over to the gold longsword, able to get the uppercut into the carousel. Oh my goodness, that's a third uppercut into the 1.0. 1 HP in a dream. All he needs is a jump LMB to connect.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, he takes away the golden dual blades as well. That's so unfortunate for Edward.
Nah. Do you know we just had two of the craziest round back to back?
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was happening in the other round while XY was doing TOD on Wisp. Like, what? Just had insane realms. We had to get the replay back, and we got it. Edward has a Yang depletion timer. Verse as well. Both players, though. 4 for Verse. Edward with 5. Wufang matching with 4, though. Arano with 1. As we see in there on the Octo. Trying to buy out some of the resources here. I thought in that realm, Verse was going to pop that ultimate as soon as that Tomoko went up, because one wisp, man, that's all it really takes. And I mean, I kept trying to preach that over the years, that learning those Temi extensions like that is just so good, and you see it there from XY. Staff, we saw a little bit about the staff earlier in the martial arts, but now XY continuing his aggression onto Edward. R&B, LMB on the ground, overhold, tries to go for the jump parry, he's gonna be forced to pop the semi-F. Edward's gonna go ahead and invest the Lonnie ultimate, does manage to catch him inside the zone, into the goalie stance, into the rethrow there from the Lonnie ball throw, goes for the carousel, doesn't connect in the back end. Arano not showing up with a palm lightning. So ultimate invested there from XY, trying to see if he can catch him in the bottom side of the terrain, but both players cut inside the zone. This could be a good capitalization here for XY if he's able to catch Edward potentially, but it looks like he might want to try to back on up. A lot of players hear the commotion. Wufang and Verse being one of those players that has to cleanse. Everybody starts to show up in the center of the map here in Blue Castle. Edward does manage to kite to the right side, but Verse is ready to cut that line of sight there.
Edward trying to still hold out in the zone. I do believe he's got advanced heals. That's helping him out just an extra little bit, as the amount of weakness that he's getting from being in the zone, not going to give that much value from those heal pots, but just the fact that he's got advanced heal, he's able to get himself back up to a full reset while remaining inside the storm. So we are going to be seeing, and now all of these players converging onto each other. Frostivus the only one just kind of chilling a little bit far away. Everybody close to these buildings in Imperium. They don't want to get caught out in the open, and this is providing a ample amount of cover for any of these players to avoid any sort of range damage. But Verse getting hyper aggressive into this fight. He did die to XY in that Realm Yang, so he needs to get this elimination. Him and Edward are going to start to go at it, and all of these players are going to get ready for the third party. You see Frostivus with the bow charge already. Arano waiting in the wings to see if he can cover any sort of type of damage to get off onto these Yang depletion players. Whoever starts going at it first is going to be the one to get themselves eliminated. So we're going to be seeing here Verse backing off to the other side. Edward can be trying to jump through, seeing if he can get any sort of aggression off, but he doesn't have ultimate. This is going to be very difficult for him here.
And it's going to be rough because Sparrow is starting to form on up as well. See it now. It is White Tiger's powers. See the aggression now from Edward onto XY. Trying to get this player focused. The tumult of the lobby. Nice whisk there onto Verse on the bottom side. He's trying to cut out the pressure from Edward. Edward not letting his line of sight off of XY, knowing that the Temi potentially doesn't have ult online. Cannon starts flying on in the back end. Edward still able to catch the R&B there off the scare west, being able to apply more damage onto XY. XY trying to cut out the pressure. Now getting caught up in the center of this terrain. It can be forced to block this on the ultimate. First one connects onto XY in the back end. Now this time around against Verse, uses the F to continue the aggression onto XY. Two players stuck on that, but Frostivus there with the palm lightning onto Edward. XY drops very low. The flying pressure there for Verse. Snags elimination. Both players are going to be taken now, but Edward, out of the two from the Yang depletion, only Verse being the one standing, is going to be able to cleanse that out. Only 4 remain. Wufang posted up for the Spirit Will. Full gold weapon out here for Wufang. Gold flying knives, gold longsword, gold dual blades in the back pocket, running the gold fan in hand. Verse now knowing he needs to try to contest this. He's going to be forced to start getting the aggression out to Wufang. Uses the F to knock back Wufang out of the F blade there from the Yoda He-Man. Frostivus potentially as well. And to get some sort of aggression. Arano, dreadful well, purple dagger in hand. Frostivus trying to contest this out. Looks like he might be force it back on up because the ult or the spirit wheel is going to be captured this time around by Arano. It's going to invest the ultimate. It's going to get a re-back up there off that spirit wheel. Nice leap there into the first LMV. Manages to catch the V2 onto Wufong. Be able to apply tons of damage. Now, the counter ultimate there from Varus capturing the second spirit wheel is able to get that ult online for himself as well. Going for the V1. Forcing out the Yoda ultimate here from Wufong. First one clippage is good there. The second one doesn't connect. Proccing that Counter guard. Now the ultimate is gone. Varus and Arano both see Wufong. Wufong's ult is gone as well. Grapple LMB's on in, catches Prowl in the backside, forces out the F there for the Kyle, and Arano still having his eyes on Yodohime. Looks like he is going to try to kite out the pressure for now. Frostovich joins the fight on the Justina. See him now. Frostovich with 2 eliminations on the board on the Justina. Gets cut off the grapple LMB. Frostovich now be able to apply the pressure. Yodo F called in once again. Wufong now trying to stay up. Looks like he is going to be having a little bit of space for now. Verse popping Tuna, Arano waiting with that canning. Players waiting this out. They know that Yodo has no ult, but Verse and the other player that captured being, I believe it was Arano, the spirit. Well, they are going to be having that ultimate right back online, so this is going to be bad here for Wufong pretty soon.
And Frostovich managed to capture the flag. So we're going to be seeing, oh my goodness, a huge Bane take coming out. Wufong taking so much damage. Palm Lightning going to be coming out. Big Freeze going to be coming through. Frostovich is going to try and see if he can jump in and snipe another one of these. Freezes out. He's going to be able to do so. Brings it around and picks up the elimination. Needs that Soul Bloom. Isn't going to be able to get it. Now he's extremely low. Arano's just going to edge guard here. Be able to take that elimination away. Trying to go for that F ability to be able to get Prio up onto Versus. Going to be able to do so without any trouble. Trying to carry him down the hill. Are we going to get to see the crazy carry come through? No. F ability to come in. Let's go for the overhold here. Just so much pressure coming through. Verse has no idea what to do with it. Cyan Fang going to try and come out, but the red tome going to come through into the Prio another time. Trying to send him into the Bane there. F ability released a one at last time, but he doesn't connect on it. That Akos F is not getting that much value. You're going to see Verse trying to go for the reset here. Oh my goodness, the Bane, the Bane, the Bane, the Bane, the Bane. Get out of there, Verse. Get out of there. He gets it. He gets it. He's done. Oh, he gets the full gold armor swap. Oh my goodness, he's still getting heals coming off of that White Tiger's prowess. Verse is still in it to win it. He has ult available, but so does his opponent. And Arano giving so much aggression coming through. What is going to be? Oh my goodness, he has a gold armor swap too.
Yeah, but he's taking white health. You see it here from the White Tiger's powers. So health is taken. He did a really good job kiting now the pressure there from Arano. Was forced to pop the F, but the F2 is up now for Arano. That's going to be the prowl here. It's going to be the mix-up down the terrain. RB, Carousel does not connect there. The terrain, a little bit tricky, but the 1-2-3 sends it, gets the damage, forcing out the Akko's ultimate. Now the Kala ultimate is going to be called on, and the V2 is good there for Arano. Verse trying to look for the V1 opener. Looks like Arano's going to tie up some of the pressure. V2 weave this time around. Does not manage to connect off of this. The second slash does not connect. The first one is good. The third one does get a little bit of clippage there onto Arano. The fourth one does connect as well on the bottom side of the train. Going for the V1 this time around. Catches him inside the zone. Gets a lot of damage there. Arano now gonna be able to eat up so much damage. Trying to stay alive since the longsword tomb. That's gonna be a problem once again. Nbpl off the longsword. What's gonna be the mix up? The F is back on cooldown there for Verse. But a pistol shot finisher there for Verse. And Verse is gonna be snagging up the dub plus the MVP for game number 2. And what a way to end it. Verse with full composure there, with back towards the wall, being able to cut out all the pressure there from Arano, still manages to come out top and snag at the MVP for game number 2.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Crystal shot, he came back with the gold armor. The White Tiger's prowess is really showing its stripes there. If they had that fight a little bit earlier, I do believe that Mortal Defiance proc from the Yang Spirit Well would have came into play for Arano, but it did not come out in that instance because I do believe timers had gone down on the buffs. But wow, he was able to come back from getting hit in the Bane, 1 HP, finds the gold armor swap, gets the heal back off of the White Tiger's prowess, and comes through and wins the game. And he had so many eliminations, and we're going to see this scoreboard. It is going to be absolutely insane.
This might be potentially, it's up there. It's pretty much up there one of my most favorite games to watch. I'm not gonna lie. This game was full pack of action. We had Whis, TODs. We had crazy ultimates from XY on the Temi. We had carousel extensions in the realm. We had a crazy finisher there with Verse and Arano. I mean, you saw how low he dropped. He was able to kite on back to his spirit well to be able to play that armor swap. Nearly gets clipped off the Bane. Manages to cleanse to snag up the gold armor swap. Reed tops off there with that white target's power off that white hell. So all he had to do was cut out the pressure, which he did beautifully, not having to invest that ultimate, because that was a big factor there of him winning that fight. Overall, that was an insane game 2 to watch. So much aggression off of round 1. You saw the commotion we saw on that bottom right hand side of the map near the water area. So many players started to move on in. Lots of bodies dropping. We dropped to 6 players in that second round. And I was telling Severio day number 1, I don't think we're ever going to see another end game, Seb. I think with how the game is set up now, with the Spirit Wells inflicting Yang depletion, I don't think we will ever see a fully closed zone ever again in the Pro League.
No, definitely not for solos. For trios, I think it is still very possible, but solos, it is going to be pretty much the standard median. We're going to be ending with at least 2 minutes left on the clock. We're ending top 4 when it comes to that Yang depletion. We're not seeing 8 players with Yang depletion. We're seeing 2 players with Yang depletion. And it's unfortunate to see. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, your answer for treasure, a little bit of a giveaway here. Which hero was not picked in game 2? Was it A, Wu Chen, B, Tumulch, C, Tianhai, or D, Liu? Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, for the one time, if you guys get this wrong, I'm going to be so disappointed. Make sure you drop that answer in the Twitch chat, though, and one lucky player will be selected to win. Please, guys, come on, please get it right. The screenshot has already been taken by now. It's C. Guys, please don't get this wrong. Oh,
yeah, just remember it's the solos.
The 10.2. The 10.2.
10.2.
Wow. 6 kills, 3 ranking points. The 7.2 kill points, putting that at 10.2 game score. Edward in second place with the 6. Wufong with the 5.5. Frostvis with the 4.5. XY with the 4. Arano with the 4. Spider with the 2.5. TG25 with the 1.5. And the rest with 1s and 0s. It's so unfortunate to see Mike on a 1 and a 0.
Yep. Overall standings, though. Currently for the top 18 or the full 18, Pace in last place with 1, Chen with 3, Arano with 4, Plars with 6, Spider with 6.5, Wufong as well with that 6.5 there for that 13-14 spot. They still have a second day to play. We are going to be seeing some players with 2 days played out, currently this being their second. Zhu haven't been here for the day number 2, but he is going to be playing day number 3 with 13, Edward with 13, Fawn with 15, Star with 15.5, HM with 17, Choose with 19.5. Choose that 7th place spot. I mean, OG is back. TT25 21.3. OUG's Mike with 24. Frostvis with 24.5. XGen with 32.2. XY with 37.2. And Verse with 49.6. And man, love to see XGen performing very well. XGen is also another OG in the league. Now back for this season. This time around under the name SS1. Competing there for that organization. He had a marvelous day 1 with 32.2 points. Not playing tonight, but overall, we're already taking a quick look at the highlights powered by China Unicom. Start of game number 2. I mean, this was just full cinema here, Sab. Being able to watch this fight off rip into the remainder of it, it's just beautiful.
Yeah, Mike was able to get that first elimination off on the Verse. Oh my goodness. This was probably the play of the night. I think this is going to be like the play of the split. XY with the perfectly placed ult. And then look at this Realm of Yang fight too. 3rd uppercut in the full carousel. Doesn't get the finish off there. Manages to pull it off later though. We do see with a parry into the 1.0. Oh my goodness. Edward not very happy about that. As we're going to be seeing now, he does end up getting himself eliminated here. As Frostvis comes in with the backhand palm lightning. And then he's able to snag up a nice little cheeky elimination on the Wukong there. Doesn't manage to grab the Bloom. And that was his downfall. If he gets Bloom and dashes out, he's going to survive that end circle. And then Verse against Arano. Look at how close Arano came. Oh, they're not going to show it, but Arano came so close to being able to come away with a crazy victory. And then he gets him with the stun, but the F ability is up, so there's absolutely nothing you can do against that, and the pistol shot going to come through. And Verse taking game number 2.
That was a beautiful read there too on the launcher tune. He read the cross up, so he threw the tune backwards because he read the cross up. He was able to catch fire off of that, but like Seb mentioned, it's just F back on cooldown. There's nothing really he can do. But for WBG's Verse, what he can do is snag up his 4th MVP with 22,000 damage. 6 eliminations here for game number 2. 5.6k damage off the fan. 5.5k with skills and ultimate. 3.8k with dual blaze. Had mortal too. We didn't even see the mortal prop. He still have mortal in his inventory. Quick charge thundercall, Cavalry Blue, quick charge thundercall times 2. Science Fact Tuna as well. I mean, he was posted up. He was ready for that game, and you see how much damage he was inflicting throughout the whole game number 2. Able to take that MVP. Verse once again is 10 toes down. You see it, man. This man is he is a problem. He's a problem with the server, and he showcases once again here for game number 2 that, you know, he's here to win, and he's really been putting in that time. You see it in his performance, how well he's doing in these bi-weeklies. And once again, beautiful showcasing there for WBG's Verse. Waiting to see how he does for the minute of the night, but overall, beautiful game 2 there for Verse.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Verse put in work. He almost died like 4 or 5 times to Mike in that game. Mike was close to being able to come through with that, but it unfortunately was not able to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a quick break, and then we'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Bi-Weekly 2, here for the solos of the Fall Split. My name is Creators, and I'm here with the man himself, Seb. Seb, hey, bro, talk to me. How you liking this new changes? We are having these new changes. How do you feel so far off for 2 games alone about the new changes implemented here for the Solo Pro League?
I had no clue that I could love solos more. You know what I mean? Like, I've always been solos over trios. When I go and play the game, when I watch the game, I love the energy that solos brings. I didn't know I could love it more. With the diversity of hero picks, that's always what I love. When we had the original NARAKA, when we had 16 Yodos, 16 Zippings running around in the lobby,
man,
it was pretty boring. It was pretty tedious to cast that. Now we've got unique fights every single time we have a scrap off. It is a unique set of heroes. You're not seeing a Liam versus Alani 3 times. You're not seeing Syra versus Shael a whole bunch of the time. Sure, you're seeing those fights in isolated 1v1s, but then we're not seeing like the 3 chase from Matemi, the double Syra ult. We're seeing 1 hero per player. 12 unique heroes in the game. It is the most perfect thing ever.
Yeah, it's so good. You just gave me PTSD though, I'm not gonna lie. You said 16 Yodos. I automatically went 16 Zapings in my head, because I remember back in the day when Zaping first came out, the F2 was so strong, man. I mean, it was a slugfest. I am to this day a Zaping hater. I do not like that character overall, just because of the sour taste in the mouth that it gave for the start of the launch. It was just rough to watch. But like you mentioned, now we have a lot more versatility. It's a lot more refreshing. We see different characters on different players' hands all across the board. It was just so nice to see. And we saw there for game number 2 how strong XY is on the Tumult. Lockdown there out of the Yang pass, being able to snag up the elimination onto Pace, goes into round, does verse 30 in the realm as well, off of 1 whisk catch, or off of 1 catch off the whisk for the full extension. Wu Fong onto Edward in the other half of the realm. A crazy sequence there for the last fight as well for Burst and Arano. I mean, overall, man, these lobbies are looking so deadly. We see it here for Chen. He has to try to adapt to the pressure here from the Pro League. It's not easy. T225 being able to snag up that MVP for game number 1, locked and loaded, trying to take game number 3. We see him here. People's champ. A lot of people love T225. A lot of people want to see T225 succeed. He's been so close for the J Cup, but not being able to close it out. It's been a little rough. SR Spider, one of the 2 GOATs in the game here with him and Mike. Spider, OG in the league once again, being able to take multiple chips under his belt alongside Mike. Those 2 players contesting top 1, top 2 for a very long time prior to this year. I believe that towards the end of 2024, that's when we started seeing the competition a lot more higher. But this year alone, we see it here from every individual player, just how strong they have became and how much more stronger they're gonna come as well. They're overall just being able to adjust and try to get used to this new system, but just get used to everything that the game changes, because patches still come into the game. Patches are always changing up characters. Characters are constantly changing. They're like an automobile, just constant moving parts in the game as well. And these players are working that every single day. But for our round selection here, we have Spider and Verse. That is a deadly group, by the way. That is so deadly.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is looking looking pretty scary if you're on the bottom there. We're gonna be seeing Spider versus T225 and Frostinus all getting the meta picks coming out. I think T225's got a good shot at winning here. You know what? Who you got, Verse or T225?
For this game alone?
If one of them has to win, if it's Verse or T225, who are you picking?
Oh, let's see. Same sequence that we just had with Verse and Arano, but with T225, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, Verse.
Verse?
I take
All right.
Verse.
All right.
Bro, Verse is neutral. Verse is so rough to try to like win in the ones. You know, it just feels like he has every option. Like it's insane to watch him play. He is mechanically gifted. He is so patient. It looks like he has every single answer to everything thrown his way. I don't know what it is, but every single time, even at MSC, we saw how crazy he was winning his isolated fights in MSC. Flashbacks. I feel like we're in the casting booth again.
I missed the caster booth, bro. I missed the caster booth. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Verse though. I think Verse. Yeah, I think Verse has probably the best ones in the game.
I just dropped all 30,000 of my channel points on Verse.
Verse.
On Verse.
What was the question though?
Who's gonna win Game 3? Verse, TGG5, Wufong, or other? I dropped 34K on the Verse.
You didn't say who's gonna win the game. You said if TGG5 wasn't.
I said pick TGG5 because I said if one of them is in the top 4, I'll pick it. And 2 were in the top 4, TGG5 and Verse. So I said, who do you have? TGG5 for Verse. He said Verse, we're going with Verse. If we lose, it's your fault.
No, but it's because you know what's so rough about a question like that? Like who's gonna win game so and so? Because there's so many factors, right? You know that player is gonna go into Realm. Them going into Realm that we haven't mentioned today, that Severio made a good statement about, which as soon as he said it, it automatically clicked in my head of how much more riskier it is to go to Realm. Is obviously if you lose your Realm, you had to get aggressive and try to cleanse on out. And then we've seen it, especially in game number 2, the big commotion that happens and how many players start moving on in and how many bodies fall. But now with everybody being different, Seb, it's rough because in the kill feed you see who dies. And there's only one of that character now. So if you see Justina being eliminated, everybody knows that the lone wolf Justina has a Yang depletion. So everybody's gonna full focus that character. And that's something that, you know, these players are gonna have to take into consideration now, where we potentially might start seeing some roles go uncontested because of how much of a risk that is, opposed to before there being at least a pair of that same character in the field.
Yeah, and it is definitely riskier.
Yeah,
having these solo characters out there. Mike, our last to pick. This is going to be an interesting one. What are we going to get to see coming out from Mr. Mike? Akos is selected. Yu Chen picked out. Yodo picked out. What does he have here? It's always something pretty obvious. Yeah, Faria. There we go. Faria is going to be coming in as our 12th pick.
I don't like the Faria.
I feel like Takeda could just replace Faria here. Why are we not running Takeda?
It's rough. It's rough, bro. Because think about it, you have a frontward fear end that it's easily tap dodgeable, and if you don't catch fire with that, once those 3 are gone, it's very rough because his F is not that great, right? His F is, you know, it's pretty rough. No combo break. Yeah, I mean it's soft breaks, but not fully under attack. So I don't know. I really hope his rework really puts him in par up with like how I did for Yodo, right? We see Yodo being selected 5th, 6th, 7th round selection, and I mean the insane rework of Shayo, which is one little change made Shayo a powerhouse of a character. Just being able to throw that shield whenever you desire to after the shield proc just made that character so strong. And I mean it's just something I hope for like a character like Takeda, because it's rough. Tarka got the rework and they instantly, you know, tuned it down from what he was, because Tarka had some sauce, but unfortunately now he doesn't really get any play time opposed to every other character.
Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate to see, because Tarka is a fun character. Shout out Dunkin' Donuts, by the way. We were speaking Tarka, we gotta shout out Dunkin' Donuts. But anyways, Tarka is a very, very fun character to play. He is super versatile, but when it comes to the pro scene, these players have done a very good job of being able to kite it out. And when you're on land, when you're on low ping, lots of Tarka's moves are dodgeable. And that's one of the big things, is when you're playing in a ranked game, Tarka is a very, very strong character. But when you're in that section where you need to be so precise with your moves, you can't mess anything up, Tarka starts to falter because you're able to dodge so many of his attacks. For me, taking a look at some of our spawns, Celestia's going to be completely empty. Most of it already blocked off by the spawn restrictions. Everybody playing closer to that top side of the map. We're back onto the OG Morris Isle. I'm excited for this game to kick off.
Daytime, no Fireflies. Big contestant there on the cave side on the top right-hand side of the map there from Edward and GG Shen. I mean, Arano, Frostivus in that temple area. Possible north side Skellige there for Frostivus. Big contestant there from JL's. Wufong, Alliance, SR on the bottom hand side. Also with ASCXY, YCG, WBG, and OUG contesting the right hand side as well. So these players are going to be getting active. Off drop, we do have our landing spots here for the S'mores Isle daytime match here for game number 3, locked and loaded. Once again, starting off with HM and Spider. Blue armor off drop here for Spider, being able to scale up pretty nicely. Common armor still for HM. See Spider playing common flying knives in hand. That's blue longsword. Now from that building, Verse and T225 going at it. T225 has the health advantage. Verse pretty much drops all that common armor pretty soon, but he's trying to cut out the pressure. He is gonna back on up, and now with the start, I feel like this as well has gotten a lot more aggression, or given a lot more aggression once we got the common armor implemented off drop, opposed to how it was before, where you didn't get any armor.
Yeah, I definitely think that adds a huge element of aggression because you're able to have that safety net that lots of players didn't even have before. We saw the no armor fights, and people were taking so much damage, losing so much HP right off the rip, and they didn't have an armor. Oh my goodness, the double charge, but XY is going to come in and snag the kill. Base gets the bloom, and he's going to be able to get the parry off onto XY into the jump R&B. Be able to try and see if he can make something happen off of the scale rush, see if he can get the catch, but no. Looks like Pace can be able to find a way to escape here, but XY trying to bring it back around. Oh, big freeze going to come through. He's got 2 freezes left. He misses the first dash, gets the second into the double charge. Pace gonna pick up 1. XY does go back to the Soul Altar with 1 elimination. Verse and Mike. I feel like this fight has happened so many times, over and over again. We're seeing Verse fighting Mike. I need Verse to win here. As we're gonna be seeing coming through with the blue nunchucks, trying to see if we can get some extra damage off the flanks. Are coming through. Edward waiting in the back end. Ooh, big damage coming out on the side of Verse with those nunchucks. Come on, Mike. Oh, gonna hop into the ferry, and McVerse now in a lot of trouble. Does have that ultimate available. They're gonna try to see if we can back off here, using those flying knives to scale rush as far away as possible. Trying to see if we can get a heal pot off. Oh my goodness, Mike trying to go for the ferry cannon shot, but Verse gonna be able to get away and get a full reset. But oh my goodness, GG Chen. GG Chen gonna come in for the grief. Verse taking so much damage. He's going to keep the follow-up going. Verse needs to get away as fast as possible. He's 1 HP in a dream right now. And I'm pretty sure GG Chen's going to have his number. There is the elimination coming out. Chen picking up his first.
Let's see. Now, Edward against Mike. No Feria online. Edward still has that Wu Chen Ultimate Storm Blade available if he wants to invest it. But there are parties lurking there for Chen. Fourth party there for Verse as well, I believe. On the top side, Chen starts to move on in. Cannon starts flying on in here from Edward. LME Prowl. No, it's going to be forcing out the F there. Playing the ultimate instead. Can use the swap. Not being able to secure the Prowl, but throws on the Stormblade there onto Mike. Mike is going to be able to eat up so much damage to the backside, but it's going to be Chen there with the R&B focus off the Halberds. LME Prowl here for Chen. What's going to be the mix-up? 1.0. But the backside F2 from XY showing up to the mix for Chen. Snagging up 2. Now trying to look for the third. Double tap towards back. Winning this out, playing a little bit more patient. XY with the pole sword in hand. Very tricky weapon to mix up there off the storm form. He's able to back on up. XY charge it up. Scarebuck's gonna be able to pick up an armor. He's gonna re-pick up his common armor. Does not want to give up this purple armor. Aerial LMB, aerial R&B. Into the 1.0, big damage. Musket shot's good as well there for XY. Going for the F2 Prowl. Now this could be an elimination, but the F is on cooldown there for Chen. Now the Aqua's ultimate is going to be invested. Chen's going to try to back on up here off the situation. Has to ice out some of the pressure here from the Aqua's ultimate. Is going to do it with the ultimate cast there to avoid getting hit off that leap. XY as well now trying to cut out the ultimate for now. Does not want to get cut off of this. One more read off the V2 here for Chen. Doesn't manage to connect off of that. The F2 is good. The aerial LMB is good as well. Aerial R&B, I should say. The recast now here for Chen. First snags the elimination onto Frostivus. The pressure's still going towards XY's way. Both ultimates are gone, but the health advantage is going to be going towards Chen's way.
Oh my goodness, GG's Chen popping off. He's got 3 kills into this early game. Trying to see if he can claim a 4th. The 1, 2, 3 is going to connect. Jump LMB, dodges the F. Oh my goodness, and he wipes XY supply off the board. That's Shen Yuan's game at number 1 already completely finished. He goes away with 1 elimination. Spider, almost getting parried there, just barely missing. Is going to be able to get the follow-up through. The ability to get released by the Valda. And now we're going to see the ultimate getting released as well. Jump LMP into 1, into 2. F ability going to be coming out on the side of Spider to be able to negate any sort of combo potential. And we see that spear coming through, trying to catch him out and prevent the heal damage, but it's not going to work. And it looks like they're just going to part ways as Spider goes for the quick reset. Taking a look at our scoreboard, GG Shen's on 4 eliminations already. We're going to be flipping around though. Arano fighting off against it. YZG's TG25. Arano with a big parry going to be coming through, able to do a lot of damage, but the follow-up going to be coming through as TG25 manages to negate most of the parry punish with his combo breaker. Arano finding himself an armor swap though. This is putting him in a very good standing. He's going to get hit with the grapple bump into the 1.0. Arano's, all of his health is gone. The ultimate's going to get released. TG25 now in the back end trying to see if he can catch up. He's unable to find it. Arano going to get himself a full reset.
Yeah, full reset coming into play. Has to Wisp online, waiting, and off of cooldown as well with the new changes there from Smoke, being able to continue that cooldown timer even if he gets a re-Wisp there from the ultimate. But now both ults are gone. T225 gonna try to ice off the pressure using the side of this terrain. Arano's gonna try to catch on up here with the purple halberds in hands, be able to apply tons of damage here, potentially onto a T225 with not a lot of damage reduction in his J department for now. We do have him just in the first grapple, still trying to catch on up there to T225, but it looks like he's gonna start posting up for the first one. Yang 21 minutes in time for the lobby, so 33 seconds left for the Yang to start opening on up. Spider already posted up, playing blue fist, flying knives, purple armor in hand. Attack James ×2, 14% there on the damage reduction there for Spider. Being able to have blue fan in the back pocket as well. Looking for the perfect opportunity to continue his scaling if he can win this round. Mike, on the other hand, purple spear in hand on the Feria. Has to wait this out. 7 more seconds remaining here for Mike on the spear. Wondering what else he has in his inventory. But HM, on the other hand, purple armor with blue fist blades in hand. I'm wondering if Chen picked up that purple armor earlier that XY was trying to snag up, and he is. Nice, thank you. They heard me, thank you. Chen is going to be able to secure that purple armor. Doesn't want to retop off that white health because he is going to get the health back once he enters the realm. Pretty scaled up right now. Purple Honk Sword, purple dagger in the back pocket, blue nunchucks, blue halberds, 16% attack J's, 12% damage reduction there for Chen. Now waiting for the realm. Chen on a really good start here for game number 3 if he can continue his momentum here.
Yeah, Chen has come up to play. One of the new players finally putting up some crazy numbers. You know, I'm loving what I see. This is looking really, really nice. We're seeing TE's Wufong versus GG's Chen coming out. Yodo versus Shio. This is a tough matchup for Chen coming into this. Yodo is going to have a huge disadvantage, especially coming in to that Shio. Oh my goodness, we're gonna see the catch coming through right away. Oh my goodness, this is like some zero bad strats coming through, forcing the ult out already. This is crazy. Hog Sword putting in so much work. GG Chen's working really fast at sharking away so much HP. Look at this, dodging perfectly, avoiding any sort of proc coming through, dealing so much cannon damage coming out. Wufong able to find himself the heal pot. We already see that come through. Finally gets the first hit. We're gonna see the ult fuse to block the attack, but gets the chain through the wall off of the shield procs. We're gonna see the throw coming through on that Yodo ultimate. Trying to see if he can go through the walls, unable to connect on it. And look at Wufong able to fight out so much of this, and he gets it! Oh my goodness! GG Chen through the wall! Oh my goodness, he takes a difficult matchup and he dumps all over it, takes the victory out in the realm of Yang, and now we're seeing Mike versus Hits.
Wow, massive parry there from Mike. It's gonna be snag up the elimination onto pace. I mean, I don't think we understand like how hard it is to get a parry on land, right? It has to be in exactly at the same time that the blues release. So you don't have no leeway how you have online where you can parry a little bit earlier if you're in the higher ping side and still get the parry off. Like it literally has to be in the first few frames for the parry to go off. So that's why every single time I see a parry on land, I mean, it's insane alone, right? People might not think parries are crazy, but for me on land, that it has to be on like Instant.
What'd you think about my parry on land, bro?
Oh man, hey, I know that probably felt so amazing playing on that.
Yeah, bro.
It's a whole different game.
5 MS, uncapped frames. Oh my goodness. Going from my terrible PC for gaming for NARAKA, from my 100, my 90 to 60 frames while I'm fighting, my 100 frames static. Then graduating to one of the best PCs in the world on the LAN stage. Oh my goodness. Shout out Frostivus, by the way. GG's Chen getting ready to get active. And it looks like he's found Wufong. Wufong on a Yang depletion. He just lost that fight. Oh my goodness. GG's Chen, you're a demon. What a parry coming out here. As we're going to see Shiloh Ultimate already procced. One proc coming through. Wukong is already incredibly low. He's going to be able to get one shield proc off, trying to see if he can make anything else happen with the last minute. He's got one proc left, and there we go. Now he's able to get hit by melee attacks. He still has 2 shield throws available, though, and now he's going to take to the zone. GG's Chen waiting close behind, and he gets the elimination, and he steals the bloom as well. Ooh, does get hit with an overhead, though. It looks like so many of these players are coming into this madness. GG's Chen does have that Vermilion Birdlight, so if he dies here, oh my goodness, trying to go. Jails HM going to pick up the elimination. HM extremely low right now. Trying to see if he can claim anything. He's going to get himself eliminated, and that's TP5 gone as well. Mike getting eliminated onto the backside. Also, oh my goodness. WVG's there's 2 eliminations on the board for him, but 6 on the board for the boy Chen.
I think that's something very important to really see how much more pressure it is now coming out of the first round. But Spider opening up against Frostivus with a massive parry off the Bull Sword. 1.0 there off the LNB focus. LNB procs off the Stormform. Kylan Ultimate now invested. Kylan Guard procced as well. Back-to-back slashes forcing out the Lania. Lania Ultimate now caught in hit for Spider. Looking for the V1. Manages to connect into the slash as well. And Frostivus now snagging up the kill onto Spider. Edward shows up to the mix. Edward has an ult online. Frostivus Ultimate just ran out. Needs to try to see if he can cut out the pressure here from Edward. Chen now showing up to the mix. Got to be real cautious of how Chen is going to be approaching this. Spider reruns it back there in the backside. Mike takes out Pace in the kill feed. Frostivus still eating up some of the pressure here from Edward, but does manage to back on up. Does manage to cleanse. He's trying to survive the pressure here from Edward. Arano on the other side on the tumult against Mike. Mike still has Arano as well. Pistol shots flying on in here from Arano. On the 10, he's trying to find some sorts of opening. Mike now is going to send the 1.0. Big parry here from Arano. Is going to swap on over to the Spear there for the confirmation. R&B bomb's going to drop it. Re-pick up his purple halberd. Quick comes in off the great sword. Now LB Prowl forcing out the Fair V2. There goes the Fair Beacon. Thrown down. Mike's going to be forced to take the mech for now. Trying to go for full reset in. Looks like there's nobody around. Arano is the only one in the minimap that I can see. So overall, Mike is gonna be able to D-mech on out, try to reposition second round, starting to form on in. Everybody is cleansed, but I mean, yeah, obviously every single time out of round we had aggression, but these past 2 games, game 2 and 3, the pressure there from the remainder of the lobby coming out of that first round has been very drastically increased, just with everybody knowing where the commotion is and potentially where they're going to be posting up. And we saw the bodies drop there off of that commotion from the first interaction outside of round. And now we have Chen once again. This is the man of the hour for you here, Seb. Going against, we have Verse, and this could be a big fight to win here for Chen.
Yeah, and I mean, I did put all my points on Verse to win, but right now I kind of want Chen to take this. Honestly, if Chen pulls up with 7 kills going into endgame and White Tiger's prowess, this is going to be crazy. Trying to come through. The shotgun burst going to get out. The 1-2 into the crouch LFB. Oh my goodness, into the velocity. GG's Chen. What is going on? We didn't see this from him. The first Biweekly, huge barrier going to come through. He gets the punish damage off. F invested. Trying to come through. He still has ultimate available. We're going to see the Yodo ultimate now coming through. He's able to send that through the walls, and that's going to be the biggest factor of this ultimate. He's trying to see if he can get any sort of damage coming through. Big ball catch can be coming out on the side of Burst, though. This could be huge. He does have the flying knives. He's going to be able to get almost. Yeah, there we go. He's just going to get himself eliminated here. My channel points are safe. I really wanted him to win that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just smart there from Verse. He procs that Storm Form knowing the player can't move. He has confirmation V2 from that. It's like a mini Xiaoyu shield throw interaction there. Just proccing that Storm Form. He cannot do any movements. He can try to release after, but he still has the timing there to throw down the V2 off the Liam. And that's where the Liam shines in interactions like that alone. Now Chen is going to be having that 5-minute timer on his back, but there was a big amount of players in this area. He's gonna start cutting out towards the bottom side to potentially see if he can find any of these players. Looks like in the minimap, nobody is lurking around near Celestia as well. Spider is though. Could potentially run on into Spider. Spider has that Yang depletion as well. So both of these two players could run into each other pretty soon, playing near Temple. Mike, have another player in the mix as well. Can't really see the name, but do have two players near Temple. We got Spider and Chen with Yang depletion, T225 with 2 eliminations, Edward with 1, Spider with 3, Chen with 6 into this game. A big back multiplier will really set him up nice here to be able to make it to that top 12. We see him already getting aggressive against T225. Eats us so much damage there though with Burst and T225. And this is both of the Yang buff players, that being T225 and Burst. This is going to be a very hard task to try to come out alive from. We see Chen eating up the damage off the R&B focus here from T225. LB on the ground. First, looking for the scare rush, still applying tons of pressure. And Chen's going to need a miracle here to try to stay up here in this situation.
Yeah, Chen, it's not looking too good for him right now as the jump LMBs are going to be coming through from T225. He pops the Yoda wall in any sort of attempt to try and get away from this. It's not looking too good. He's able to find himself an armor swap though. He's able to bring himself back up to almost full white HP. Goes for the last Vitalia heal. Has that ultimate available still has the recast throw if he needs. He's just going to let the ult cancel. And he finds himself... Oh, he had a purple armor powder upgrade. What? We see the armor powder upgrade come through on that gray armor. He's now got himself back up to the purple. This is a really good position for him to be in right now. He's actually got himself into a decent spot. But now T225 and Verse is still giving heavy chase as they want Chen out of this lobby. They know how many kills he's got. And see, that's the one thing. With this many players in the lobby, you're able to know, okay, the Yodo has 6 eliminations because you see Yodo Hime eliminated. You don't see the name of the person, you just see the hero. So when you see that Yodo Hime eliminated people and you see it 6 times, you know, okay, we need to get them out.
Yeah, I mean, the same concept goes with Yang depletion, right? They get eliminated. You see it in the kill feed. Only one Yodo Hime in the lobby. See Verse still applying pressure. T225 as well in the back end. Spider lurking inside the zone, waiting for these players to start moving on in. Grapple into the bow shot there from Spider, being able to get some sort of damage onto Chen. Chen does manage to find a little bit of a spot here to take one Vitalia in. Still trying to cut out the pressure. So much pressure. Mike starts joining the fight as well on the top side of this terrain. Chen try to kite out all the aggression for now. Rano, everybody's here now. Top 7, up game number 3. Forcing out the F. The Wisp nearly connects there. Needs to see if he can avoid everything. Does manage to pop the powder in time. Retopping off the purple armor. Gets cut off the power here for Verse. Now this is going to be full capitalization for everybody. Who's going to be able to snag up the last hit? And it's going to be T225 there for the mid-range focus attack off the flying knife. Spider does not manage to clearance. He needs to try to get active as well. Our 6-kill elimination player is out of game 3 now, but Spider still with a high task on his back. A minute 28 this time around. Gonna be able to retop off that purple armor. They know another player has Yang depletion as well. And it's just a matter of moments. So the aggression is gonna be thrown towards Spider's way. We see Mike repairing the bow, waiting for that opportunity. Verse T225, both players with that buff. Lurking on the top side of the map. Has Spider playing the flying eyes, spots Verse. Verse trying to retreat here, making sure he does not get caught up with the grapple in the back end or the bow shot from the back end there from Mike. Being able to get a little bit of chip damage there onto Spider. Spider retopping off the purple armor this time around. Verse completely gone. He full grapples on now. Mike now opening with a massive parry there onto Spider. Bit damage as well off the gold pole sword. Top back on over. V2 beacon into the LMB. 1-2 doesn't release it. Lonnie ultimate now invested in the backside. Pressure flying on in for the cannon shots. First ball throw is good onto Mike. He's able to retreat on out of it, and he does manage to take the max. Spider now trying to kite out, eating up so much damage. Trying to throw down the ball for a little bit of siphon off the TP. There it is. Now cutting inside the zone. Might have to just give the elimination to the corruption as we see him here. Just full throwing on out here from danger. And these players are going to be retopping off all of their weapons and armor, but we still have aggression. Ties are done. 5 players still remain here for game number 3. Spirit Well buff is up as well, so Yang depletion is going to be inflicted, and we're going to go right back into the aggression here, Seth.
Yeah, it's gonna be fighting in just a second. Just wait 1 second. If you guys weren't action privy enough, as we're gonna be seeing Verse and Edward already going at it on the outside right before this Yang Spirit Well decides to pop off. And it looks like Edward's actually going for the regular Spirit Well. Oh, what a parry from Edward! The drop down from Verse, the ability is going to cancel most of the damage, but Edward be able to just use that Merciless Havoc to take so much space away. It looks like TG25 gonna get himself that Yang Spirit Well. And then we're gonna see him, oh my god, is he gonna be able to go and capture the regular Spirit Well? No way. We've seen this happen before. Frostmus was able to make this happen to win him a game. Now we're seeing Mike trying to go for the capture. Oh my god. He's totally going to be able to get both. The entire rest of the lobby is focused, and TG25 is going to pick up both buffs. Look at that.
That flag is like a bounty. Like, they see you carrying that, you are going to get full focus, as you see here from Mike. He's trying to kite on back, but the pressure's being thrown his way. Merciless Havoc connects there for Edward onto Mike, but Burst with the pistol shot there, but mid-range to secure the elimination. Burst now jumps up to 4, but he still has that Yang depletion there off of that Spirit Well captures there from TT25. Arano will be able to cleanse this out this time around. Trying to see if he can find a capture off the flag. Edward now in the backside getting grapple stagger there from Verse. Now he's going to eat up a little bit of pressure here from Edward. Another player showing on up, and it's going to be TT25 trying to inflict some of the damage as well. B2 called in, catches off the first one. Stormblades are good for now, throws them back to some sorts of damage, but Verse eating up so much damage in the backside, catches Arano this time around, looking for Edward, doesn't manage to connect. The Siren ultimate now invested for T225, F called in to be forced to Moonbane serve here in just a matter of seconds. You see him already rotated on into the Bane. We do have blue armor now for Verse, trying to back on up. T225 is going to be kiting into this. He's going to eat up the damage there for the Bane. T225 needs to be real careful here in this situation. He does not have the White Tiger's powers no more, I believe. Still waiting his out. Has a gold armor swap though with one of the 2 Spirit Wells he captured earlier. Verse, oh my god, nearly gets clipped off that Bane, being able to tap us away from it. Edward now playing the top side of the tree. Massive parry here for Verse. Since the Phoenix Blast as well, forcing out the Wuchen Avs to be able to weave the TP as well. Since the 1.0 doesn't matter to get so in the backside, cannon shots flying on in. Still Verse applying tons of pressure onto Edward. Still doing a really good job kying out the damage for now. Seeing he could rotate to the top side. TT5 joins the fight. Edward might be in a big situation here as well.
Yeah, Edward's not looking it too hot as everybody giving the chase over onto his side as Verse needs this elimination. He's got 35 seconds to give me my channel point prediction correct, and it looks like he might not be able to pull through on this one. You're really seeing everybody's going for the chase. Verse trying to back everybody off of him here. He finds Edward out again. Everybody's still going for the chase. Verse extremely low in HP as everybody still looking for him. And although TG25, oh no, 10 seconds left, and that's not going to be enough.
If TT25 wins this, I know you're going to be livid.
Yeah, that's going to be your fault. If TG25 wins, that's going to be your fault. If Arano wins, okay, it's whatever. But we're going to be seeing Edward, Arano, and T225 facing this off. T225 he got the first buff, and then he claimed the second Spirit Well, so he gets all the items, but I don't think he gets the White Tiger's Prowess, as we didn't see the White Tiger's Prowess buff get imprinted onto him at all. So I think the buffs are not stackable, which probably does make sense, but he is able to claim both Spirit Wells, giving him both of those gold armor resets. We saw him use a couple of those already. We've got Edward on the purple armor, Arano with the gold, TT25 just absolutely stacked on everything.
Yeah, he has everything in his kit. You see it there with the gold armor, gold staff. Arano still as well has gold armor, playing purple nunchucks with that velocity on Toad on the Temi. Now in this situation, you need TT25 to not get a kill, Edward or Arano to get 1 plus multiplier, or potentially 2 for you to win out. Oh, you wouldn't even win, right? You automatically already lost because Verse already got eliminated, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
Unless by some miracle we have a 3-way tie.
How many kills did he have?
4 eliminations. He finished with 4. So they do a 3-way tie here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait to see that pan out. It could happen.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Don't get my hopes up.
Hey, I did say that there was gonna be an end circle, and it looks like we are. Looks like we are gonna be going to the end zone this time around.
Yeah, I think once it gets to 3 players, it's really hard to be the first one to be aggressive. When you have 4, it's a 2 and 2, but when you have the 5, or when you have the 3, it's a very difficult situation to be in. So, pretty understandable why these players aren't going to want to engage, and we are going to be going to that end circle. Edward has really good zoning right now. So, okay, if Edward kills T225, then Arano kills Edward. I think we might still have it. Who knows? We'll see after the scoreboards get released, but I think T225 is going to be the victor of this game. That'll be back-to-back wins for T225.
Yes, he took game number 1. He did take game number 1. Arano waiting this out. Can't get clipped off the wall. I gotta be real careful. See the sky pillar here for T225. Just letting them loose. 2 stabs in the field here. Arano nearly gets clip off of that. See him playing on the offside of this structure. Do have Arano waiting out on the Temi. He's gonna be a little rough, especially if it lands on the top side of this house to invest that Temi ultimate. But Edward is gonna be able to potentially lock down 2 players on the Stormblades. Syra ultimate is gonna be able to be good with the health that she gets in the bubble, but Last Zone Corruption still gonna be able to inflict a lot of damage there if these players play inside the zone. Edward now playing topside. Gonna start investing the grapples. He has 28 to his name, as you see it here. Temi ultimate called in here from Rana. 2-2-5. Plays the top side of the roof. You see him being able to cut out the pressure for now. Goes right back on in. Arano eating tons of damage on the bottom side. We see him almost losing 2 blocks of that gold armor. T2-5 staying in the pocket. Syra ultimate now called in. Do have the dazzle being thrown down. I believe not yet. Looking for it. Does manage to catch one,
the double
2
dazzle.
big hits. The Stormblade is good as well on the top side. Arano trying to apply the pressure. Edward does manage to get eliminated, and T2-5 picks up 1, but not the second. But that is going to be enough there for him to take the MVP for game number 3. And congratulations to everyone who picked T2-5.
See it, it's all your fault.
No, you should have told me where you were doing. I would have told you no. I would have told you other.
Yeah, but other would have still lost.
It would have still been wrong, yeah.
It would have still.
But it would have been the
wrong.
safer. It would have been the safer route. I would have just gave you the safe route.
Yeah,
but overall,
that's all my points. I got 100 points left, dude.
You bet it all.
I bet it all and I lost,
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen.
no.
But regardless, T2-5. You know what? I killed you, T2-5. So.
Oh yeah.
Take that. Hold that. You lost me my channel points. I still killed you in scripts.
I forgot about that. But yeah, what a game 3. Chen having a great game 3.
Oh yeah.
He very close to the MVP. If potentially T2-5 didn't get that elimination, I completely forgot about Chen. He had 6 or 7, right? Going in.
6.
Yeah, 6. Yeah. So
Yeah,
he had
like
around
6,
7.5, depending on where he got eliminated. Top 5, top 6. I don't really remember, but overall,
he died off
potentially.
Yang depletion off of his second Yang, so I think that he might be a little bit cooked. But it was still a great game because we haven't seen him put up any points, many points at all in the entire tournament. So putting up 6 kills in one game, that's going to be a huge chunk of his points going forward. And we just saw that he's able to perform against the best. He's able to make those quick incisions and get those eliminations. So let's see him do it again. I'd love to see more coming up from GG's Chen. That was some phenomenal gameplay in the early game. We just needed him to win that second realm of Yang. He got a little bit greedy going into that second realm. you know, riding the high off of winning the first Rumble Yang. You're on 6 eliminations. You're like, oh, I'm going to go for a 7th. And then trying to cleanse that depletion, he just got absolutely rolled on.
And I mean, that's just like a big decision to make, because we've seen players like Edward who really slow down the roll, especially they have that amount of kills. I think 6 kills though, taking Realm was, like you mentioned, very risky. And you go against Verse in the Realm, it's just an insane one-on-one to win. You saw him there getting called out and does get eliminated. Then he gets that Yang depletion timer on his back. Has T25 and Verse both full chase him down outside the Realm. Couldn't even get anything going for him to try to set the tempo for him to try to get elimination. As you saw, Spider was not getting looked at. He was the one playing on the top side of the map, waiting out for the pressure to unfold. It's just rough. Possibly not taking Realm would have been a better option, but you know, like I mentioned, waiting out and playing a little bit past it sometimes is a double-edged sword. As we've seen Edward being one of those players, once he makes it to that threshold, he starts slowing down his roll, and it really starts you know, not really going so well for him. But T225 with 4 eliminations, 7.8, and Chen with 6.5. So it was close. He would have, if he only had 3 kills there, you would have potentially won there, Seb. But unfortunate enough,
that's what I'm saying. If he would have had the 3 kills, and he would have gone out in 3rd place, we would have had that. But it's okay. It's okay. It's just channel points at the end of the day. So we're chilling. Pace now at the bottom after the overall standings. 2.5 points total. Lipo with 6. Wufong with 6.5. Arana with 7. Chen with 9.5. Spider with 10.5. We're going to be going up to that top side of the leaderboard. Shu with 13. MTF with 15. Star with 15.5. Edward with 16.5. HM with 18. Chuzheng with 19.5. And we're going to be seeing our top 6 in just a second here. These are the most important boys. 2 days played. Action is still in 3rd place with a 32.2 point day. Crazy. But Verse with 55.1. XY with 38.2. T225 with 29.1. Mike with 29. Frostivus with 26. Frostivus in the top 6 right now, doing absolutely incredible.
Yep. Now, quick highlights here for game number 3, powered by China Unicom. Start off game 3. Spider with an R&B focused opener against HM. See it here. It sends it, gets parry. Beautifully done there from Spider. Stops on over to the Flying Eyes for the burst damage. Tries to go for the parry. Goes for the grapple LMB. Gets cut off the jump LMBs, but the R&B LMB good there for Spider. This time around, pace against XY. This was a disgusting freeze because he uses the Ice Burst right here. He misses, and he misses the V2. Goes for the confirmed V1, old V1, old V2, I should say. And now he comes out victorious during the fight. Chen, this was the start here of Chen. This was a nice opener, playing swap with Hong Sword Halberds, being able to use the F to knock back Edward and secure the kill. I didn't even catch him the first time around. That was beautiful.
Yeah, Chen was on a roll. It was cinematic elimination after elimination. The follow through onto XY, the jump LMB, the weave of the F, the F weave. And look at that, we skip all the highlights of the rest of the game because it doesn't matter, because Chen took all of the highlights, and T225 is going to be able to close out the game here, taking that last little hit on Edward.
Yeah.
And then Edward gets the kill on Arano. That's what happened. Yeah. I was confused. See, if we would have seen, I gotta stop tripping about it, but let me see why ZG's T225 MVP game number 3. This is his 4th time MVP already in the fall split, which is absolutely insane. Sky Pillar, Meteor, Sky Force, Thunder Call, Fire Arrows, Blistering Edge, Quick Charge. Majority of his damage coming from his ultimate. 19,000 damage total. Spear, dual halberds, and that Syra ultimate. 4 kills. Wow.
Yes, sir. Signature pose, too. There for T225.
The signature pose.
That's the signature pose there for that boy. But yeah, back-to-back wins now this time around. We're taking game 1, now game 3. Good way to start off his day number 2, or day 2 of fall split. We see it now, him trying to follow his element. Chen having a great game as well. Now putting up points on the board for himself to potentially make it into that top 12. He was one of the few players in the league that did not compete in day number 1, which we had HM and Zhe. HM already playing for today as well. He needs a lot of ground to cover right now to potentially make it into that top 12. Like you mentioned, Action with a 32.2 day. I mean, that is a big amount of points. Like I mentioned, sometimes we don't even have players being able to take at least 25 points in 2 days. But, needless to say, we have to wait and see how that goes. We are going to be going in with a quick interview with one of our players. Then we'll be back with game number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post-Game Interview. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with Edward. Let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是OA 的王良。
这个需要反应这么久吗？是不是打的已经是脑子有点凌乱了 ？Okay, welcome again. Welcome to the post-game interview. Okay, so first we would like to know. So like today before our matches today, so we saw that you have a board that means you already parried the 500 parried weapon in the game. So how's your feeling? 那我特别想问一下，那我们首先其实在赛前今天可以看到，王亮也是达到了自己的一个个人的里程碑，就是正刀已经到达了500次。哇，其实我特别想问一下，3年500次这样子一个里程碑对你来说意味着什么？你觉得自己满意不满意？
有个这么就是里程碑也是挺好的，开心还是挺开心的，满意倒不是很满意，因为可能就相较于其他人来说可能会差一些，然后我也会继续努力。
觉得自己还是不够，给你一个机会，现在来想想，3年你觉得应该多少把？大胆一点。
3年应该多少把？1年365天，1年365把吗？那3年不得1000把吗？
我认可你这个观点。今年我们努力一下，今年争取挣他个365把。Okay, so for me, I would like to say, so I'm really happy today that I have that board because it's like my esport player carry, and it's like a important point for me. But for me, satisfied or not, for me, it's really not because I think it's like less than other person like Mike or other like player. But so I asked me again, so ambition for this year, you think maybe like because 1 year we have 365 days and maybe parry the weapon 365 times is a good way, and maybe so for the 3 years it should be like 1000. 那我也觉得王亮今天既然立下这个愿望，希望真的可以实现，好吧？我们来自己一起去努力一下，冲刺一下。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们不开玩笑了，也来看一下今天的题目是什么。So now we can see the question is, which hero did OA Edward use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是，那刚才这把比赛当中，王亮用到了什么英雄？哎，其实这个英雄我们知道也是不太常见 ，so we know it's not usual in the solo game. And I would like to know, so you today you chose this character is because the new rule or the other reason, and any skill can share with us in the solo game. 那我们知道，其实这个英雄在我们的单排当中不太常见。我想知道今天自己选出这个英雄的原因呢？那是因为我们的新赛制的升级，还是说有其他的原因？以及在单排当中其实还是比较少见，所以有没有什么技巧啊，给我们分享一下？
无尘就是现在这个版本来说，应该算是一个比较简单，然后较为强势的英雄嘛，可能就在中游的，就是你 BP 顺位的话，应该会在中游选择。就是那这把也是，主要是搬了太多英雄了。我这把是末轮选嘛，然后已经搬掉10个英雄了，我就看了看，只剩就无尘比较合我手吧，然后就选了无尘。
所以其实还是跟我们的新规则有关系，也可以看到我们更多的英雄可以在单排当中登场了。So due to the new rule, that's why I choose this character today, and because I'm bumping very behind and don't have too much character for me to choose, and for me, I think this character is really fit to me. That's why I choose it today. 好的，我觉得也应该是时候让我们一起准备进入倒计时了。Okay, I think a player is prepared, and let's start counting. 来，有请用英文进行3、2、1。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请大亮给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案是。
答案是 B。Yeah,
答案是 B, 无尘。Yeah, congratulations. And at last, because we just talked about like your status and the board for you today, and I would like to know because parry the weapon sometimes is like under the big pressure, so how you just figure out? 那我这边特别想问一下，其实因为我们前面也讲到了震刀嘛，虽然震刀在这个游戏当中很正常的一个操作，很基础的操作，但是在游戏当中，特别是在比赛当中，其实要完成像木压这种，还是会要承担很大的压力。在这种状态下，其实在场上自己要怎么去 怎么去克服这种压力，然后去完成一个像就比较完美的操作。比如说你是平时训练的比较多，已经成为下意识反应了，还是要在场上随时保持冷静的头脑？
我觉得打比赛很重要的是保持一个好心态吧，心态相较于水平啊，然后水平是最重要的，但是水平是你平常练出来的嘛。然后在场上的话，就是需要一个好心态，心态能就是帮你沉着冷静一点，就不要急就会出错嘛，就是冷静最重要。
So I think both these reasons is really important in the game. And for me, like train more in the resting times is really important. And also when I'm on the status, I'm on set. So keep claim down and keep the good status for me is really important. That's why we can have the higher score in the matches. 非常感谢大梁的一个分享，哇！也再次恭喜你达到自己的里程碑，恭喜恭喜恭喜！恭喜恭喜 ，congratulations！ 那再次感谢来到我们的赛后采访 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, 7 Jordan, alongside my boy C8. It's been a minute. I mean, it hasn't really been a minute. We've been seeing each other in person, bro.
Yeah.
I got to meet up with the boy C8 IRL. It was crazy.
Yeah,
I
mean, that was amazing.
Getting to meet everybody in person for the first time. Like, I met a few people in person, but, getting to meet everybody in person, just seeing everyone face to face was really, really dope. But what's even more dope is that we're going into game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on Perdoria. We're getting ready for some action. And we're seeing 12 unique heroes going and taking their fight onto the Perdoria map coming in for this game number 4. Creatives, how are you feeling? I am loving solos right now. The tempo, the aggression, everything that has to do with the solos game mode right now in NBPL is just fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, that game number 2 is probably is really up there my most favorite game to watch over the years that I've casted, because the aggression we saw there, the everything that was just showcased in that match alone was just so beautifully to watch if you're a NARAKA BLADEPOINT fan overall, especially of competitive NARAKA, as we saw there, how well these players are able to execute certain things, and overall just very, very interesting to see how much more aggression we have out of first round from tonight's 3 games 1 through 3. We've seen how much more aggression, obviously even before they had people that had yang depletion were getting active, but right now we're seeing bodies drop left to right for today. And I'm not sure if that's like, you know, being able to tell who has that yang depletion now, because only one pair of the character is in the field. So if you do see Liam eliminated Yodo, everybody's potentially looking for that Yodo, and then you also see a Shayo eliminated Akos, everybody's as well as looking for that Akos now that there's only one of that specific hero in the server for that game alone. So I think that might be something that these players are, you know, possibly doing, because of how many players we see starting to bunch up after the first round. We have probably 1 to 3 players in there, but at the end of all the interactions, we have about 6-7 people already in that area trying to pick up those hits, the last hits for the kills, and try to run away with potentially even a bloom cleanse if you are one of those players that has that yang depletion. So like I said, it's a lot more in the a lot more aggression, a lot more for these players to really deal with coming out that first round. And that's what I was thinking, where we might possibly later in the future start seeing that these players might not even want to take round. As we saw there for Chen, he did have a good amount of eliminations, lost his realm and was not able to bounce back, and that cost him his game 3 there, where he was able to get a big chunk multiplier if he was able to stay up there already with 6 kills on the board. So that could be something that we start seeing moving on in further with our fall split, but you know, only time will tell, and hopefully we're here to see it as well.
Yeah, definitely going into that second round of Yang, he was on such a crazy high rolling streak with 6 eliminations. He took out some of the top players in the lobby, fully eliminated XY, took out Mike, took out so many powerhouse players, and then loses in the realm of Yang. Verse had a phenomenal comeback with the Liam ultimate, and that ball catch, it was just over for him. So it's difficult, right? Because you're going into that matchup, and if he plays against anyone other than the Liam, like how aggressive he was playing in that realm of Yang, I think he had that, but he just gets hit off of a really unfortunate combo in that realm of Yang, and then he's not able to. The entirety of his game hinged on him winning that. Just on the fact that he lost, he was looking for a bloom, he ends up getting targeted out, and you know, it's unfortunate, but yeah, it's the decisions we make, ladies and gentlemen, that put us to where we are. He made the wrong decision there going in that realm of Yang.
Do 5 though. MVP's game 1 and 3. Looking to try to take another one here for today. But yeah, off of that realm there from Verse and Chen, Yodo v Liam. Obviously, we know the Liam matchup against the Shayo, right? Once that ultimate comes up for the Shayo, you want to respond with that Liam ultimate as well to try to catch the Shayo lacking once she goes for that shield throw, because it's pretty much a confirmation ball because she's stuck in animation. And seeing it now against the Yodo, I'm not really sure why I never really spotted this, but the way Verse was able to proc that storm form there in that ultimate form pretty much works the same case as it does for the Shayo. Their animation locked obviously for a lot less time, but you still have enough time to catch the V2 ball off the Liam, and saw that was what pretty much gave Verse the win in that realm, and gave Chen that Yang depletion timer for that second round. So that's very, very interesting to see that matchup, how it really plays off like that, because you know, different matchups against different characters really have different lines and different outcomes and how they can potentially come out. So that is something that these players obviously study and seeing how they can counter, especially in the realm, what type of character they're going up against in an isolated area like the realm of Yang. But overall, we are ready for our band picks here, our pick selections, I should say, for our 4th game, 2 Pedora Morning Dew. This is a daytime, no fireflies this time around. First groups are going to be TT25 and Frostivus. And TT25 coming off a win, he's going to have first pick here to snag up the Lonnie or the Liam moving into this game 4.
Yeah, this is going to be nice to see TT25 on that first pick. And TT25 actually one of the only people to be able to make it into a MVP with one of our top 4 meta heroes. We've seen nobody being able to pull that feat off so far. So it's really nice to see that the meta heroes are still able to win and they're not getting targeted out completely. If you have enough skill, you're able to do such. So it's nice to see that. As we're going to be seeing Lonnie coming in, Liam going to be dropped on the side of Frostivus. As then we're going to be seeing Wufong coming out, Shen Yuan bringing it back in as well on the 3rd and the 4th picks. This is going to be a good one. I'm excited for this. Wufong on the Syra. It's pretty standard, pretty standard. We're going to get to start going into the silly stuff in just a second. But we've got to get the standard stuff out of the way. Unless Shen Yuan decides to go off book, I don't think we're going to be seeing any off book plays coming through there from Shen Yuan. Other than the double Temmie, that's the stuff we like to see. And there we go, HM coming in on the 5th pick.
This is where the Temmie comes into play. Yeah. HM on the Tumult for his 5th game. Chen now, possibly Justina game, potentially even Yodo.
Ooh.
Oh, just play Yodo. Could go. Oh, double Yodo. Okay. We locking in Yodo. I mean, I'm not even mad here, Seb. I'm not even mad. He had an amazing game 3.
I like the Yodo pick. It's a good pick. Yeah, Yodo is just like has been very dominant across the board as well. Like it's not a bad pick in the slightest.
What is it here for pace? Kylan lock in here for pace. Arano potential on Justina. He is a Justina enjoyer, so Arano, please let me be right for the 8th round selection. Talking to the coaches, talking to whoever he has to talk to for information. Valda, okay. Valda for the 8th round selection.
I like that. I like the Valda coming out here.
You like the Valda?
Yes, sir. Edward and Mike into our next slot. Here we go. Let's see it. This is so much more fun. Like our pick and ban phase was okay. Yeah, they're gonna pick this. So yeah, our first 4, sure, we know exactly what they're gonna do. But now it's a mystery. Edward on the Wu Chen. Mike with the next pick to go is ready. He's locking it in.
What?
Akos.
Am I wrong? Is that a double pick for Edward?
I think
or am
so,
I mistaken?
maybe. We'll get to see it in just a second, but
I think I'm thinking about verse. I think I'm thinking about verse though. I think I was thinking about verse. We'll see though. Mike on the Akos though. We love that. Love to see that.
Yeah, that's his character. He's got his own customization for that character. Ooh, verse on the Feria. Feria hasn't been doing well. Let's play some Takeda, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
And that's what's different from day 1. Feria was doing well day 1. Feria's not doing well day 2.
They figured out how to counter it. It was easy. They said, okay, people are playing Feria again. We need to figure out how to get around this. They were playing Tessa day 1 too.
Fong. I mean, that's a Fong pick. You know Fong.
That's a Fong pick. Fair enough. They hadn't played it in so long, they didn't even have the graphic ready for that.
Yeah.
I saw that. I was like, damn, it's like that?
Question mark, right?
Crazy.
She's an unknown character, but yeah, I mean, I feel like that character really suits Fong's playstyle. I don't know what it is with Fong. It just feels like he has Mr. Might on him at all times. He just knows exactly where everybody's fighting, and he really capitalizes off of that. And off of this season alone, you can see here for the boss play, he's been really doing well, finding those third-party interactions and really shutting down a lot of the tempo for these players and climbing in the ranks as well while he's doing so. So You know, it's just a matter of time that he manages to get into the match point threshold if he makes it into a bi-weekly final, and he's able to snag up an MVP that way as well. And yeah, I was right. Edward double pick there for the Wu-Chen.
It's the name change buff. Every single time we see a name change, they always either pop off or fall off the face of the planet. Like when Pace went from Pace to PXT, he started popping off. So Fong to MTF, this is his third name change, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. This is the third time that we've seen a Fong name change. Yeah, Edward on the double pick, Chen on the double pick, and you know it's crazy. They double pick the off meta stuff.
Yeah.
They're never double picky because they know they don't get it twice.
Yeah.
They know they're not going to be able to get it a second time, so they don't go for that double pick.
It's a whole nother mind game now.
Interesting. It's so interesting. Like the science behind all of it.
The maths.
The math, the science that goes into all of this, like, it's actually crazy.
You're talking about Fong renames. The OG, Akuma. You remember Akuma?
Yeah, Akuma, bro. That's what I was saying. He went to Akuma, then he went to Fong, then he went back to Akuma, then he went to MTF.
Game changing. Got drops though for our fourth game. Got two players landing top left-hand side of the map. That's going to be T225 and Verse. Edward is going to be contested by XY there for that Volpine Essence, as we see now. Frostivus, JL, and Spider are going to be in the center of the map there. Oh, Predoria, left side, we have ASC, or sorry, we have Ufong, Alliance, GG, right below him, OUG, and Arana for the contestant on the left side. Potentially move on in towards the center of the map. And look, we got to action. Pace against Chen. Chen eating up tons of damage off rip already with no weapon in hand. That's blue dual blades in hand. There for Pace. Snags up common dagger. Trying to see if he can find a common armor swap. Does manage to do so. Now right back into the fight. Pace not being able to capitalize off of that situation. Chen going to be able to retreat. Mike though, swell blue armor. Arano in the back end. T225 against First. This time around. XY picking up the first kill though against Edward.
Here we go. Verse going to be coming in. ASC's XY already picking up that elimination. Coming in fast with the first bloods here. It's not even a couple minutes into the game. We're already seeing it popping off. Verse going to be trying to make the click happen. It looks like he's going to be unable to get any extra damage off. T225 doing a really good job at kiting. This is a rivalry. I'm loving this. This is the new age Mike and Spider. Verse and T225. I'm absolutely loving this. T225 has spent so much time in the shadow of Mike and Spider, and I think the same for Verse. And now they've started this come up together, and I'm loving their little rivalry that they've got going on. Big parry coming through, but it doesn't connect. The 1.0 is going to come through. Verse able to get the parry into the uppercut, into the jump LMB. Tries to go for the second one. Procs the stone form off here. Tries to go for the parry. Doesn't connect. No blue was throwing into another clink off. Clinks off of the scale rushes over and over again. Jump LMB into the scale rush. Oh my goodness, the jump LMB. The big focus attack damage into the F ability. T225 gonna find his way out of this fight. Switching over to the spear. Didn't want to be fighting with that pole sword in that situation. It looks like they're just gonna go for a reset here. As Verse gonna go for the heal up. And flip over to a huge scrap off on the other side of the map.
Yeah, just pole sword, being able to cover that ground there, making sure you don't have to dodge and get caught. It's just a good weapon off the start as well. You have blue rarity, just does so much damage, no damage reduction. Anything over that, it's just big bonk damage off R&Bs. But Mike on the Akos tries to read the F2, doesn't manage to catch off of that. HM now applying the pressure there onto Mike. You see him now getting chased down by multiple players. Chen now joining the fight. Akos ultimate now forced out here from Mike. Trying to cut out the pressure, but looks like he is going to be looking at Chen. Catches LMB uppercut in the back end. Now the pressure will be going towards that player's way for a little bit. HM still looking at the Akos. Going to be going underground to potentially find armor swaps. I believe he does not manage to find one. He's going to go ahead and retop off the white health. Does manage to find a blue armor swap though. Back in the pocket against Arana this time around. The 1-2 mix from the dual blades. Gets cut off the prow. The F2 is good. Forcing out the Valda F. Jump LMB there from Arana. So avoid getting staggered off that jump LMB there from Mike. Catches prowl. Look how many players are in the back end. That's 5 players. 6 with Mike here in this zone. Overhold is now in a big trouble. Trying to stay alive. Purple armor for HM. Does manage to get the damage off the 1.0. Does still manage to stay up for now. F2 is good onto Arano. Forcing out the 1.0 onto 2 players in the back end now. Players are still full focus in. Arano's gonna go ahead and invest. The Valdo ultimate gets cut off the first spear throw. What's gonna be the mix up here in the back end? Arano gets the damage, but not enough. Yes, he does. Manages to get the elimination. Mike goes down early, still has a second life. Arano invests the ultimate, catches the spear onto HM. Now HM drops very low. Tomoko ultimate invested. Spider and Wufong both playing the center of this Temi ult, but HM playing the backside, still staying alive. The RB focused there from Arano, snagging up his second.
Rano picking up 2 kills in that scrap off, getting every single elimination that all of these players are fighting so hard to get. And now GG Chen facing off against Spider. As we're seeing, Rano does end up getting taken out by Wufong. Wufong now able to swing back around and see if he can third party this scrap off, as Chen just going to go for a bit of a reset on the pots. Gets the 1-2 off. Spider taking a lot of damage, forced to pop that F ability, as GG Chen does get the catch and regain prio there. We are going to see ultimate getting released now. Spider ready to go with the freezes, gets one. And this could be TOD, but we're seeing the ultimate coming out as well. GG Chen popping that Yodo ultimate. We saw how crazy he was on that in game number 3, but I don't think we're going to get to see too much. GG Chen started looking a little bit slower this game.
Yeah, Chen now being able to find that value. I was looking at Justina there. I think Justina needs something else. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he gets confirmation freeze, right? He gets confirmation freeze. Not sure if he missed time, the bar to catch Prio, but Yodo being able to pop the ultimate there off the soft break is just a little rough. That could be a missed timing thing. But if it's not, it's just so rough there to invest a full ultimate and really not get the value you're looking for, opposed to like any other character like Shayo or even Liam or the Lonnies. But Spider now once again against Chen. We did get XY picking up elimination there onto Edward. Spider being able to top off the purple armor. Chen's gonna go ahead and invest or call in the no ult zone. Back in the mix. R&B focus is good there for Spider. Goes for the jump LMBs. Nice grapple bump there for Chen, forcing out the Justina F onto Spider. Spider still overholding. Nice LMB prowl into the R&B. It's gonna be the mix up here. 2-on-1, jump LMBs times 2. Swapping on over to the purple dagger this time around. Chen now responding here with the prowl. Doesn't manage to get the full capitalization since the 1-2, but not enough. Spider snagging up that kill onto Chen.
He's too relentless, man. Spider is just relentless when it comes to these eliminations. He's not going to let Chen beat him twice on the same hero. He's got that playstyle figured out, and he's able to counter it so flawlessly. So Spider will be able to pick up his second elimination, almost running into the Banesbeth, and he's going for the buy. As we're going to be seeing on the other side, it's OUG's Mike with that Yang portal. Look at the placement. I know this is a very minuscule detail, but the placement on the Yang portal right in the middle of the little hut there. It looks very nice, I gotta say. As XY, I mean, in his very own Veins Breath, able to have no contested on him. But Frostwist might be waiting in the wings, trying to see if he can jump into this Yang portal. As oh my goodness. The Faria mech coming out, defending the land. We're going to see a little bit of a replay here. This is Burst versus T225.
This is the long fight here from earlier. This is the Persona Faria, right? Persona 5 class or Persona class?
I think so.
That's what a V2 extension. Off the spear to confirm the R&B LMB. Gonna be against XY. Shayo versus Verse on the Faria. See it this time around. Verse trying to see if he can pick it up another one on the board as well as XY. Both players starting off high for this first round. Bow shot is good. Oh my god, you saw the lunge there? How much space he covered off the grapple aerial LMB?
Oh my goodness, the scale rush coming through. ASC's XY now taking so much damage. It looks like Verse just has his number here. Trying to see if he can force that Shio ultimate out as early as possible. It's what he wants to do. And in this situation, I mean, the ultimate is going to go for the way of ASC's XY. But if Verse is able to make some crazy plays happen, but oh my goodness, bringing it back around the Assault Smolder, dealing burn damage too. Into the uppercut. Oh my goodness, he might get it here. Jump on B. And there he goes. Oh my goodness, Bullpine Essence to be able to come through. And he still has that ultimate available. He just needs to keep him away from the pillar. The overhead's going to come through into the one, bringing it back around, trying to go for the heal. Ultimate is going to get released now. Trying to see if he can proc that. If he gets one shield throw done right. Oh, there it is. Verse is dead here. Oh, ball back around into it. Oh my goodness, there's no way. The burn damage? Is the burn damage going to come through? Let's see if he gets this. Let's see if he gets this. He's out of shield procs. XY's on 1 HP in a dream. Oh my goodness, Verse course, you demon! Oh,
Wow.
that's why Faria's getting picked. I understand it now.
Wow. He just needed one hit off that grapple LMP. It would have ticked for white held too. Mike winning realm against Space though. See Wufong now against Chen. Wufong looking for the opening here. Already winning his realm. Yang has that Vermilion's Birds Might in his inventory. We see it here. I wonder what gold weapon he managed to snag up there off that realm though. So we're gonna have to wait and see what that is in just a couple moments. If he does swap on onto it. But this time around, Chen still playing, trying to get aggressive. I don't believe we have any eliminations there onto Chen. Gold Greatsword, that's what it is. Great parry there from Wufong. Being able to invest the F into the Syra ultimate, catching the dazzle, into the 2 charge, into the follow-up, following hits there off the Syra. And that's all she wrote for Wufong to be snagging up the kill onto Chen.
Chen is out in game number 4, not going as well as his 6 elimination game. In a number 3 is we're not seeing Spider getting aggressed on by Mike. It looks like Mike's relieving the pressure a little bit, trying to see exactly where Spider has landed. He knows that's an ulted Justina. He's gonna try and get into the mix with that, but it looks like Spider's able to get himself completely away from any sort of damage with a full reset on, but he doesn't have that ultimate anymore. He doesn't have Yang depletion either. This is a decent spot for him to be in, but now he's getting aggressed on. Mike just full aggression onto this Justina here. It's like he knows it's Spider. He's just ready to come through. The 1-2 is getting released by both of these players too. That's Pace in the back end as well as Mike. Spider losing all of that purple armor. He's now going to be forced to try and go for a reset. But everybody seems to be chasing. And why are they chasing the Justina?
No armor. No armor, no ult.
Fair enough, no ult.
Yeah.
So there we go. F ability popped. Spider gonna try and get out of this Temi ultimate, but he does end up getting caught. Arano with the bomb coming through from the spear. That's Arano's 5th elimination, and Arano's doing a GG Chen right now. He does have the Vermilion Bird Might available as well. It looks like ASC's XY gonna be able to get the double charge with the Flying Knives in the back end elimination. And it looks like who managed to grab and cleanse. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe we saw cleanse there.
Man, Flying Knives are... Flying Knives is so good, man. Like, on top of it having mid to long range pressure, in the pocket, man, it just feels like you just get caught over and over again. I mean, we've seen instances where raw uppercuts even happen. And Mike now being able to get a big pair onto TT5, the drop down there from Wufong. Lots of pressure happening. Arano with the pistol shot. Mike is gonna fall. TT5 investing 2 ball throws here on Delani. Pistol shot for the back end. Frosted potentially sees that. Looks like he is going to be able to get a quick reset in. Pace though, on the other hand, with a minute 34, needs to see who can find to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion on his back. Pace not being able to find a lot of information. Spots of Mike and HM. Looks like HM is going to be the one picked out of the bunch, forcing out the Temi F very early. The drop down quickly there from HM on to Pace from the West, being able to snag up, but now the repower here for Pace. What's gonna be the mix out here for Pace? Going for the 2 times uppercut, R&B on the ground, going for the Scare Rush. Nice overhold there from HM. So one getting cut off the pile there from the Scare Rush. Movement game now coming out. F called in once again for the Tomoe. And that's just what makes Temi such a great character. Be able to have that F down off the cooldown so quickly, time and time again. HM eats up some of that damage here off the Conlon ultimate though. Gets cut off with the V1. That's enough damage there for Pace to snag up the kill onto HM. HM eliminated with 0 on the board. TT5 now showing up to the mix as well with 0. But Pace now trying to cut out the pressure here from Delani.
As we're going to be seeing, TG25 also did manage to get his cleanse off in that big scrap off there. He didn't get the elimination, but he invested those ball throws to get himself the cleanse. Arano, 6 eliminations on the board for him here. You're going to see perfect use of that throw to counteract any sort of damage, but XY is just giving him the business. Oh my goodness, Arano, bro. Arano, no! Oh, Wufong stole the kill. Wufong stole the kill away from XY with the Flying Knives. Those Flying Knives, man, they're absolutely insane. OUG's Mike taking on WBG's Verse.
Yeah, Mike now. Do see him. Reposted up for the second round. This time around, trying to see if he can find against Varus. This is a big scrap off. This is potentially the one player you always want to fight to win, because if you can stop his tempo, you can stop the outcome of the game most of the games. But with how Mike is looking now, doing a really good job on jump LMB. He's forcing out the dodges. Now catches the V2. Up for the area LMB. Area R&B is good as well. The off goes. The V2 beacon spam. Doesn't manage to get the capitalization off that with the post attack. Nice weave. Has the F. Tries to read off the V2. Nearly connects. And now the Fairy Mech is up. Try to scare rush on out. Goes for the burn damage off the grapple LMB. Man, musket shots back to back to back quickly as well. For Mike, still playing burn damage there. Making sure this player does not manage to top off that white house, but there goes the first missile. Gooba Stomp looking good off the first one, trying to read the third, does manage to do so. Only connects off of one. The D-Mech now for Verse, going up for the F2. Nice read there for Verse to avoid that F2. Still has the F online for himself though if he gets cut off a trial. Mike though staying in the pocket. The 1-2 minks are out. Overholds, doesn't release. Still back in the pocket. Looks like Verse trying to overhold since the 1.0. Big damage, forcing out the F this time around. Nice cancellation there from Verse. Catches Pryo to the 2-1. Big damage. R&B on the ground. 1-2. Now gets recut up a Pryo. No, miss input there from Mike. Doesn't manage to get the grapple bump, but it doesn't even matter. That could have been bad. Really quickly there. But the mid-range F2 there from Mike. Being able to snag up the re-Pryo there. And hey, that's mistakes you do not want to make if you're in the pro league and if you're a player like Mike.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
We are all human though.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy coming through. As we're gonna see a little bit of a replay. Engraving off the rip, coming through into a slap. Both of these players going for the slap at the same time. Wufong able to come through. Oh, what an R&B to be able to counter pace there and trying to bring it back through. Gets Pryo again, weaves the F punch, brings it back over to the fist, tries to go for the pull sword play. He's gonna give himself uppercutted into the jump LMB. Stoneform gonna get procced out, and he brings it into that R&B. Oh my goodness, that R&B follow-up is just so powerful, able to chunk away so much HP. And that final killing blow is going to be devastating for Paste. But we're seeing Wufong and Mike with that buff, and Verse, the Yang depletion, and Arano with 6 kills eliminated. Wufong's on 5 though. Oh my goodness. We don't see the bottom of the scoreboard very often just because of this is our overall scoreboard. We see the points per game that they're getting. And it's 5 eliminations on the board for Wufong.
Yeah, Wufong, good amount of kills already. See Verse though, trying to get active. Has Yang depletion. 2 kills on the board this time around against XY. Overholds. Trying to find an opening here against XY. Flying knives in hand for XY. Gets cut off for Pryo. F caught in for the Faria. F caught in for the Shayo. Nice scare rush there from XY. Time 2 jump LMBs. Frostivus lurking in the back end as well. Very careful, eating up tons of tip damage there in the zone. Has the mech down this time around. XY is going to go ahead and kite out the pressure. Verse still looking for the Shayo. First missile, not good. Wufong starts moving on in. Wufong spots XY inside the zone. Verse, with a couple seconds left inside this mech, needs to be real careful with the pressure that is going to be thrown his way. You see Mike already trying to get the burn damage off the grapple LMB. Does manage to do so now, but every time the Faria goes for the Gooba Stomp, they are able to cleanse out that burn damage. The 1-2 mix now from Mike, being able to go ahead and apply a little bit of the damage. 2 minutes and 59 seconds for Verse, trying to cut out the pressure here inside this terrain. Movement error times 2, eating up tons of damage. Uses the F to get away this time around. Now on the fan, does create a little bit of distance. Frostivus joining the fight. Mike on the top side. Wufong as well, looking for Verse. Verse being able to create the distance for now. Gets clipped off the aerial LMB there onto Wufong. Gold pulsar in hand. One scare rush gonna do tons of damage. Nearly see it there. There goes the scare rush from Mike onto Verse. F2 is good, and it's Frostivus with the last hit there onto Verse. And Verse is going to be eliminated with 2 kills on the board. XY currently has 3. Mike with 2. T225 just chilling out, waiting for that end game circle to unfold for him to potentially get some more kills. Currently with 0. Frostivus with 1 off of that kill there onto Verse. Pace and XY going at it. Pace on the Kylan. XY on the Shiable with no ult here. Having to kite out the pressure off this V1. Kylan gets cut off the first one. The second one looking to connect. Doesn't manage to do so. On the top side, T225 starting to move on in. Wufong waiting for the perfect opportunity to potentially get his 7th kill here for game number 4.
Here we go. Pace trying to see if he can secure it. And he gets the elimination. Does he get the blue? Mike steals it away. Oh my goodness. Pace must be fuming right now. All of that work to get the elimination, and it's not going to go his way. Wufong now trying to see if he can get this elimination off onto Pace, and he's going to be able to get it with the full sword scale rush coming through. And now we're down to our final 4 players of this game. It's going to be T225, Wufong, Mike, and Frostovis. Wufong on 6, Frostovis on 1, Mike on 2, and T225 with no eliminations on the board. It's going to be very difficult for him to come away with any sort of MVP. Oh my goodness!
Oh, no.
As I say that, he gets completely sharked down by the pole sword. Scale rush coming through. Frostovis picking up his second elimination of the game. Huge pole sword plays coming out from him in this game. Using that F ability to get out of there, he's now made himself the target in the lobby after picking up that elimination. Trying to go for the parry. Stoneform actually going to come in. Punish damage going to be getting brought out onto the side of Mike. Able to capture Mike as well in this zone, using him to block the path of Wufong. Frostovis still just trying to hold his ground and get out of this zone as fast as possible. Unable to get the connect onto the second one. And Wufong picking up his 7th elimination onto the board with our top 2 fighting it out. Wufong gets MVP no matter what, but we see the fight to see if he can put 8.
Yeah, and this is bad here for Mike because Ult just ran out. Has only 1 block of that gold armor. Wufong with all the advantage right now, plus the Cyber Ultimate ready and loaded to try to potentially get the elimination off of that alone. But Mike doing a really good job playing the side of the terrain here. It's a very tricky terrain to try to catch a player. Mike being the first one up on that purple dagger. So go ahead and top off 1. Oh, gets stopped there. Almost being able to take that. 2-on-1 plus the damage. Must get times 2. Oh my god, big damage there from Wufong. F2 connects, uses the F to stop the pressure there from Mike. Mike now trying to retreat, being able to go on the opposite side. And the boy said, hey, let's just end it here because the pressure just happened. The commotion happened as soon as that verse fell there in this final moments of this game. Now only up to 2. Mike still trying to get that ult back online. Nearly back at it with 72%. Wufong the backs on up to try to see if he can get the Sparrow, I believe, on the top side. No, that's on the right-hand side. No one's there. Mike's starting to rotate now. Knows what's happening there for Wufong, but Wufong's be able to pop this ultimate plus capture the Sparrow and they quickly move on over to where Mike is posted up as we see it here. Doesn't invest the ultimate. Gets the Sparrow, gets the Mystic Mike buff, so he's going to be saving that ult for now. This situation. One for the LMBs. Catches the 1-2, goes for the R&B on the ground, manages to do so. Nice tap dodge there from Mike, going for the jump parry, gets punished for it. Here LMB, 1-2, there's the 1.0 there from Mike, back to back as well, the TT25 there. The third one getting parried in from Wufong, forcing out that Aqua's ultimate. Sara ultimate to respond here for Wufong. Look for the dazzle. Doesn't manage to connect off the first one. Still waiting it is out since the second dazzle. Doesn't manage to connect off of that. Being able to weave that leap this time around. Third one manages to connect this time around. Goes for that LMB off of this. What's going to be the mix-up? R&B doesn't manage to connect off of that. Overholds. The V2 not good as well. Captured there from Wufong, I believe. Gets the 1.0 damage into the jump LMBs. And Wufong with an 8 kill plus dub here for game number 4. Is going to be jumping up on top here in the ranks for the overall standings.
What a play. 8 kill game in game number 4 coming out for TE's Wufong. He's just proving he's still got it. Wufong is so inconsistent, but he's able to put up so many points in these crucial moments. And there you have it. The 8 kill, 3 placement point game from him. He's going to get a good kill multiplier to go with that as well. Absolutely dominating Mike in that final fight there. It was crazy weaves coming out on that against that Akos ultimate, just using that Syra ultimate to the best of his ability, and then he gets the Yang Spirit Well as well, so he's able to use that again. Pure cinema, absolutely amazing.
Beautiful there from Wufong. I mean, coming up the summer split, taking a trip home there at the start of the 2025 season. Had a break. Did not compete at MSC right into the start from the fall split. Had to wait out about 2-3 weeks to recompete in the Pro League, which is now. So this is definitely something Wufong was needing here because, you know, Wufong's a very strong player, more to the newer side in the Pro League. You know, we have a lot of OGs like Mike Spider, of Burst, Wang Liang, those type of players have been in the league for years. But Wufang being one of the newer sides, not new no more, but still towards the newer sides, he is one of those players who is able to contest for that chip in these bi-weekly finals. And we saw it here today for this game alone, how many kills he was able to put up. We'll see his numbers in just a moment, how much damage he was able to get, and what the overall standings are looking like for that game alone as well. Just a matter of moments. But wow, amazing game 4 done with the last daytime map of the day there in Predoria. We are going to be moving on into our Firefly map in Hollow Rocks for our game 5, and then our Morris Isle Firefly map there for our game 6. But crazy pressure off of game realm 2. Just they're just like, look, let's just end it here. Let's just get everybody eliminated. You saw there with the commotion there with Verse was able to get eliminated, and then everybody else showed up, and just so many bodies dropped. But another thing showing up is gonna be the answer for treasure for everybody on the Twitch chat. If you guys are on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to get a chance to win a special gift. The question will be, which player picked up Akutu in game number 4? Was it A, OUG's Mike, B, Alliance Pace, C, GG Chen, or D, OA's Edward? I mean, Seb gave y'all a little hint in the beginning when this player picked it. Said something about a preset in the game, but look at that, Seb. 12.6 there for Wufang. That's a crazy game.
That is a phenomenal game, especially for solos with the amount of points that you're able to get. It's really difficult to put up more than 10 points, and putting up a 12.6 is absolutely huge. 8 kills, 9.6 on the kill points, 3 ranking points with a total game score of the 12.6. Arano is going to get about half of that game score in second place with the 6.5, XY with the 4, Mike with the 4, Frostivus with a 3.5, Pace with a 3, Verse with a 2.5, Spider with a 2, TGU5 for the 1.5, 0.5 for HM, and Chen off of a huge game with the donut. Unfortunate to see that happening there. We're going to be seeing Pace climbing up a little bit. He's at 5.5. Chen, 9.5. Lipo, 6. Spider at the 12.5. Shu at 13. And Arano at 13.5. We're going to be going up a little bit higher. Spider really hasn't come out to play today, eh?
Yeah. I was thinking halfway point after game 3 he was gonna start heating up, because he's usually one of those players that really takes a little bit longer for him to get on one. But you know, it's just day 1 there for Spider. He still has a second day to try to qualify for the top 12. Currently in 12th, Fong with 15, Star with 15.5, Edward with 16.5, HM with 18.5, Wufang right above him, Frostivus in 6th place with 29.5, T225 with 30.6, Action with 32.2, Mike with 33, XY with 42.2, and the runner-up at the top of the pyramid, WBG's Verse with 57.6 currently. Trying to match up that energy with that 37.9 for his second day. Currently with 19.7 off of 1 day alone, or 4 games alone, I should say. Still having 2 more games left. Still being able to snag up more points. I mean, day 1, game number 6 was a crazy game. So he pretty much had a Wufang game just without the multiplier.
Yeah, it was a really good game. We're going to take a look at some of these highlights brought to you by China Unicom of this said game. Versus being able to use, oh my goodness, the restand jump as we're going to be seeing coming up from that V2. Oh, Spider with the RMB LMB into jump LMB, into jump LMB, gets it back around, tries to go for that combo, but the dagger movement is just too good on his side. And then Wufang versus T225 in the realm of Yang. Scale rush is coming through, but Wufang able to go for the catch. Oh my goodness, carousel into the finisher.
Oh, we didn't even see that.
T225. That was amazing. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was filthy. We didn't even get to see that during the game, but Frostivus.
Frostivus on the bull sword doing really good.
Yeah. Really was. I think he snagged up 2 there, right?
Yeah. Look at this weave. Weaved out. You see him get the ultimate back, or he doesn't get the ultimate back, but he captures that and makes sure Mike can't get that. So no ult reset from Mike, no nothing from Mike. If he gets the ult reset there, he's still in the fight. But we're gonna see the Syra taking it in game number 4. That's TE's Wufang, our MVP. How many times? This is his first MVP of this fall split. 8 kills, 24,000 damage, Octa Slash, Storm Stride, Slow Shot, Sunwing Shot, Tai Chi Fan, Palm Lightning, and Advanced Hero. Some crazy Jade setup.
on the Syra. I think this might be the first top 4 picks getting MVP. I think so. I don't think we had a Lonnie, Liam, or Shayo MVP yet throughout the whole night.
Yeah, we have.
Who we had?
TG5, last game.
On what character?
On Shayo.
No.
He was on one of the meta ones because I talked about it. He was on Syra.
Yeah.
Syra MVP. Syra MVP.
Yeah, Syra. You're right. Syra. Back at it again. Back to back for the Cyrus. This time around, Wufong's hand. Yep. Amazing there for Wufong. 12.6 points there for one game alone is a crazy amount of points. That's like, some people don't even get that in one day. That's the crazy part. Like, you're able to stack up that amount of points in one game alone, opposed to people playing 4-6 games out and not being able to match that. It's just incredible there for Wufong. Now, like I mentioned, he did have a break. It did say it was his first MVP. There was a break between Biweekly 1 and Biweekly 2 due to MSC. That happened a couple weeks ago. So now, Wufong is trying to get back into the mix of things, trying to get to feel how the games are going to be. And now with a new system, I feel like this is a big learning curve for a lot of these players, really trying to implement how the changes are now that there is no pair of heroes in the lobbies, and try to work out what type of characters they want to play in what phase, trying to pick out what's the best bet for them and what map, because on top of them trying to find what character to pick in what phase, the map really brings out a big toll as well, depending if it's daytime or nighttime. So that's another aspect they had, and a lot of these players already had it down to a T in our old system, where you were able to have a pair of characters in that same pick ban phase. But now it being different, it's a lot more things these players have to take into consideration, and it's going to take a little bit of time for these players to adjust. Some of these players are playing their first day with the new system as well, like Spider. As we see there, he's not really having too hot of a day thus far, but overall, he's probably just testing things out, trying to see how he can work around it. But once again, I feel like Spider is sometimes he can start off hot. Sometimes it's really rare, but he's usually one of those players that really starts turning up around game 3s and 4s. Unfortunate enough for him, he still hasn't really showcased that out now, but I think he might be on the topper side of the hero pick phase this time around. We're gonna have to wait and see once game 5 loads on in. But overall, if he's able to get one of those comfort picks like Liam or Lonnie, I don't think we've seen him in a Lonnie yet, so potentially he will be having a pop-off game for the nighttime map.
Yeah, it'd be really good to see that. We haven't seen him perform too well, so it's really on and off with him. Like, he wins EWC, and then he underperforms in the biweekly. But like you were saying earlier, you were talking about the points, 12 points, being more than he gets more than some people get in an entire 6 games.
Yeah.
If you put it into perspective, Lipo got 6 points day 1.
There you go.
He only got half of the amount of points in 6 games that Wufong just got in one single game. So it is a crazy number of points. 12, it's not a huge number, right? We see crazy numbers in solo or in trios, but as a regard to solos, that is an insanely high number.
Yeah, it's insane to watch a crazy pop-off game like that. We usually see the pop-off games being around 10.5 points, 10.2 with a 7-kill game, which is pretty much kind of like the average of what we've seen. Anything above 7 kills, you're gonna have a fat multiplier as well. So it's a really good game to have, and for Wufong, everything was in his odds to win there. Mike investing the ultimate. Mike did manage to cut out the pressure there, being able to snag up the Spirit Well, or does get the ult back, but unfortunate enough for him, doesn't really manage to close out there against the Syra. But overall, still great games. You see the aggression, man. The aggression is very, very interesting to see, especially in the start of the games 1 through 3. We saw the aggression off of round 1 and how many bodies fall. And right now, off of round 2 in Predoria, everybody saw the commotion there. That verse was starting due to him having to cleanse on the Feria. He did force out one of the players XY to back on up inside the zone. Lots of players start moving on in. Bodies stop dropping. Just everybody finding that side of the terrain. We saw players like Frostovis capitalize off of that situation, manages to snag up 2 eliminations off of a pole sword. Skiro rushes there with a final bomb onto the head there. And as well as Wufong, I believe he snags up a range shot kill there for one of the kills, and then the last fight that he had at the end against Mike. But you know, it's just, we always had aggression out of Yangs, but right now I just feel like them knowing specifically who it is, and they're able to pretty much cover the remainder of the map with how much time these players get with Yang depletion timer. It really just gives everybody the opportunity to group up and find the commotion at just the right time to see who has a Yang depletion, and we're seeing it here tonight that possibly is the case.
Yeah, and that game, it almost ended before Final Spirit Well. We saw a top 2 fight go, and Final Spirit Well was only captured because they allowed each other to reset. It's very interesting to see how fast-paced these games are going. As soon as we get out of second Yang, there's only 6 players left, and they bring it down to 4, and by the time the Yang depletion players are eliminated, if one of the Yang depletion players manages to find an elimination, he usually doesn't get the bloom, and he's not able to kite out, he gets focused next. So it's a domino effect that happens when they're trying to cleanse that Yang depletion. But now Wufeng, after coming off of the MVP, is going to get first pick with the Lonnie. Second pick going to XY. HM going to be picking the 3rd. Chen getting that 4th spot. Pace, Arano, Edward, then Mike. Spider in 9th. Verse in 10th. T225 in 11th. And Frostivus getting that last pick spot. Frostivus, if you can hear me, Takeda is a viable option in the solos game mode. I know I'm coping. I know this is copium, but let's get it. Let's get it for the one time. Takeda for the one time, please.
I was way off with the Spider pick. Spider is second to last. Second to last group. I thought he was more up. I mean, unfortunate there. Didn't really see much of him. He was on the Lonnie, I think. Predoria game. I don't know why I thought he was not on any of those top 4 characters. He literally just played his Lonnie game, so that's a mistake on my part. HM snagging up the Syra once again. Lonnie, Liam, Syra, Shayols, as always. Wufeng on the Lonnie, XY on the Liam, HM on the Syra, and Chen on the Shayol. 5th, 6th round picks now going in. First one being Pace, potential Temi. Then Giacos, he's thinking, who should he pick is what he's thinking. Gonna see and wait what he decides, and it's gonna be a Yodohime there for Pace for the 5th round selection. Arano waiting for his selection. Justina potentially here for Arano. Possibly have the Justina. He had a great game 4, sorry. And on the Valda, I think he got eliminated with 5 or 6 kills. So overall 6
kills, yeah.
6 kills, yeah. He had a great game. There it is, Justina. That's his comfort pick. He does really like playing that Justina. Now moving on into 7th and 8th. First one being Edward and Mike after. Could potentially get a Temi from Edward or Mike.
This will be an interesting one to see if we're gonna get the Temi from Edward.
Yeah.
No Mike Temi. Ooh, what's Mike gonna play? Here we are.
Wu-Chen.
Come on. Wu-Chen? You think? Yeah, you're probably right. Honestly.
Or Valda.
Wu-Chen or Valda. Yeah.
Oh, or Kylan, I forgot.
We keep forgetting about characters.
I keep forgetting about Kylan.
Every single time. I'm like, oh, who is it? It's like, there's only so many heroes in the game. Come on, just pick one.
It can only be 3 options, and we keep forgetting the 3rd.
Yeah. Spider on the Akos. Verse, here we go. Let's see what you got, Verse.
Okay, Valda or Wu-Chen.
Valda or Wu-Chen. Pulls out the Tessa. Imagine.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Verse is Tessa. It's the Valda there. And then Wu-Chen. And then Frostivus has the Feria. Come on, Takeda for the one time. Takeda for the one. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be T225, right? Like.
You would hope so.
But it's Wu-Chen. Wu-Chen is not fun. Why are we playing Wu-Chen? We could play Feria coming in on the side of Frostivus. I'm excited to see how Frostivus is going to play with the Feria. I haven't seen him on Feria yet. So he joined the league a little bit after the Feria meta was really prominent. So I'm excited to see how he's going to play this. Because there's a world where Frostvus is able to do really, really well with that.
With the Faria. With the Faria.
Yeah.
I mean, who else would you pick, right? Like, instead of a Faria...
Takeda!
I mean, we both know Takeda needs some work. We know, Seb. We know Takeda needs some work. Thinking about logically and at their options, right? You have Matari, you have Tessa, you have Takeda, you have Tarka,
Arumi, Zipping. Zipping!
Oh, Zipping, yeah. That's a good pick. But I just feel like she just gets bursted down so fast, and her sustain is not that well, because a lot of these characters are good in isolation. Like Viper too, right? We saw Viper day one. They're good in isolation, but it's just rough when it comes down to these third parties. And I mean, in this situation, especially how it's looking like outside the realm, third, fourth, fifth, sixth parties are very hard even to come out of, like a character with like Liam that is very strong for a situation like that, where you're able to cast somebody in the ball and then throw them back and try to create the space. And I feel like those characters just lack a lot more in that department to try to survive even a third party, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that, and that is why I think that we see such a lack of that. Like it's not a very prominently picked hero, just because of the fact that like the third party potential on so many of these other characters is crazy. Like the Wu Chen Stormblade, like come on, it's one of the best. You have the Faria from long range. The Furen shots are just such a close ranged thing, and it's like, okay, yeah, I can gain prio, but everyone's got combo break now. You know, you can combo extend as well with the V1, but it's not enough value. I guess it's unfortunate to see, but we're taking a look here. 57.6 for Verse. Wow. See how much more he can add on to the total as we're jumping in to game number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside the boy Creative.
Sir.
As we're getting ready for this. Yes, sir.
Shots are interesting though. I mean, it's Firefly, so we see that bottom side of Plume Castle being contested there from Edward and XY, fighting for those Fireflies off drop. GG Chen playing the left hand side, going to be snagging those up. Do have the top right hand side as well. They're from Spider, Frostivus, Wufong, and now Pace. There are some Fireflies on that side of the map as well. Top left hand side, we have Arano, JLs, and T2D5 for YGG. Verse and Mike, once again, I mean, you called it out here, Seb. You feel like you've been seeing that fight all day long, and you have been, because Mike and Verse have been pretty much landing around the same area every single game. But in this difference here for game 5, Verse already has purple armor and I believe purple weapon. Yes.
Here we go. Purple armor, purple weapon. Here we go. Oh my goodness, the 1-2's coming out, but it's not going to connect. We're seeing Verse trying to see if he can get Prio off with that purple longsword in hand. One of the greatest catching weapons. Huge parry going to come through. Able to get the double charge off into the jump LNB back over. The one charge is going to connect though on the side of Mike. Mike able to find himself a little bit of an armor swap. Gets another blue armor swap here. Able to catch Prio. That's going to be Verse catching. Still has that F up and available. Waiting for the scale rush to come out for Mike. Ooh, switches over to the musket really quickly. Jumping out, trying to hold it. Who's gonna get the prio first? Versus he's gonna end up backing out of this. He's lost most of his armor. Tries to scale rush back. Goes for the 1.0, but the parry's gonna come out, so he cancels the throw. Oh, overhold gonna connect as well, and the double overhold onto Mike.
I mean, Verse had purple armor, but Mike pretty much had gold armor, softening all those blue armors there. He's able to come out victorious there against Verse. Pace this time around against Wufong. Aqua's ultimate investor here for Spider onto Pace. Gonna use it to try to retreat. No, comes right back on in. He thought I was gonna back on up. 1 point up on the hopper is big damage. F2's on in. The recast here for the Yoda ultimate. Pace now needs to wait and find an opening, but not enough. Spider there with the leak for the last hit onto Spider. Snagging up the kill. Frostivus starts to move on in. The aggression still happening here for Spider. 1 point up for the hopper is big damage onto Frostivus this time around. Trying to go for the catch off the R&B, doesn't manage to do so. Overhold, sends the 1.5, gets the damage again onto Frostovich. Tries to go for the parry. Nice R&B jump LMB there from Frostovich. To avoid getting parry, goes ahead and gets parry baited this time around. F2 is good. LMB prowl for Spider, and this is gonna be enough damage. Doesn't manage to get the 1, 2, 3. He's gonna get parried off of that. Frostovich now swapping him back. Can go for the double uppercuts, go for the slide uppercuts into the grapple, into the 1.0. Big damage there from Frostovich. And Frostovich showcasing he has tech. Looking real nice there off the blue and Hong sword, snagging that elimination there onto Spider.
What a kill. Turns the fight around. Spider, one of the best finishers in the game, and he's unable to close that fight down. GG's Chen, on the other hand, facing off against ASE's XY on the Liam. We're going to be seeing that uppercut come through into the shotgun burst. GG's Chen is extremely low right now, not looking too good. Trying to see if you can get an armor swap here. There is a lot of loot around this area. The pistol shots are going to be coming in onto the back end. GG's Chen going to try and back away, but now the Assault Smolder is just going to do its job and take away the elimination. Fist Blades. It says Fist Blades in the kill feed, but he's got flying knives on him, I'm pretty sure. Oh my goodness. Video game error. We're going to be seeing T225, purple armor in hand. He's got some blue dual blades. He looks ready for a scrap off. We're going to see he's hitting bells. He's looking for a fight right now. He wants to put eliminations up onto the board.
Yeah, someone's on a ballista though. Yeah, puzzle. It's going to be Edward contesting for this. And Edward loves these zones on the maps. I mean, Pedori, Volpine, puzzle here for Holoron. He really does prioritize these sorts of areas to land in to get the advantage there from the map alone. We have XY going up high. Edward looks like he is going to retreat on down, get the information there for the puzzle on the underground of the zone. XY is going to go ahead and rotate on in here with the grapple. Long sword scare rushes here for Edward. Got to be careful off the thorny roller. And Edward, as soon as I said it, is going to get clip off for that. Loses 2 blocks of that blue armor. Now needs to cut out the pressure here for XY. XY eats up the damage. Edward as well has to play inside the tree zone. XY being able to hear potentially. Yes, he does. He does hear the pot's going off here from Edward. Back to neutral. Flying eyes in hand. Catches R&B. Jump on the beast. Let's get the damage. Big parry there for Edward. Forcing out the Liam after this time is wrong. Comes in off the lights. Overholds. Mid armors. Half armors. To try to stay up. Does manage to do so, please. Let's not see this elimination here from the 30 roller. Please, Edward. Don't get counter grabbed.
I want to see it.
Is it time? No, don't do it. Man, it's just scare rush in the back. Now he's out of the safe zone. And it looks like XY is going to get a reset inside the zone.
Yeah, unfortunate. We are going to see the Temi ultimate getting released, though, so Edward can try and get a heal off. It looks like he's going to be able to get that pot going as Frostovich can try and find his way around. See if he can get this third-party elimination off. Oh, look at the heal cancel there with the flying knives. Now Edward still in the zone. He's on weakness as well, so his pots aren't going to give him as much value for his health bar. They're going to see now Wiz getting thrown, but the one charge is going to connect. Frostovich is trying to go for that jump LMB. He's got his F ability back up again into another jump LMB, into the catch. One more hit, and Edward is fully eliminated from the game. Frostovich is picking up his second elimination of this game all the way in the depths of the zone, so he's going to have to try and climb very far. Oh, he doesn't have to travel too long to get himself back in there. He might actually go for puzzle right now. It looks like nobody is going to be claiming that weapon outside of the puzzle, as Mike going for a Realm of Yang key.
Yeah, Frostovich potentially has to go back inside the safe zone because that full spread was already maxed out, and he could potentially go back in because it is his zone 1. But he is already fully corrupted. His heals are weakened, so potentially goes back on in before going inside the realm, or he could just full on try to take the advantage and go inside the realm. XY already with 2 eliminations on the board. Mike as well. Oh, sorry, Mike with 1. Frostovich as well with 2. Spider with 1. Everybody else with a donut. We do have our first player out, being Edward, already out of game number 5. Wufong waiting to take the Realm of Yang, seeing if he can continue his momentum there from game 4 on the Lani this time around. Gonna go ahead and invest it. Has 11% attack, 8% damage reduction here for Wufong. Blue fist plays in hand. OUG's Mike. Purple weapon for the skeletons off the Kylan ult, as we see it here off the purple spear. Potentially play it, potentially swap it out when he pops the ultimate. We're gonna have to wait and see how he does. But this time around, it's gonna be against Wu Fong. Wu Fong, purple armor against OUG Smite with purple armor, but with purple weapon in hand for this round. Nbpl.
Purple spear going to be coming out. Jump LOB is going to connect with the damage, but doesn't get the stun that he was looking for. Jeez, Wufong going to try to go for the scale rush. Oh, big Dragon's Rush. No Measures might counter, though. Is not going to be able to come through. Tries to go for it again with a perfect dodge coming through. Tries to go for the 1.0. Mike is throwing so many blues right now. This is what we like to see. Mike is incredibly aggressive with the blues until he has to lose his F ability. He starts to play a lot smarter. You can see he's just gambiting everything, trying to get himself the most efficient amount of damage as possible. With only a minute and 10 seconds left in this fight, he's going to burn that F ability, and now he stops throwing the blues. He goes for the prio hits. He does the hold blue, he does the fake blues, but he never actually goes for the throws where he could potentially get himself buried. Jump LMB going to come out here. Oh, we do see the bonk actually come out there in that situation. He is going for the mix-up, tries to go for the parry, isn't going to connect here. We're going to see the ball coming through. Mike going to use that F ability to block some more damage, using that ultimate to as well block the Lonnie ball. Now Wufong hiding in the back end, trying to go for a heal. It's not going to connect. The first Kylan slash will. The second slash will go. The third slash will connect as well. Trying to get the third, fourth one. He gets every single one of his slashes so far. Dodges the goalie stance. Now into the immortal form. Going to try and see if he can get one last slash, but it's not going to be enough. Wufong still on the back end, 18 seconds left. Who's going to be able to claim this? We are going to see the scale rush come through. F ability released. Mike trying to see if he can claim Prio. Oh my goodness, but the Prio goes the other way. Jump LMB, and it's Wufong on top.
Wufong taking out Spider. Mike. Spider wins his against T225. That's what I was looking at. Gold staff in hand there for Wufong. Off of this alone. Gotta wait and see what the gold jade is once he reveals it. Out of realm, HM wins his as well. Wufong, as we see it now in the center of the screen. Spider, the other hand, stacking up gold nunchucks from his realm. Able to get that Vermin's Burst Mike on the Akos. Waiting to find some value. Looking to see if we can find some sorts of players with aggression, as we have it here for Burst against Chen. GG's Chen. Go ahead and get a little bit of movement error. Nice scare rush there from Verse. Just a soft chew there off the ultimate proc. All the way. Oh, leaves it. Voids it. Stays in place. Second proc comes in there onto 10. From Verse. This animation is so pretty. The white spear throws. Gets cut off the second shield throw. Does manage to stay on the scare rush. Be able to avoid that. He's going to catch the file or the spear throw into the shield throw from Chen this time around. 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Health advantage towards Chen. Massive parry there from Chen onto Verse, forcing out the ball to F this time around. And go ahead and back on up. We do have Verse now. Anybody get a blue armor stock? Gets the damage time to stock on Burst. Since the follow up, gets the damage times to 2. Chen now loses a lot of HP. Looking for our armor desperately. Trying to back on up. We have him. Kind of out the pressure really well for now. TT25 being able to cleanse, I believe, off that elimination. I think that he just got from the Storm Blades. Unless somebody else is fighting there. It looks like he is still having that Yang depletion timer, so somebody else potentially snagged up the bloom. But Verse and Chen still going at it. We have another player showing up. XY now showing up to the mix this time around the Liam of his lobby. Verse still trying to find the pressure onto Chen. Chen's gonna go ahead and retop off the armor. XY trying to cut line of sight on the top side of this terrain. Frost of his mechs on up on the top left-hand side of the map. I believe he does manage to connect onto Spider there with that missile shot, but he does take the TP away back to the Yushan Ruins, and he is inside the zone, but it is only zone 2. Plus the zone is very close by. Moving back with XY Chen and Verse on the top side. No, still left on Verse around 70%, but the pressure is going to potentially be going towards the Valda's way.
Yeah, Volda without an ult right now, especially with the lowest HP bar out of everybody, is going to be a very squishy target for these players to fight against. First, Chen is going to make something happen, and the double charge is going to come through now. Chen is going to turn to the focus of this lobby as they get the grapple connect off, but he doesn't get any extra confirmed damage. Trying to use the range of those flying knives, and it's going to connect into another scale rush. Gets him off the wall, but who gets the kill? It's XY. Who gets the cleanse? It's XY. no cleanse for Verse. Verse is in a lot of trouble now. He does have ult back up again. He's going to try and pop this in just a second here. He needs to scale rush away. Big parry going to come through. Oh my goodness, it's on the side of Verse. Verse can be able to deal so much damage onto XY, and that's it for him here. Oh, big! Oh, I forgot about the Liam ultimate. The ball dodge coming through. He's able to dodge both of them. 1 HP in a dream, and there we go. Verse able to claim the elimination. His weakness is rising, but he's able to get the pick off onto XY. He says, that's for stealing my kill and stealing my cleanse. I'm getting you back, and I'm getting back into this game. 1 kill on the board for Verse.
Verse now is going to start rotating on into the second realm. Spider winning this out. This is how he is able to obtain those gold nunchucks against TT25. Massive parry opener against the Wu Chen. F2 call in as well. LB R&B mix there. Back to back as well. Blades are down there for TT25. Trying to go back off the cooldown. Stormblaze now called in. Catches the cancellation off the LB focus into the 1.0 for the Halberd. Big damage once again. Being able to weed that Stormblade this time around. Pistol shots playing behind the pillar. Not close. But the F2 into the jump pistol shot there for the finisher for Spider. Beautifully done there for the Wu Chen. And I feel like there's where that character kind of lacks off a little bit. Having that pressure off that ultimate. If it's weaved, then it's not too great because you're trying to take a pot in. You still can get eaten up there by the range shots. This time around, the pot comes in here for Spider against Frostvis for the second round. Gonna be caught off the LB prowl, the LB follow up. Pot comes in for the second time, lets it loose, manages to cancel, catches prowl again off the half armor. Now to the 1.0 for the nunchucks, but now the F caught in for Frostvis. F2 invested for Spider. This is gonna be capitalization damage. And look at the damage off the gold nunchucks, just so much damage off the R&B bonk, and he is gonna be securing that second realm as well.
Oh my goodness, going absolutely crazy. Frostvis can be on that Yang depletion, and we all know that second Yang depletion is going to spell a whole lot of trouble for them. We're going to be seeing now Pace going up against JL's HM. Pace going to try and see if he can get the connect off. He gets the 1-2 through. Doesn't get the dazzle. We're going to see now the ultimate is going to get released. Pace just going to try and do his best to run away, go for the tap dodge rolls. This is what we've been seeing. It's the pillar play. Avoiding all of the damage, avoiding any sort of ball throw that's going to come through by just dodging, rolling. The parry? Pace, what are you doing? We're going to see now the... Oh my goodness. Crouch LMB, jump LMB, crouch LMB, LMB, crouch LMB, jump LMB. Here we go. Switch things up a little bit. Pace going to be jumping in. Gets a big charged up throw into the jump LMB, into another jump LMB. Oh my goodness, I love the new Yodo ult.
It just chases so well off that jump LB. I mean, he invested F and he automatically gravitated towards that. He went for the scare rush as well and automatically gravitated towards that as well. So it's just so good for that. Just like a better longsword jump LB. Spider on the Akos now online for game 5. As we were mentioning how it takes a little bit of time for him to get on one. This time around, he currently has 3 kills on the board. Frostvis now out of round. With that Yang depletion, sees Spider HM as well. Spider just fought him, so he knows that this fair does have that Yang depletion. He is going to try to aggress the aggression here from HM onto Frostvis. With those pistol shots, constant pistol chip damage there onto Frostvis. Eats up the damage off the R&B there. HM is going to be forced to pop the Syra F. The backside, another player showing that up. It's going to be a run on to Justina. Potentially kill steal here with a freeze. Frostvis. We forced the mech on up. We do have him now eating up tons of pressure. He's just a much bigger target this time around. Google Stomp is good onto HM. It's a little bit of damage. He's going to be forced to D-mech to avoid getting so much damage thrown his way. Blue armor stop in place. Manages to catch it. 3 minutes and 12 seconds and counting. Spider now jumps on into top side. Try to apply more pressure. As we see now the TP here for Frostvis. Nobody takes it. And wait this out. Frostvis is waiting for the opponent. Manages to catch fire onto HM instantly. Pistol shot is good there for HM. Spider now takes it. Delay there. Beautifully done. Into the F2 snagged up. But HM with the last hit. Spider now wanting to take another elimination. HM not being able to cleanse off of that situation alone. Is going to force to try to back on up. Catches the aerial LMB into the aerial R&B. Back to back as well. TP's on out. Both players do. Syra F. Trying to stay in the middle for the dazzle. LB focus is good there for HM. The F2 into the pistol shot once again for Spider. And Spider now snagging up his Ford. Scaling up very nice. Only 5 players remain here for game 5. Still having to kite on in inside the zone. This might be a long trip here for Spider, though. I'm looking ahead, and that zone is continuing to move on forward.
The zone is pretty close to the other side of the map, so it's going to be very difficult for him to try and make his way back into it. But 4 eliminations on the board for Spider. He's finally starting to heat up. We were talking about this before the game. You know, it seemed like he was having a little bit of an off day. He was trying to adapt, but it wasn't really working for him. But on the Akos, that F2 into the pistol shot. Very, very beautiful play coming out from him there. We saw him do it a couple of times against a couple of other players as well in some of these earlier fights, and it's a really great way of being able to confirm the kill from range, especially since the F2 does have so much range, and lots of players don't realize that you don't have to just try and follow it up with the melee attack. If you do have a ranged weapon, it could be the optimal answer for you to just attempt to do it with the pistol.
Yep. Arano, on the other hand, 1 kill on the board, has that mortal as well. Just like I believe Wufong did. Another player has Mortifying, so that's 2 players buying up that up. It looks like he has Universal Slash there for the dual blades. Waiting out to see how he can capitalize off of that. Oh, it's actually Pace, Mortal Defiance. Pace has that, not Wufong. We have, let's see, Purple Jades, gold on the Hong Sword. Potential, see that being unfolded as well. Now we have these players posted up near the Ballista Verse, being the one on top. Wufong now as well, starting to rotate on in. Probably Palm Lightning there for those Flying Knives, or Cyan Fang. Have to wait and see if Wufong showcases that for the Jade selection. Verse, on the other hand, is going to wait this out on the Valda. Buying out some more resources off the buy zone. Spirit Will buff is about to start spawning on in, and it's going to be White Tiger's Powers. Dual Blades with a Jade. Have to wait and see what that is. There for Verse. Arano and Pace on the top side of the map. A lot more slower pace now that the commotion has happened with only 5 players remaining. Do have Spider now. Go Hong Sword. Remember when this Jade used to be so busted? It was just full silence throughout the whole duration.
Yeah, you had an entire duration of silence. You were able to do some crazy TODs with it. If you were able to do something into a catch, into sending that out into another catch, you could just repeat it over and over and over again, and it was absolutely insane. Like, you were able to pull off Takeda TODs with that. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that release. I forgot that they reworked Universe Slash. Look at how quickly that gets sent out now. The charge takes the same amount of time, but look at how quickly the forward and back goes.
I did not know
actually that. A usable Soul now. Beforehand, it was so slow. It was so easy to get parried. Ooh, Wufong in the back end. The 1-2-3 combo on the Flying Knives. F ability invested. He did get hit by the prio from the Tiger Leaf. It looks like Spider is just going to be able to claim the sphere well all by himself. And you're seeing Wufong jumping up into the 2-1-1 connects onto the backside as we're going to be seeing Wufong now taking a lot of damage. Spider going to get hit with the ball throw though. Wufong might actually get the claim on this sphere well.
Potentially. No ult left. Ani still has around 2 throws, I believe. F2 is good. Into the musket shot or pistol shot, sorry. Gonna weave this one. Velocity and Toe gets the damage there onto Wufong. Good contestant here from Spider. Still applying the pressure there onto Wufong. Just clip off the 3rd ball throw to the follow-up. Big shotgun burst as well there off the follow-up hit there from the ball throw. Armory bonker from Spider. Velocity and Toad being able to get a lot of damage out per forcing out the Lanief. There goes the re-ult cast, so he manages to capture it. He also has a gold armor swap. Spider now needs to try to live the situation. With 4 on the board, needs to try to really stay alive, but the ball throw is good there. The eliminations will be going towards Wufong's way. That is unfortunate there for Spider staying in the pocket. He is going to be punished for that. Pace, on the other hand, he's up the damage. It goes to Mortal Defiance proc there for Pace. So Rano now gets 1 freeze off. Doesn't have a lot time left there off the ultimate. You see it here now running on out. Saves 40%. Pace trying to back on up here from the situation. Verse as well. Trying to see if they can find the last final hit onto Pace. Pace, the quarter of that 1 HP left. Overholding in a vein, gotta be careful. Let's not see it again, please. The 1-2 mix are good. In the back end, Calvary Bloom is good for Arano there from mid-range. Manages to snag at the elimination onto Pace. Wufong first on the mix, and that's the last 3 players up here for game number 5.
Oh my goodness, we're down to 3 players. We might see a showdown coming through here, but Arano gonna pop that F. It's actually pretty low in HP. They know he's without ult, as well as Wufong. They're gonna try and surf out this Bane. Oh, big parry gonna come through on the side of Verse. Able to get the uppercut into the grapple bump, into the 1.0. It's gonna come in the neck. Tries to go for the Palm Lightning. Bane almost coming in. Great armor swap out of nowhere for Arano. Was that inside a bush? Did he know that was there? He planted that. We're gonna be seeing Arano going for the dagger plays. The dagger scale rush from the other come through. Ooh, almost gets hit by that. As we're gonna see the Palm Lightning in the back end also doing a lot of damage. The advanced heal be able to come in and negate so much. Gold armor swap coming through. Arano's just, oh my goodness, unstoppable at this moment. Arano doing such a good job sending out that red jade tome. Verse is going to get clipped off of that and then gets himself parried. Arano taking a lot of damage here as we are seeing him start to lose out into this fight. Forced to pop that ball, that Justina, sorry, ultimate, and get out of dodge. Because, oh my goodness, how did Verse get so low? He's getting carried down. The freeze coming through, but Verse, oh my goodness, Arano griefed the elimination onto Verse, and now Verse is going to get a full reset here.
Yeah, but this could be bad though. Look, the capitalization here for Wufong already. Tucking out all that, plus full extensions down the terrain. Hollerop being such a big map for that. And RB for the extra damage. Catches the power once again. In the back end, Arano trying to capitalize off of that full combo there for Wufong to Verse. Verse still, wait, we have the commotion in the back end. Both of those players are just grapple checking each other. They were getting grapple bumped as well. So the pressure didn't happen so soon onto Verse. Verse, you can eat up some of the damage off the cavalry boom. The Palm Lightning is good here for Wufong. Arano forced to pop this F. NBpl here for Wufong. Goes for the crouch LMB. Looking for the power once again. One for the 1-2. Scale rush, gets a little bit of clip damage. Since the Palm Lightning again, Arano being able to avoid that this time around. How's the ult looking like here for Arano? Since the 1.0, still has Universal Slash, I believe. Catches Prowl this time around. What's gonna be the mix-up? Sends back the LMB into the musket shot as well. Tries to go for the second, doesn't manage to connect. Wufong waiting for the perfect opportunity to pop that Lonnie ultimate. Overholds once again, has a gold armor swap locked and ready for him to take it. And we see it now. Arano being able to pop one in. Massive jump parry here for Wufong into the nunchucks as well. Goes for the extension off the grapple LMB. It's forcing out the Justina. You have to pop that after in that combo. Red Tome now called in. Cancels it there into the 1-2 there from the dagger, I believe. Swaps back on over to the dual blades. Comes in off the nunchucks. Doesn't release. Catches power once again. What's gonna be the mix up here for Wufong? 2-1 into the R&B focus. Big damage into the Justina ultimate there for Arano. Waiting in and out. He still has ult online. Freeze is not good. Waiting for the V2. There goes the Mortal Defiance proc there for Arano. Still full chasing him down on the bottom side. The F is good. Into the Lonnie ball throw. Catches the TOD, I believe. Goes into the ball throw. Manages to catch the goalie stats. Needs one pistol shot. Just enough TV to burn. Doesn't manage to connect. Arano now trying to back on up. Goes for the freeze. He's in gold frame. He's clean. He's good. Arano now eating that chip damage to Wufong. Back to back. How many kills is that for Wufong? He had a good amount already. That's potentially 4 to 5 plus the MVP.
Oh my goodness, the back-to-back dominators from Wufong. This is what we saw in Spring Sway. He had some crazy back-to-back games, and he's just able to dominate. Once he gets going, he's unstoppable. This is a force to be reckoned with here. GE's Wufong picking up his second MVP of the fall split and his second MVP of the day. His second MVP in 2 games. Ladies and gentlemen, Wufong with a back-to-back.
That was a disgusting combo onto Verse, though. That was a disgusting combo for Wufong onto Verse. He just full juggled him. He had just popped the ultimate. He had just invested the F as well. So he had like around an 18-second window to upper as much damage as possible. And with the terrain in his favor, you saw him just chunk off that arm or that health there, the extra health from the ball the ultimate called in, and just being able to get Verse low once again. He was forced to cancel the ult due to the F coming right back off the cooldown after all that damage, but it was just not enough. The damage was done there by Wufong. He's able to snag up that kill and now running away with another MVP. Doing a good job now for game 5 as well as game 4. Very curious to see what the multiplier in the game score is going to be there for Wufong. But this is the Wufong we know. I mean, Wufong, top 4, top 5. I mean, very, very strong player. He's really showcased how well he can play the game, especially in the Pro League. We've seen it there multiple times there for Wufong, taking multiple MVPs home and different sections of the splits, the summer split back in 2024 season as well. I mean, Wufong, a very strong player, as you see it once again here tonight. Back-to-back wins, taking the MVPs. He is going to be jumping up in the ranks now for the overall standings as well. We'll see that in just a moment. But what a game 5 there in Holleroth. That was the last Holleroth game of the day. Anything that stand out there for you, Seb? Anything you want to pinpoint out?
Was how crazy Wufong got. Like he's just started snowballing. Like after game 4, he's going absolutely insane. And ladies and gentlemen, our answer for treasure is based on Wufong. How many kills did he get in game number 5? Was it A2, B3, C4, or D5? I'm actually not too sure about this.
Me neither.
This is the interesting one. Is we are pretty much clueless about this as well. So you'll get to see it in just a second, but ladies and gentlemen, drop your answers in the chat. This one's the one you're allowed to get wrong. It's either 4 or 5. I'm not 100% sure, but one lucky winner will be whispered in the Twitch chat and will be given a free little gift for some in-game goodies. And who doesn't love some free stuff? I know I'd absolutely love to get some of that free merch in the game for NARAKA. Get your cosmetics going absolutely crazy. But we're not here to talk about cosmetics. We're here to talk about the absolute masterclass Wufong has put on in the past few games.
Yeah, and here it is. We are going to be taking a look at the game score. The answer was 5, so it was D. Taking 9 game score for game number 5. I mean, that's beautiful there. Had a 12-point-something game for game number 4, and now matching it with that 9 overall game score. That's a nice setup there for Wufong. Minimum of 20 points already off of 2 games alone. Spider now, on the other hand, with 5 game score for game number 5. Verano with 4. XY with 3.5, as well as Pace. HM with 3. Frostivus Verse with 2.5. TT 5. 1.5. Mike with 1. Chen and Edward with 0. Sad to see Edward there. I mean, he had a good start in the day. Starting to slow down now. But this is what I was talking about. You're starting to see those players in the bottom half that take a little bit to start getting the wheels rolling there, like Spider and Wufong now really starting to shine in the second half of the day. Overall standings though, Lipo still with 6 points, Pace with 9, Chen with 9.5, Zhu with 13, Bong with 15, Star with 15.5, Edward 16.5, Verano 17.5, Spider 17.5, Choose 19.5, HM 21.5. Look at Wufong here, Seb. 28.1 off of those bounce backs. Like I said, just 2 games alone, I already had 20 points.
Off of 1 day alone, the 28.1 is absolutely crazy. Putting him in 7th place, and he's still got day 3 to play in a couple of days. So he's going to have that extra threshold to put up even more points, whereas players who are in the top, like Verse, Shenyuan, Mike, TG25, and Frostivus, he won't be playing against them. He will be playing against Action, Spider, but it is going to be less of a stacked lobby, so he's going to have the opportunity to put so many more points on the board. 60.1 though on the side of Verse, 45.7 on the side of Shenyuan, 34 for Mike. TG25 has got 32.1 and 32 for Frostivus in that 6th place position.
Yeah, I'm really trying to think about how where the drop off is going to be, right, for that 12th place spot. Usually we have around 30 something points, maybe close to 30 at that. Currently, yeah, we only have 32 for our 6th place, but still, once the last day is played out, a lot of the settings start shifting down. A couple of sections left. So yeah, if you are 7 through 12, you really gotta be very focused. But highlights here for game number 5. This is the start off here. It was Mike against Verse for like the millionth time today. Off drop, Mike being able to overhold times 2 1.0s. That was a 1.5 into a 1.0 actually. This was Frostivus disgusting 1 HP clutch. Goes for the grapple butt, slide uppercut into the grapple bump, into the 1.0. Pistol shot if needed, which was not needed. Wufong against Spider. I don't think he noticed that Wufong had cleansed or had captured right there. The re-opop. And this is what really turned the fight around. Spider was stayed in the pocket. Wufong forced to pop the stab. Has to open the second time around. 1 ball throw is all that was needed. Plus elimination with the musket shot there to clean up the kill onto Spider.
Yeah, it was a clean cut kill. It was a beautiful elimination. Just looking. Oh my goodness. Wufong. Wufong. He's just crazy with it, eh?
Look at this.
The grapple bump, the bump. Oh my goodness. coming back in. The top 3 coming out. Versus going to get himself eliminated. And then here we go. The fight. Arano versus Wufong. Velocity Untold able to come out as well. Into the 2-1-1. Arano has nowhere to go. Ultimate does get popped. He does kite this out for a while. But then he gets hit with the shots. And then the ball bounce. Drops down at the very end. And comes through with an absolutely insane finish.
Clean.
Very
super clean. I think that's our
his
first Lonnie MVP too for the day, right?
Yeah, and that's going to be his 3rd MVP. Or his second MVP. His second MVP. 24,000 damage. He actually did more damage, I'm pretty sure, than he did in his 8-kill game. Kind of funny. But yeah, Will Form Hook, Aurora Blast, Varja's Grip, Sky Punch, Palm Lightning, and Velocity Untold. 11k damage coming from the Flying Knives, as to be expected when you've got the Palm Lightning.
I remember the first days of Lonnie being showcased. I'll still say to this day, man, whoever created Lonnie is so creative, man. It's just a beautiful model overall. Just having like the whole festive thing with like the ribbons and stuff like that, it's just so cool to watch.
Oh yeah,
unfold, right? It's just so clean. If you're fighting one, the ball is purple, opposed to when you're actually playing it, it's red. You know, it's just cool overall. The character model in the aesthetics is just so nice on that character. And then she ended up being one of the most broken characters in the game as well, as we've seen it since she was implemented in the game. But overall, beautiful showcase in there from Wufong, being able to snag up another MVP, now jumping up in the ranks very nicely for him, prepping for that day 2. Still has 1 game left today to play out. We are going to be taking our last game back to Moore's Isle nighttime. Fireflies back again, and you know, started seeing the pace there from games 4 and 5. I would not be surprised if the pace does not slow down for our 6 games, and we will be locking that in pretty soon. We are going to be going to a quick break. Once we come back, we are going to be going into our last game of the day. Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League bi-weekly 2 here for the Fall Split. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Seb. We just saw 5 games being played out for today's matches for our second day of the bi-weekly 2. Crazy showcase in there from Wufong. Wufong being able to snag up back-to-back MVPs for games 4 and 5. Now moving on into our last and final game of the day, game 6. Anything that surprised you, Seb? I know we have our new system implemented now. We have different heroes in the pool all across the board. Anything that really caught your eye or something that you really like now with the new system, now that we have martial arts solos in the beginning, or anything in general?
I am really loving diversity. I'm loving the martial artists. I'm loving the diversity that we're getting from not only our games, just from our game modes. Everything that's coming in is absolutely perfect, and I think it's just one of the greatest things that has happened in NARAKA in a very long time. I think this is going to completely revive the solos. It's completely changed the way the meta is played. 12 different heroes. Like the meta heroes are still the meta heroes, but the way they're played is completely different. The way you're not relying on somebody else to get you your win. You are relying solely on your abilities. You're getting super aggressive. You're getting as many kills as you can early game. I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah, it's great. It's amazing. It's family meta. Full discrepancy here. I mean, a lot of controversial thoughts in chatters every time it's showcased, right? I mean, I understand it in both perspectives. Obviously, I am a viewer. I do pretty much just see it happen all the time, but it had logic to it. It really did. How it was played out, and then this is why this new system was implemented, just to stop any of those questions of why they're doing this, why they're doing that. Now, pretty much you don't want to be caught lacking. You don't want to be caught with no armor. Once again, you can vibe check in this game. You just lock on key. You lock on key if you guys are not aware, if you guys are newer side to playing the game. You can just lock on key to somebody, you can see how much health they have. So a lot of the situations where you see the lowest person getting focused is they either get a hit in with a range shot, or they also just lock onto them and see what the health pool is like. Or you can just tell if the full lobby is full looking onto that player if he's very weak. So it's not that hard to really catch someone lacking. And in those situations where you get out of realm and you have that gain depletion timer, you're kind of forced to start getting aggressive, and things can go sideways very quickly, as we saw there for our game 4 in Predoria, how fast the commotion happened after round 2. And now overall, it's just something they got to play against. Is realm getting buffed very, very prioritized, as it's been for the past 2-3 years, or is it something that you just want to hold off on and not try to risk to potentially have a good game? It's just something these players have to test out here for this new system. But overall, going on into our last hero pick of the day here for game 6, HM and Chen having first round selection from game 1, them being last. Now they're first with the system. Pace and Rano going to be going next, with now Lonnie, Liam, Syra, Shayo being top 4 staple picks here for our games. Not surprising to see how well those characters are. I didn't watch Trios yesterday. I'm not sure if you did. Do you know we got a Juan in there? Because
we saw Enor. We saw a lot of Enor.
Who they playing with?
Enor, Yushan Matari.
Yushan Matari.
All offensive F abilities.
Interesting.
Spam Fs. Matari ultimate. Spam Fs again. Pop Transformers.
Interesting.
It was crazy.
It was crazy?
It was crazy, yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's been a long time since we had a trios character. Colin was one of those characters that was good both solos and trios on release. Very strong in both modes, right? Being able to pick that character and having it like that. But most of the times, the characters are split off like that, because even Feria had the 2-2, Syra being a strong solo and trios character. But I feel like now, with Einar Wan just being in the pool, I think he's just a full staple trios character, because the Transformers and solos is just so easily avoidable, right? Being able to just grapple on out and not having any value on that Transformer, try to chase down a player is very rough. So probably it's just time to knock in a new character into the trios meta, and looks like they, from what you're saying, did what they were trying to do.
Exactly. I am actually so excited to see how this is going to turn out. Edward on the Liam. Oh, Mike on the Yodo. Mike on the Yodo is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, he loves Yodo.
Yeah.
I remember day one showcase of Yodo, or during that first week, he had a double pick Yodo.
Yeah. Yeah, the double pick Yodo seems to be working out. I mean, it didn't really work out too good for Chen, but Spider on the Wu Chen, Verse on the Temi. Nobody's playing their comfort picks right now. Other than our top four, T2-5, ninth to pick, to me on the ACOS. Frostvus, come on.
Different, I want to see something different. Let's substitute Afaria. At least a Viper. Maybe XY. Maybe XY brings out the Viper. He does have a little bit of history with the Viper. Locking in the Valda. For their 10th round selection there for BBE's Frostivus. Bong, on the other hand, coming out those two MVPs. Potential Wu Chen. Potential Faria. Waiting to see if anything. We will see those showcase here. Oh, Justina's still available. Sorry. This is a big pick there for wow, that's a good pick.
Justina. Ooh, the 3P? I can hear it. I can hear it.
Oh, there it is. Like I called it.
Ooh.
I called it.
Ooh. Still no Takeda, sad.
Maybe after rework there, Seb. Maybe after the rework you will have the Cicada being unveiled here for the solos once again. Or even I think this is a different system though for finals. I think with 8 games in the pool, I think it comes down to a different selection. I think I'm not really too sure how the finals is gonna work out, but if there isn't any characters left, then you could potentially get Takeda in an 8-game format.
Yeah. 8-game format, Takeda is actually very, very possible. Because we haven't seen a bi-weekly finals to this yet. That's what I'm super excited to see. But the finals, this bi-weekly is gonna set the pace for the entire rest of the season, because this is the first time that we're gonna be able to see this. So I'm super excited to see that. We're gonna be jumping in. Game number 6, our last game of the day. Back on our OG Morris Isle. Got the Fireflies, so our ults are going to be popped very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a look at what variations of ultimate and F abilities that these players are going to be picking as everyone's getting locked in and ready to go. Game face is on. Little yawn coming up from Edward, but everyone else got the game face going. F2v2 for Shenyuan on the Viper. F2v2 for Frostivus. Everything's pretty standard across the board. The V2 on Kylan has been completely phased out. We haven't seen very much V1 Liam. You said we might get to see a bit of that, but I don't think we've seen a single V1 Liam this game. And everything else pretty standard. Nothing has changed. No one's going to try and play test something else at this point in time. They're just going to try and roll with whatever they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, see Mike on stream play V1 Liam. Day 1 we had a couple V1 Liams, but it is day 1, and this is technically day 1 for some players as well in Group B. So I'm not sure that's just something that we're testing out right now. Just staying with that B2 pick being staple. I mean, it just does so well against Shayo. It does so well against Yodo, as we saw there earlier throughout the day with Verse fighting Chen in the Roma Yang in that game 3. Just overall, I think these players have just found a lot more value off the V2. They tried to mix it up with the V1, but haven't really found that possibility. But we got our drops in here for our last game of the day. Look at that split down across the map there from Sunwing towards the center. We have XY, Edwards, Spider, and Arano. Left hand side, we have Verse, Mike, Fong, T225. two lone wolves on the left-hand side of Celestia. It's gonna be Frostivus, and then it catch the last one. But we have Fireflies contesting here from Spider and Edward. HM at the back end, Orano as well. All players trying to pick up the ultimates, and Spider already with online here on the Wu Chen, trying to go for the Wu Chen, or trying to go for the Flying Eye Shotgun burst. Doesn't matter to connect. It's gonna snag up a weapon as well. Orano on the other hand, go ahead and rotate on out on the backside of the map towards that top mid side of the map. Spider still looking for some more resources. HM does manage to find blue armor throughout all the tropes. We also have Wufong and Verse going at it. Temmie beat Justina for a big scrap off here to start off game number 6.
Here we go. Verse with the longsword. Gonna have to pop that F ability to avoid the prio catch coming through off of those flying knives. Tries to go for the jump LB. He's gonna connect with the damage. As we're gonna see the whisk coming through as well. What a whisk throw. The freeze is gonna end up coming through. Verse is gonna get hit with the double charge coming up from the side from TG25, and now attention's getting turned on over to Wufong. Double charge is going to connect on that tail end, but he manages to dash away just in time. TG25 full aggression off onto this, able to get the 1.0 off on it to that LMB, but it's not going to deal too much damage. TG25 only has those gray flying knives in hand. He's going to try and go for that double charge again, does not connect. Wufong in the back end, trying to make something happen, but it doesn't look like too much is going on. He's going to be able to knock off one player, but Mike isn't going to be able to take too much damage from that. Wufong now trying to continue the pace and get out of this area. He's going to get himself parried. F ability going to get released. And there you have it. Mike, oh my goodness, is going to be the one to steal the elimination. Now all three of these players are going to go at it in the third-party situation.
Mike snags up the kill. Looks like they caught the damage on the top side there against Verse. Chance to snag elimination onto Frostivus. Mike against Verse this time around. Spider against Edward. And now Mike against T225 for this last fight. Aqua's ultimate invested. Looks like somebody's going to run this back. This is going to be the Tomok from earlier. Nice weave there to avoid that F2. Beautifully done there from Mike. Still has potential to go for the ult recast. Opening up a gold trope. The resources are going to be picked up there from Mike. Do have him trying to kite on out, as well as T225 trying to create this space, but Mike being able to counter grapple, doesn't recall that ult. Do have Verse now showing up. He's gonna go ahead and try to find an opening. Mike with a little bit of health advantage here off the blue armor. T225 being able to kite out the pressure. 7 grapples left here for Mike. Keep in mind, resources are very low. Game just started. F2 is good there for T225, and that's potentially what he needed there to get a full reset off. Oh my god, he did it. He did it to him. He did it to him. I was gonna say, but I was not trying to cast a curse, but Mike now is gonna be eliminated. The perfect timing there to shoot down the fire case for T225, knowing Mike was gonna get too antsy, and now he's gonna pay for it. T225 there with big brain plays against Mike.
Oh my goodness, the fire cage elimination slowing Mike's roll. He was on a tear and he had that elimination. The reset wouldn't have gone through. His ult timer did expire, and that's that unfortunate thing these players do have to keep in mind is the ult timers have been nerfed quite considerably for a minute.
Oh yes.
So it does take quite a while to be able to actually get yourself back into that ultimate state as well. We do have the Fireflies available, so lots of these players are going to get their ults a little bit more frequently if they're able to find those Firefly spots. We're going to be seeing Gigi's Chen facing off against always Edward and Celestra. Chen trying to go for the follow, but it looks like he's losing a bit of this chase. Tries to go for the grapple here. Unable to spot where Edward is at. Now Pace taking so much damage on the backside. You see JL's HM. Arbor Swamp going to come through on the side of the Pace, and the double charge is going to come around, evening the score just a little bit, but Pace losing so much HP. HM's just going to be forced to go for a bit of a reset here, and then jumps back into the fight with the armor and weapon advantage. Huge damage going to be coming through into the F ability. Try to see if he can touch Cryo again. No grapples available. No grapples available. This is going to be unfortunate for him. Pace does have that ultimate up if he needs. Huge parry going to come in. Able to take those purple dual blades away from JL's HM. Huge uppercut going to come through. 1-2. One more hit of damage through, and that's going to be it for HM. But HM is going to go down, and Pace picking up the elimination.
Nice kill there from Pace. Now, picking up the remaining resources there from that body. Do have T225 in the center of the no ult zone with purple armor Spider as well. Frostivus starting to show on up as well. Winning this out. Moonbane purchased there from Edward to be able to take that round, showing up pretty soon now. Already starting to form on in. You see XY playing a little bit more patiently on the Viper. He's gonna go ahead and have a nice set of armor there to take the first round. Nice set of weapon as well. Purple fist blade has a purple katana in the back pocket as well. If it does get parried, just in case. So he's ready to take this round. We see him currently with no eliminations on the board. First Roma Yang, forward on in. Spider on the Blitz Tower on the top side. Look for pace. Doesn't manage to connect off of that. Second one, it gets rolled as well. Gets the burn tick though. Second one connects, or the third one connects, sorry. Fourth one rolled. Fifth one rolled. Pace. Playing Roll Simulator right now to be able to go ahead and retop off that blue armor. Spider ready to go for the drop down, potential drop down R&B. See what the mix-up is. Nope. Has to create the space to close out the space. Gotta go on in with a grapple. Pace though has this tree to continue his movement game here. It's gonna be very rough here for Spider to try to catch up to him. Pace being able to run laps, catches an R&B though. Now continue his hair rushing up the trees. Creates the space for now. Has the ult online as well if he needs it. With 20 seconds remaining, looks like Spider is gonna give off the chase. And Pace is gonna be snagging up that Yang. XY posted up on the other side on the Viper once again. No contestant here for XY. Also have the Spirit Well forming up right next to that area as well where XY is posted up. OUG's Mike on the other hand, purple fan in hand, blue flying knives in the back pocket. Sander J set up here for the Yodo Heman for game number 6. Mike waiting this out. Verse already taking it on the Tomok, waiting to see who his opponent is going to be. 12% on the health, 8% on the attack, I believe, and 12% on damage reduction. I think I got those wrong, but we'll see in a matter of seconds. Arano eats up tons of damage. TT5 applying tons of pressure there onto the Shayo, already forcing out his ultimate, and now TT5 trying to full capitalize off of this situation, but Arano being able to full grapple on out is going to be able to get the distance that he needs to go for the reset.
Here we are. This is going to be GG Chen versus OUG's Mike in the realm of Yang. Yodo versus Liam. Now, when we saw this matchup the other time, the roles were reversed. Chen was on Yodo and Mike was on Liam. Let's see if Chen is going to be able to do what Mike did to him. He's got the flying knives available, but the parry's going to come through right away. F ability used to block any sort of parry damage and keep his weapon available for him. But Mike, that purple fan, he's relentless in the chase. Ultimate already popped for both sides here. Stoneform going to come out here, but oh, Mike able to dodge perfectly. Crouch LMB into the charge, double dodge, roll. Chen has no ultimate available anymore. Tap dodge, shot. Oh my goodness. Tries to use the F ability to get out, but oh my goodness. Mike is ruthless with the Yodo.
Yeah, he loves that LMB, crouch LMB. I mean, it's just so good, right? Being able to do that through pillars is just so well. Frostivus as well with a massive shift parry there onto Pace. Going for the LMB fire off the dual blades. Big damage off the purple dual blades. Gets the damage plus the pistol shot for the finisher onto Pace. Doing a good job there. Catching the fire, snagging up the weapon there for the confirmed elimination. Verse against Wufong, forcing out Justina F. Slap comes in there for Wufong. ×1. Massive shit parry there for Wufong to Verse. And that's not going to be enough damage. Still needs to apply a little bit more pressure. Whips down in front of the pillar there to potentially get a reset in, but he's going to cancel it to play across the next pillar. Goes for the Scare Rush, gets a little bit of love tap. Overholds the LMB focus, looking for the perfect opportunity. Massive shit parry once again for Verse. Forcing out Justina F. Have an ult pretty soon, as well as Justina. Both players playing neutral. Pillar game now for Verse. Trying to go for a quick reset in. Overholds, 8 seconds left, but the busting shot there for Wufong. Being able to snag up this round. He's going to snag up the elimination. Going to get the buff, plus the weapon upgrade, gold nunchucks, plus the purple armor as well. And now setting the pace here to potentially get that third MVP.
Here we go. Frostivus, Shenyuan, and OUG's Mike. Here we are. That's our Spider. Trying to see if he can make anything happen on this side. Looks like he's just going to be scale rushing away. Doesn't really want the smoke right now. WBG's Verse ready to go for any sort of fight. Spider on the Wuchen, not wanting to get too aggressive. Doing a really good job of kiting out right now. But Verse still going to try and give up that chase. Arano in the vicinity as well. Verse and Edward are ones with the Yang depletion. seeing Verano maybe also having that as well. Oh, big cavalry bloom going to be coming out on to the side of Verano, trying to see if he can get that damage off onto Verse. He was able to shark away most of that shield, but not any more of the HP bar. He's going to get the full reset as both of these players decide to back off.
Yeah, repair there for Verse. Wait this out, Wufong and Mike. Big commotion, as we see now, this time around against XY and Frostivus. Well, the ultimate investor here for Frostivus. In the back end, though. XY, getting clip off of this. Frostivus snags up the kill, but no bloom. That's just a re-spear throw there. This time around against Mike. Mike's going to be forced to pop his ultimate. Has Vermilion's burst Mike, 38 seconds and counting, though. Tries to tap dodge. Spear throw. Big damage onto Frostivus. 10 with elimination. Has Vermilion's burst Mike, so he's safe into game 6. Mike now trying to apply the pressure onto Edward. F caught in for the Kylan in the back end. Musky shots flying on in there for Wufong. Kylan ultimate now invested here for Edward. Recast hit for Mike. Does manage to get a little bit of HP, I believe. Edward in the back end now playing inside the ravine. Pop money there for 10. Shotgun burst from Wufong. Just so much damage. T25 there with a kill still onto Mike, though. He is going to be snagging up, I believe, his third one of this game. Wufong still trying to get active against Spider. F caught in there for the Wu Chen. Pop Lightning just doing wonders here for Chen, being able to be a big nuisance against all these players.
Spider still trying to get away from this, and it's looked like he's just become the target of the entire lobby, using those Storm Blades to just get a little bit of extra distance between them, but the meter not gonna come in. Oh my goodness, he's getting absolutely decimated on this HP bar, trying to get out of here, but TQ5 gonna pick up the elimination. So unfortunate to see Palm Lightning after Palm Lightning getting thrown into that. GG's Chen now taking so much damage. Geez, Wufong still got 30 seconds left on his Vermilion Bird Mites, and he's just going extra aggro into everybody. Wufong now going to get eliminated by Edward. And oh my goodness, does Chen make it out of here alive? TGG5 might try and go for the chase. JL's HM though gonna follow in at TGG5. TGG5 getting extremely low right now. And we have the ult pop coming through. It's gonna be able to get a little bit of siphon off that JL's HM, and always Edward's still gonna try and give chase on the TGG5. It looks like as the ult timer goes down, he's just gonna back off into the zone.
Yeah.
Verse still on Yang depletion too for 1 minute and 9 seconds.
That's rough for TT25. I think he's able to get on out because he kites inside deep inside the zone. First, like you mentioned, on the other hand, has a minute. Try to cleanse on a Tomok. Looking for the perfect opportunity. 70% there on the Temi ultimate to come online. Well, 30%. 29 actually. But now we're at 73. We're not here for math. We're here for gameplay. Verse. Still playing around. The water wheel. There goes the clippers off of that. It doesn't manage to connect though. He throws on the wisp. Anybody get a clip off of that? I do not think so. Rano staying in the pocket, caught up on the side of this terrain. Very tricky to get out of. We see HM as well joining the fight. Trying to get a last and final hit. That 2 meter burn is good there for Verse onto Rano, forcing out the Shayo F. Edward starting to move on in. Grapple staggers on out. F called in for the Temi. Rano inside the zone. Temi ultimate invested. Jump LMBs. The LMB backwards there for Verse. Try to get a little bit of pressure there onto HM. They have the weapon there though to stop any of these heals from coming on in. Nice whisk there for Verse onto HM. The mid-range once again for the flying out is so good. Bane surf for the back end. Massive parry there for Verse. Trying to stay alive with a second left. Who's gonna be able to get the last hit? And it's Chen. HM now in the pocket. Could be throwing the first ball throw. Connects there onto Edward. Overholds the army focus. Doesn't get the damage though. Tries to go for the goalie stance. Now the ult is going to be invested there for the Kylan. Chen now sees the Lani trying to back on up. So he is going to be choosing this opponent here. Try to get aggressive onto with a couple seconds left on this ultimate. This could be bad here for HM.
HM is not looking like he's in the greatest position ever, as well as GG's Chen just popping that ultimate. Full aggro coming out here. And there's a Realm of Yang fight going on right now. Mike and Shenyuan, Wufong and Frostivus are all fighting in the Realm of Yang.
There you go.
We're actually going to flip over to that. It looks like Frostivus was able to take Wufong out, and Mike fighting against Shenyuan. Mike's actually taking a lot of damage. Ultimate has been gone down. I don't know. We have seen the Viper ultimate as well. Mike forced to go for the reset. He's going to be able to get a pot off, and that's going to be devastating for Shenyuan. As we're going to see that. Oh my goodness, that F just dealing so much damage coming through, but Mike is able to close it out with this into the jump LMB. And there you see Shenyuan getting eliminated. Mike able to come through with a beautiful grapple bump into 1.0, as we're going to be seeing him pick up. Oh, look at that. Gold flying knives. And I believe that's Meteor. Cannon Jade.
That weapon is so good, man. I don't... See how it stops Temi? He can't pop. He can't pop a pop.
Yeah.
It's just so good. It's just so good, and especially have Palm Lightning. Man, I've never seen a Jay get quick fix just how fast Palm Lightning did. It was just 2 times better. Like, it's still so good, but man, the damage before it was just insane. Wufong though, 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Haven't tried to cleanse here on the Justina. Has only 1 kill left, or 1 currently, sorry. Chen on 3 on the Liam. Arano posted up for the Spirwell. Possible contestant here from XY. We see him flying on in. XY as well has Yang depletion. We see another player starting to form on in. This Frostivus. Frostivus winning hits on my Yang. He is going to have Mystic Might, I believe. No, that's White Tiger's power. As we see in the top right hand side there for BBE. Capture is going to be going towards, I believe, Frostivus' way. Arana back on up. Shaya ultimate is invested, but just a matter of seconds once it goes away. And Frostivus with the health advantage, gold armor, pretty much full healthy. The 1-2 off the nunchucks. Gold nunchucks will be able to apply so much damage and quickly as well. 1, 2, 3, but an F steal there from XY for elimination onto Arana.
Oh my goodness, the F steal coming through, but Frostivus not too happy about this. He's going to be able to get his ultimate off into the 2-1-1 before any sort of damage can be brought onto the side of Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan can be able to do so much damage onto the backside, though. We are going to see now Frostivus is ready with the Valda ultimate spears coming through, and he's going to be able to get the catch into the meter dump. No combo break on the Viper, and that's going to be Shen Yuan's game, taking out 2 players back to back. Frostivus did not get the kill credit for one of them, but he gets the other side, and that's 4 eliminations on the board for Frost. Wufong now facing off against Mike. It looks like Yang depletion on the side of TE's Wufong. Mike, no Yang depletion on his side, and he's just going to be able to combo that out. Oh, Wufong using the double dash to be able to get out of dodge as Frostivus bringing up the rear. Oh, the drop down into the cave. Are they going to find him? They are going to be able to locate him. They know that he's down here somewhere. They're going to find him. Fire cages coming through. Wufong 1 HP in a dream. TT25 with the musket shot coming in from downtown. 6 players remain. It's an absolute bloodbath. Yeah, that's cheeky. That's a cheeky smile for a cheeky play. Sugarcane boy.
Oh, man. Unfortunate for Wufong. Not being able to do the three-peat, but still had great games 4-5. Frostivus in that fight against XY. Beautiful players there from Frostivus. He catches Fryo. Take a quick run back to see how he won the Roma Yang against Wufong. So it's gold 90s in hand here for Wufong. Frostivus with a purple flying knives on the Valda. Overholds, forces out the Justina after from Wufong. Enemy focus, cancels it with a grapple. Justina Freeze does not connect off that first one. Frostivus stays in the pocket. Gonna use the ult there to stop Justina dash. Wufong now investing his last one. And let me pry out into the 2-1 there for the nunchucks. The 1-2 as well. Overholds, nice tap dodge there. Massive parry from Wufong. How does he win this? Oh, he had Mortal? Or was that just a proc from the ultimate probably? Now it's back.
The ult proc.
Yeah. Free catches Pryo. F called in for the Justina. Sends the enemy focus. Gets punished for sending it. Trying to cancel it, and Frostivus capitalizes off of that, and that's how he manages to stay up. And now full kitted out. Yeah, I mean, in that fight against XY, he was he caught the LB Pryo, goes for the 2-1, gets the confirmed damage. The Viper ultimate was about to hit, so he jumps for his body to fast fall and not allowing XY to get Pryo that way. It was beautifully showcased there from Frostivus. Mike now on the other hand as well. Full kitted out. I mean, gold nunchucks, gold flying knives, gold pole sword. Just full kitted out. He also has a gold jade in hand. 6 players still remain. Currently, Mike with 4 eliminations on the board. TT25 now for game 6 with 5. Frostivus as well with 4. HM currently with 0. Edward with 1. See here on the Kylan. Palm Lightning in the backside there for TT25. Not sure of any jades. He does have a purple jade. Could be Shaolin Staff on here for Edward. We're gonna have to wait and see if he showcases it. Mike on the other hand, just waiting out, waiting for Spirit to start forming on it. We are gonna get our aggressions pretty soon. 2-5 HM. HM is like, yo, back up. Back up. Back up now. Spawning right in the center. Both of the players are gonna be contesting the Spirit. Well, we see T25 potentially waiting for somebody else to come on in. Mike on the other half has this one pretty much for free. This was the non-buff one. Post for the top side where we have the buff. HM looks like he is going to be investing the ultimate now and capturing as well. Yang depletion inflicted now to the remainder lobby. Mike and HM both are free from the cleanse. You see the fast run here for the Yodo, plus a greatsword tomb here for Mike, which he will potentially call in and out.
As we're going to be seeing these players jump in, Frostivus trying to make something happen. It looks like he is going to cleanse that Yang depletion, getting himself out of there real quickly. As, we see the dodges coming through. Frostivus trying to see if he can deal as much damage as possible onto Edward. It looks like he's just trying to go for this elimination. Now he's out of ult. Here's the Kylan ultimate start to come out though, as Frostivus now taking so much damage on the other side. Oh, big parry going to be coming through. Big stun going to come out, but now Frostivus in a lot of trouble. He's found himself in the middle of this mess, and now everybody is sending their damage over to him. GG's Chen going to pick up that elimination. Now Edward jumping in the midst with a huge Kylan ult, hitting almost every single one of these players with a little bit of damage. Now the ult's going to end just as T225 is going to send a shot. Then he gets hit with the Liam ball. Oh my goodness. Tiger grab into a Liam ball, into a slam. Edward's got to get out of here fast. He's got every single player on his tail. T225 as well, extremely low in HP. Trying to kite out this whole situation. Edward looks like he's got a full reset. T225 is now dangerously low. Oh my goodness, he knocked somebody up into the air with that F2. He's just going to scale rush onto the side, using that fan for that extra movement. Huge parry going to come through. Triple, quadruple parry. Oh my goodness. Is that a triple? Quadruple. There's another one. He's parried about 6 times here. Successfully connected parries like 4 times into that fight. Another F2 to knock GG's Chen up, and he's going to get the reset.
That was nice to pop one in. Trying to still fight this out. 36 on that rage, potentially Bane serve. Man, it's so hard. It's so hard to live in these lobbies. I mean, you bleed, you die, pretty much. T225 getting full focus from everybody, has not stopped. There goes the last hit there from HM, and now T225 is gonna fall with 5. Mike in the mix, HM, Chen, Mike, and Edward. In the tunnel, in the cave. Edward with another one out to 10 this time around. Picking up Bloom. So go ahead and back on up. But like I mentioned, you bleed, you die. That's what's, that's what's the most crazy part to me there, Seb, because off the start, right? Frostivus gets in the pocket, tries to fight his way on out. He captured the flag, and that alone knocked him off a little bit of that HP from him. And then just the remainder of the lobby just full throttles in. It's just so rough in these situations with 7 of these strong players up to try to survive. Even one block of that armor gone, everybody knows it's a perfect opportunity. If you force that ultimate as well, that player is just going to get kited or going to get ranged until that ultimate is gone, and then it's just full aggression. We saw multiple times throughout the night just how many juggles we get from one focus attack to another when these situations happen.
Yeah, it's so many, as we're going to be seeing now. HM trying to see if he can get some damage off on the mic. There's only 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the entire game, so these players are going to take it down to a final circle, as it is going to be their best bet for success for all of them. It increases their odds of winning for a very high amount. Getting into a fight right now would just cause the third party domino effect that we just saw happening throughout the entire game. HM though, look at all the Jades getting ready to stack up onto the Jades that he might need in the rest of this game. Mike, Edward, and HM. Who do you think takes it? I think Mike is almost guaranteed based on points, unless Edward gets 2 eliminations in the first place finish. HM has to get 2 eliminations in the first place finish. If Mike gets second place with no eliminations, I'm pretty sure he's still going to be able to do this. MVP for the day. We're going to be seeing these 3 players battling it out in the last 2 minutes. Oh, we still got the greatsword tome too.
Yeah. Still have 40 seconds on that. Probably give it to the new cat. I'm gonna go with HM for this round. On Delani. Edward as well could be potential good pick, but I think they do not want to let this Yodo live if the zone continues to close on now. I mean, zone 6 about to spread pretty soon. I feel like we might get some sorts of aggression pretty soon. Nobody really wants to start the fight right now. You don't want to be the main aggressor. You want to be the one third partying. The palm lightning is good there onto Mike, forcing out some sorts of heals. Edward and HM both having palm lightning. You see Mike now swapping on over to the flying knives, trying to have at least some sorts of mid-range pressure there with that weapon alone. Being able to weave all the palm lightnings this time around. The good thing about the palm lightning, throw it one way, spin it back another to avoid getting parried, as we see here from Edward and HM. Nice little cinematic view here for this end circle. What is out? Mike's gonna retop off the gold armor. See him running in circles. Both other players holding their palm lightning. Let's see if we can get some sort of aggression. Thoughts over there with the R&B. Flying knife throws. Palm lightning connects once again onto Mike. Aggression not going towards him still. Tuna now for HM to get that constant healing over time off of that Jade alone. Players just waiting this out for the last and final moments. 57 seconds remaining. 2 seconds for the zone to start spreading. So there are going to be fours right in front of each other pretty soon. Once again, Mike currently with 4 eliminations. HM with 1. Edward with 2. Yodolani Kylan, sorry. Let's see how this pans out. All gold armors on the field. Gold weapons between Edward or Mike and HM. Closer swap option for Mike. Mike's gonna eat up tons of damage pretty soon. He's gonna be forced to pop his F, but now we have our final moments again, number 6.
Here we go, and we pop the preventative heal. 18 seconds remaining. HM gonna be able to just hold everybody in the sky. Goes into the goalie's hands, throws everybody out of the zone. And then there's Edward coming through with the Kylan ultimate. It looks like Edward's going to be able to get the elimination off on to Mike. But HM gets the eliminations. I think Edward might take it there. HM's going to get 2 eliminations for the first place finish. Mike still might be MVP. We're going to have to wait and see here. TG do 5? 5 eliminations? And the 4th place finish is gonna take it over 4 in the 3rd place. Mike went out first, so he doesn't get the MVP. Oh my goodness, TG25 with our 2nd MVP of the day.
That's massive. That's massive there for TG25. We have we have two-time winners tonight. We had Wufong, and we also had TG25. See him happy about that. It was that musket shot in the cave. That musket shot in the cave against Wufong. That's what really gave him that MVP for game number 6. And now players are done here for the last and final game of the day. Chendo had a good game on the Yodo. Can't knock that out. I mean, had a great game. I feel like it's just going into that second realm there in that game alone really stopped him from having that momentum that he had throughout the start and mid game for that Morris game, game 3. Unfortunate enough for him, was not able to really bounce back off of that alone and repeat the same cycle that he had for that game 3. But you know, now he has some stuff to look back on. He has a VOD. He can go ahead and really figure out what he can do better for the remainder of his games. We saw how strong he can fight. 6 kills in a lobby like this, not easy to do, and he was able to do it on the Yodo. He goes in for the double pick right after and doesn't find a success, like I mentioned. And you know, that's just something you really got to get accustomed to. And like I mentioned in the start of today, I think right now is probably the hardest time to get into the Pro League because of the new changes and the whole week break off or 3-week break off, 2-3 week break off that we have between Biweekly 1 and Biweekly 2 due to MSC. These players are, you know, still not really fully confident and really comfortable with how the Pro League paces this far. But overall, beautiful day of NARAKA once again, as always, here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. As always, very nice to see these players compete, how well they're able to perfect their craft every single day. They're trying to work to become champions for the bi-weekly finals. And yeah, I mean, everything coming down very quickly here. We have bi-weekly 2 pretty much done next week. After that, bi-weekly 3 Biweekly 4, into the grand finals for the fall split, into the J Cup qualifiers, and then J Cup, and then that's we're gonna be wrapping up our year, which, you know, just like that, it comes to a close. But very exciting times once again here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
Yeah, and I'm loving the new system. Once again, it's really nice to see. Taking a look at our scoreboard really quickly though, 6 points for TTD5, 5.5 for Mike, 5.5 for Chen, 5.4 for HM. It was a very, very close game. 5 for Frostivus, 5 for Edward. XY got 3.5, Wufong got the 1.5, Spider got the 1, Pace got the 1, Arano got the 0.5, and Verse with the donut on game number 6. Unfortunate to see, but it's got to happen sooner or later. We're going to be seeing the overall standings in just a second as well. After day 2 has completed, here's our overall standings. Down on the bottom side, we've got Lipo, Paste, Shu, MTF, Chen, and Star. Chen putting up 15 points on his second bi-weekly. So this is his 3rd ever day playing in the Nbpl. First day playing on the new setting. I think 15 points is a respectable amount of points. He's got day 3 to put up the rest of those points. We're going to be seeing as well in our 12-to-7 ratio. In just a second. These are going to be our middle of the pack players. Some of them have played 2 games already. If you've played 2 games and you're in 7th to 12th place, you are not going to be in the best position for our next games.
We'll see it here come up in just a moment there, 12th through 7th. Waiting out. See how the overall standings look. Star, though, you know, they had 15.5 there for FPSQ. Star still having another day to be playing out, which will be next Thursday. For everybody wondering, there it is. Arado with 18 for 1 day. Spider with 18.5. Choose 19.5. Edward 21.5. HM with 26.9. That is going to be very rough because once the second day is played out, you can even see it there for Edward. 21.5 off of 1 day alone, almost overtaking HM. He might be dropped down. He's going to be really it's gonna be really rough for him to try to lock in that 12th place spot, but we'll see how that pans out for him in day number 3.
I don't know. I think it's cooked.
Yeah, it's always around 30, like 30s, like 31, 32s is what they're fighting for. So that's going to be rough. Action though, 32.2 off of 1 day alone. Frostivus, 37, TT25 with 38.1. Mike, 39.5 off of 2 days. XY as well off of 2 days with 49.2. And Verse, even though he dropped the donut for his last game of the day and the bi-weekly 2, he's still sitting very comfortably at the top there with 60.1 with an amazing 37.9 point day for day number 1. Now, highlights here for game number 6 powered by China Unicom. Chen against Frostivus. TOD we didn't see. Oh, no, into the sign.
The knowledge to be able to go into the sign. Oh my goodness, the timing on the fire cage is actually insane. TG5, you dirty dog. Yeah, he's not happy with that there. You can see.
Did you see the person in the back closing their eyes?
Cringing. Oh my goodness. Pace with a huge parry that turned into the first elimination on the HM. If HM would have gotten the kill on the Pace, and then the rest of the game would have proceeded exactly how it went, he would have been able to come away with the win. As we're going to see Frostivus with a beautiful elimination. Like you said, the jump to avoid that damage, to avoid the stun hit confirmed. And then we see Frostivus being able to just absolutely meter dump Shenyu on there. Beautiful elimination. GG's 10 with the Palm Lightning, and then is able to get that elimination off on the Frostivus.
Oh my god.
Backs up perfectly to the point where he knows exactly where the throw's going to go from the ACOs. And then HM being able to hold for such a long time in that end circle, just seeing everybody else out of the way. Mike goes out first, losing him that 0.5. Edward goes out next, and JL's HM is going to be the one. Take it away with TG25 being our MVP of game number 6.
Bleed, you die. That's the new name of the game. You bleed, you die for those Spirit contestants or even coming out of realm. So very rough right now. I mean, it is very rough to try to stay up if you have your aim depletion. But overall, TT25 being able to find is fitting here with 18,000 damage. 5 illuminations here for game number 6. Engraving Palm Lightning damage reduction ×2. Cavalry Bloom and Fire Arrow / target lock there for his last J selection on the Akos. F2v2, F2 now being the staple off the Akos, who just way better is what these players are looking at opposed to the F1, where the F1 does give you that damage reduction, but they just like that F2. Prio being able to force out an F early. It's a trade for a trade, right? They throw down the F2. They force out their opponent's F instantly, and then off of that alone, it goes back to neutral, back to try to catch Prio. And we see it multiple times as well, where the F2 is good to try to snag up eliminations from mid to long range. If players are weak, knockbacks as well, as we saw there for T225, where he was getting chased down. He's able to use it there to create a little bit more distance. Just a zone in the area there was just not in his favor to really capitalize off of that. But overall, Akos, very strong character. Still think like he's one of those spots, like kind of like Tomok, where he is like very well balanced. But another thing we are going to be doing, we are going to be having another interview with our player, our last interview for today, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap up the show right after.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with T225, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是YG T25。
欢迎225来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, because you just done the 2 days matches for our like new rules, so I would like to know, so how's your feeling? Is it you think it's benefit for you or not? 那我特别想问一下，因为其实225已经完成了我们2天这一双周2天的这个常规赛，而且在这个双周其实也是我们赛事进行了一个规则上面的升级，对不对？我特别想问一下225，那自己打下来这2天之后的感觉，觉得这个新赛制感觉如何？然后自己觉得这个赛制对你是有好处的，还是怎么说？或者对其他兄弟们都可以跟我们评论分享一下。
我觉得这个新赛制的话，更好的体验感就是你肯定比赛里面就没有这种阵营战这种东西了吧，然后也是看比赛就会很有乐趣，很有趣可玩性。但是你主要就是你打比赛的话，你第一把5道就必须得赢，要不然你就选不出那个 T0蓝梦这个英雄吧。然后这个版本对于我来说，我还是没有怎么去打明白吧，可能是英雄练得不好，然后回上镜有时候也赢不了。
觉得自己还是有进步的空间的。哇，今天还说自己这个打得不好，那你觉得自己发挥的好，应该拿到怎么样的一个成绩呢？
是我发挥好，也不是说拿多少分吧，就是我总该要赢的回上镜我没有去赢，因为我蓝梦那把可能拿的是1.5分吧，但是我没有几百分，就玩的不是很好。
了解了，其实对自己也是说要求非常的高。Okay, so first of all, for this new rule, I think it's really like perfect for the audience because it's like you can see the 12 like our characters they can show on the matches, and it's really have fun and like really different things bring to the matches. But secondly, for myself, I think maybe I need to train more. It cannot say it's benefit or not. I think I need to train more, like to fit to this new rule. For example, like today, I'm not really satisfied with my performance, like when I use Lenny, and I think I can win in the realm of Young, but I'm not. So I think it's really a pity and don't have like too high score in today's matches. And also for this new rule, I think the most important thing is that we need to win the one-on-one fighting is really important for the bamping. That's why I still think I need to train a lot for the new rule. 也可以看到，其实225对我们的新赛制也是有了很多的分析。来，我们今天看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. So we can see which hero did YZGT225 use in the game 6. 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，225选到的是哪个英雄呢？那么我们可以看到答案分别是 A 是神庙 ，B 是哈迪 ，C 胡维 ，D 是我们的迦南，到底是哪一个呢？大家可以赶紧猜一下。So please type the right answer. If you know it, type it in the chat box. And if you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered today. Okay, because we just talked about one-on-one fighting, and I would like to know, so for you, so like you told me like the day before yesterday, you are the one who slammed other. I would like to know, so slam, your opponent is like cooperate with the movement or just accident. 那我这边特别想问一下，其实今天我们可以看到很有趣的是，在武道争锋当中，大家都有互扇巴掌的名场面嘛。哎，这个互扇巴掌到底是在对于单排选手来说，是你们设计在了你们的连招里面，还是个小意外，搞节目效果呢？
因为巴掌这个东西本来就是抢先蓄力的那个点就会很快的，1.0就出的很快，就可以压有些武器的蓄力啊，这种起身啊，这种就博弈更多元化了吧。
To be honest, I think slam is also like a movement and is really important to cooperate with the movement of the characters, and it can be the quickly, so that's why everyone can use the slam on one-on-one fighting. 好的，那我们接下来也应该进入我们的倒计时，来英文说一下3, 2, 1吧。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请225给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
答案是 C 胡为。
Yeah, the correct answer is C. And okay, at last, please, one secret I really want to know. When you guys are one-on-one fighting, I saw everyone is laughing, and I would like to know you can hear others' voice or not. 那我这边最后想225来给我们揭秘一下，因为可以看到武道的时候，大家每个选手都笑得非常的开心。就是我不知道你们在笑什么，你们在比赛的过程当中是可以听到对面的语音吗？可以给我们揭秘一下当时的过程到底是怎么样？
就当时过程就是大家都打不了字嘛，但是可以看到他们在干什么，然后就有人会选一些令红叶啊，可是这帮就一直搁这跑，就很搞笑吧，
所以是为了其他对选手的这些抽象操作，所以大家都非常的开怀。Okay, why we are laughing? To be honest, we can't hear any voice. We can't type on the screen, and we just can see other like opponent they are fighting one-on-one fighting. And for us, why we are like laughing happily because like So I think today one player choose the Viper and just escape and run, and it's really abstract. So I think it's really make me laugh. 也是非常有趣的一件事情。希望西顿赛制其实不管是给予观众一个很好的一个观感，其实也给我们选手是一点新的刺激和乐趣。好的，再次感谢225来到我们赛后采访，再次恭喜，其实今天发挥还是很不错的。那接下来就要期待你第2双周一个周决的表现。Okay, we are looking forward the biweekly final for T225 and cheer up and thank you for today's interview and we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back one more time. 6 games completed. This is day 2 of solos. We've got 1 day left in just a little while, and we're ready to get that going. But ladies and gentlemen, we've finished 6 amazing games. This is my first time seeing the new hero selection rules and all of the new elements added into the solos game. I absolutely love it. Verse gonna top out his 2 days with 60.1 points. Shenyuan in second with 49.2. Mike is gonna get 39.5. T225 with 38.1 and Frostivus with 37. Xshin with only 1 day played is gonna be on 32.2. This is gonna be our schedule for tomorrow. Midoriya Midnight, Holoroth Sunny, Starry Night, Morris Isle Dawn, Midoriya Morning Dew, Holoroth Sunny, and Morris Isle Midday. This is our standard games for our trios. It's gonna be trios day number 2, and then we've got 2 more days coming at you for trios very, very, very soon. And I'm pretty. We got 1 more day of solos, 1 more day of trios. That's going to be next week after tomorrow. And then we've got our finals coming through. And I'm super excited for the solo bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, we see it here. I mean, I saw the love in the chat about the new system. Viewership enjoying the new system, and even a pro player like T225 confirming that this new system is a lot more enjoyable for the viewers to watch. And I also agree with that. 12 different heroes in the lobby is a lot more better. Just to see the versatility and see how well these players can adjust and picking up those characters who are not heavy in the meta. But even though T225 also confirmed that, him playing that Lonnie game, he didn't really have a great showcasing. And I think throughout the whole day, we only had we had a Lonnie being 1 MVP. We also had 2 Cyrus for our top 4, but the first 2 round picks, only 1 being an MVP, which is, something I was also mentioning in day 1, where we weren't really seeing the first 2 selection characters taking those MVPs home, right? Being on that Lonnie Liam. And T225 also confirming that there as well. And he also talked about how important martial arts, the martial arts before the games are important. And like I mentioned, day number 1, I feel like after today, or after their days, they are going to be able to lock in with their 0 bans or their 1 bans to try to get better at the martial arts, because I think going into our 2nd week here for the bi-weekly 2 next week, we are going to be having a lot more polished martial artists, a lot of these people training and practicing their one-on-ones there with the 1 ban. But we'll see how it pans out, especially with the finals coming up. That is going to be enough for us. 6 games out of the way. I've been Creatives, and I've been here with Seb, concluding our 6 games. Catch you guys tomorrow with a new set of casters for the trios for day number 2.
别的猛虎应发射。